The young guy wielding a massive spiked mace cannon capable of dealing magical damage is none other than our protagonist, Ban Yu-woo. Right now, he has to fight a bunch of green goblins gripping weapons tightly as they charge toward him for a taste of blood. A quick glance reveals there must be a couple of hundred of them, yet Yu-woo isn't the least bit concerned. "Are you guys ready?" Yu-woo says in a cold tone, and right after that, something suddenly streaks past, slamming directly into these goblins and instantly shattering anyone it hits. Just like that, Yu-woo doesn't even lift a finger, yet the entire mob of goblins rushing toward him gets completely wiped out. This makes the remaining goblins think twice before daring to attack him recklessly, and the cause of it all is a certain flying spiked mace. After clearing out the initial wave, it loops back and hovers right behind Yu-woo's back. Accompanied by that is a literal rain of body fragments from the goblins that were taken care of by this spiked mace, pouring down from above like a storm. This causes the remaining goblins to catch their breath and hastily take a few steps back, and then, amidst the panic of the crowd, suddenly an arrow tears through the wind from afar and comes flying straight at him. But of course, before it can even touch Yu-woo, it gets batted away by the spiked mace, though at least it successfully grabs the protagonist's attention. And it's not just him. The remaining goblins also turn to look at this archer goblin like it's a complete idiot, and right now, they're probably cursing all 18 generations of this goblin's ancestors in their hearts. As if knowing Yu-woo is about to deal with this archer, the surrounding crowd hurriedly scatters to the side, leaving the green-skinned goblin archer standing completely isolated, relying on sheer numbers to charge in and now shooting arrows carelessly like this. If you guys thought Ban Yu-woo's abilities only went that far and still dared to enter the dungeon, then you're dead wrong. Bang manga transform. Yu-woo shouts, and right after that, a golden magic circle appears underneath the mace's handle, while the mace itself emits a golden glow as if wanting to transform. Around him, the goblins seem to realize that Yu-woo is about to beat the crap out of all of them, so they seize the opportunity while the weapon is still in the middle of transforming, screaming to psych themselves up and charging forward in a massive wave to attack. However, the transformation doesn't even take a full second. Instantly, the spiked mace turns into a magical cannon, aiming straight at the crowd with its barrel glowing red as if accumulating energy. "Fire," Yu-woo says with a grin, and speaking of how it all led to this, it all goes back to when Yu-woo was still little. At the age of 4, by some miraculous stroke of luck, the little guy already knew how to read books. "The light of my life, the fire of my life," the kid stammers out some words from inside the book. And just this alone is enough to make his parents beam with pride. "Honey, our kid is reading books in the original language." "Oh wow, so smart. Your husband gave birth to a genius," the bespectacled uncle says with a smile, causing his wife's face to flush slightly. "Cut it out, dear, but when did you teach him English?" "Ah, I didn't teach him anything," the uncle says casually. As soon as those words leave his mouth, the surrounding air suddenly turns chilly. "Then how does the kid know the languages of countries he's never even seen?" the uncle says worriedly, while his wife's knitting motions freeze in place. And it's not just English. Yu-woo starts mumbling bits of Japanese and Chinese as well, making them even more bewildered. To answer this question, as if hearing the two of them, the door suddenly swings open. Haha, our Yu-woo truly inherited the bloodline of our ancestors. Finally, our household has produced a child who can fulfill the family's long-standing wish. This kid will bring the Tower of Babel back to the family, some bulky old man exclaims excitedly while still tucking a kid under his armpit, looking at his demeanor as if he's far too used to this. The married couple can only shake their heads. "Oh Lord, Dad is starting again. Yumi, come here," the wife says awkwardly. The uncle on this side can only sigh, "Dad, since you're back, go wash your hands first, geez." Turning back to the old man, seeing that this couple apparently doesn't believe his words, he gets annoyed enough to practically snap the racket in his hand. "You guys, the Tower of Babel is real, I'm telling you." "Haha, yeah, of course it's real," the uncle replies, but his eyes never leave the newspaper in his hand. Just looking at this attitude is enough to tell that the uncle is completely brushing him off. "Did you have fun playing with Grandpa today, sweetie?" Yu-woo's mother speaks up to ask. Returning to the old man, knowing he can't convince this couple, he turns to his grandson instead. "Yu-woo, can Grandpa borrow this?" As he speaks, he casually snatches the drawing pad and color box right out of little Yu-woo's hands and quickly draws something. While drawing, he explains, "A long time ago, in a chaotic world, the great ancestors of our band family possessed the ability to help everyone communicate with one another. With that power, he led everyone and built a tower that never falls. That tower is none other than the Tower of Babel." Hearing these words, little Yu-woo gets a bit interested and asks back, "The tower our ancestors built, is a tower like a high-rise building?" Are our ancestors the owners of that building? As he speaks, the little brat's eyes turn into dollar signs when he discovers that his family might not be as poor as he thought. And then little Yu-woo hurriedly hugs his grandfather's shin and asks, "High-rise building, where is our high-rise building?" Ignoring the question, the old man bursts into laughter. Our ancestors were language masters, possessing the ability to translate and transform all languages. We must never forget we are the descendants of such a great figure. I told you to go wash your hands. The uncle complains, "You asking about the tower? Even I don't know where it is," the old man says with a shrug, making the light in Yu-woo's eyes vanish. "That's our building, though," the kid says regretfully. However, the old man firmly grips his grandson's shoulders and asserts, "But there's one thing I can be sure of. Once you find it, our family will restore all its power and glory." Back when I was young, whenever I listened to Grandpa tell stories about the ancestors' adventures, I always hoped the extraordinary linguistic ability granted to me would help fulfill the family's long-standing wish. But my abilities far exceeded those expectations. And as time slowly passed, by now Ban Yu-woo was a college entrance exam candidate. Right now, he is in his private room, double-checking yesterday's score information on the computer, and mutters, "Judging by the scores, I should definitely pass. Political science and international relations at S University. Why is it taking so long to announce the results?" Yu-woo complains before his eyes start narrowing into a tight squint as he stares intently at the screen. Because right now, his laptop screen suddenly drops into a chaotic static fuzz, failing to display any specific image. "What's going on?" Yu-woo wonders aloud while repeatedly hammering the F5 key to save the situation. However, before he can even wait for the computer to fix itself, a mysterious pop-up window suddenly appears right in front of Yu-woo's eyes, making his movements freeze completely. What is this? Why is there a blue window here? And what are these squiggly letters I've never seen before? As he speaks, he narrows his eyes to read along, "The best academy in all dimensions. Congratulations on passing the application review." Seeing this, Yu-woo's face fills with terror as he scrambles up from his chair. "What the heck is this? Why can I even read this stuff?" he thinks in a panic as notifications keep popping up. Student Ban Yu-woo is summoned to the practical evaluation site. If passed, you will become a probationary cadet, so prepare yourself. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Looking at this, Yu-woo grows alert and scans his surroundings. "Who's playing a prank on me right now? Ban Yumi, you better get out here right now," the little boss yells out loud. And right at that moment, his computer finishes its self-repair process, simultaneously displaying good news. Admission letter, undergraduate department, major in political science and international relations. Examinee number, blah blah, full name Ban Yu-woo, date of birth XXXX2001. We are pleased to inform you that the above candidate has been accepted into our university for the class of 202X. February 4, 202X. Office of the President, S University. Staring at the computer screen, Yu-woo lets out a huge sigh of relief internally. "Haha, figures, it must just be because I'm too stressed. I must be seeing things." He lets out a laugh, completely unaware that the countdown on that blue screen is still ticking down, teleporting to the exam location in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Summoning practical evaluation begins. Student Ban Yu-woo arriving at the practical evaluation site. The announcement barely finishes when Yu-woo's figure suddenly flashes and instantly vanishes from the room. At the same time, his younger sister Yumi pushes the door open and walks into his room, asking, "Hey, Ban Yu-woo, did you pass or what?" "Hey, Ban Yu-woo," she calls out when she doesn't see a trace of her older brother, even though she clearly heard his voice just a second ago. Scene cuts to some limestone cave. Strange magic circles suddenly appear high in the air, a flash of light goes off, and Yu-woo plummets straight down to the ground, forcing a painful yelp out of him. Ignoring his condition, the system screen drops another request. The special practical evaluation test for candidates from secondary dimensions has begun. Defeat the blind goblin and destroy the dungeon core. Back to the protagonist. At this point, even though he refuses to believe it, he has to accept his current situation. "Are you insane? This isn't a game. Was I actually summoned for real? Hurting this bad? It definitely isn't a hallucination. A practical evaluation with a special test? What kind of nonsense is this? Send me back. I didn't sign up for any exams," the little boss yells while clutching his head. However, this is an examination site, not a place for people to cry. Before Yu-woo can whine and complain to this system for long, footsteps echo from right behind him, startling the young man into snapping his mouth shut. It's actually coming. He thinks in absolute terror because right in front of him are two ferocious-looking goblins gripping wooden clubs tightly. A human, I smell a human. The prey is right here. They speak while scanning their surroundings. Over here, Yu-Wu has hurriedly covered his mouth and slowly backed away. Pray, are they talking about me? Oh God, I can actually understand what they're saying too. Practical evaluation, blind goblin. Dungeon core, what kind of messed up thing is going on here? Do I have to beat them to get outside? Is this like some game or novel? Yu-Wu thinks to himself, before casting his gaze around to assess the situation. Based on the headache and this hyper-realistic feeling, even though he has no clue what's happening, it seems to be real. At that, Yu-Wu glances back at the two goblins turning left and right, failing to spot him even though he's standing right next to them. Did they say they're blind goblins? I guess I have to beat them to escape. But how on earth am I supposed to do that? A modern human wouldn't even necessarily beat up a chihuahua. The little boss screams internally as he smashes both hands against the ground. And this very stupid action signals his position to the blind goblins. Instantly, a wooden club smashes right into the crotch area in front of Yu-Wu, making him nearly apologize to his ancestors on the spot. What the hell, this bastard, but it looks like they still can't see me right. Don't panic, Yu-Wu reassures himself out loud. But right at this moment, his treacherous flip-flops start acting up. The moment Yu-Wu exerts even a tiny bit of force, the rubber slippers let out a loud squeak, alerting the hat-wearing blind goblin, who lunges straight toward him and swings its club right at him. Seeing this, Yu-Wu panics and hastily leans to the side to dodge, successfully cheating death by a hair's breadth because the blind goblin's strike is so powerful it leaves a small crater in the ground. If his body had caught that hit, this little boss would have checked out instantly. After collapsing to the side, Yu-Wu hurriedly covers his mouth with both hands and plays dead to conceal himself, while the other goblin hears the strange noise and asks, "What was that?" "There was a noise coming from over here," the hat-wearing one replies. "Are you sure?" the bald one asks back. "Definitely here, don't let it get away," the hat-wearing one insists. Back to Yu-Wu right now, he doesn't even dare to breathe heavily. Stay calm, stay calm. Even though they're blind, they're super sensitive to sound and movement. Do they hunt by communicating with each other to corner their prey? At this rate, no matter how well I hide, I'll get caught sooner or later. If I don't want to die, I have to use my brain. The habits of blind goblins. I can use them to my advantage. No time left, I have to act right now. Yu-Wu racks his brain internally. Next, taking advantage of the fact that these goblins can only detect sound, he gropes around for a nearby stone and tosses it forward. The sound of the stone colliding with the ground instantly grabs the attention of the two blind goblins. And sure enough, these goblins fall for his trick. Hearing where the sound came from, they point, shout a few times, and charge straight toward that spot. Then, when the bulky bald goblin rummages around on the ground looking for prey, it only finds the exact two stones Yu-Wu threw earlier. Looking at the two stones in its hand, the blind goblin feels a bit puzzled, still not realizing it's been tricked. Behind it, Yu-Wu sees them leaving an opening and seizes the opportunity. Now's my chance, he thinks to himself, while violently hurling a brick-sized rock straight at the bald goblin's head, causing its head to instantly spew a stream of blood. "Prey is in the back," it yells, and without a shred of hesitation, it smashes its club backward. As a result, the hat-wearing goblin that just ran up takes that hit squarely in the snout, messing up its lips entirely. However, before the hat-wearing goblin can even explain itself, Yu-Wu mimics its voice from his side. "The prey is fighting back, take it down." Hearing the reminder, the hat-wearing goblin instantly grips its club tightly and smashes it heavily forward, caving in the bald goblin's head entirely, and sending it packing after just a single move. Next, its massive body topples forward, landing right on top of the hat-wearing goblin. Over here, Yu-Wu hears the two of them mutually destroying each other and pants heavily from suspense. However, the hat-wearing goblin is still alive, and to finish this test, Yu-Wu is forced to deal with them. So he turns his attention to the wooden club they dropped nearby. Back to the hat-wearing goblin. Right now, it's struggling hard to crawl out from underneath. Then, as if sensing footsteps walking toward it, it raises its head slightly to look. And right in front of it is Yu-Wu with a somewhat panicked face. "Sorry, but you tried to kill me, so I guess this was bound to happen." Yu-Wu mutters to himself and reminds himself, "Don't hesitate. If I can't even finish off a dying creature, I'll never have a chance to get out of here." With that, he raises the wooden club high to finish off the goblin. After a few screams ring out, the goblin's body stiffens for a beat and then goes completely limp. Looking at the two corpses in front of him, Yu-Wu lets out a breath. "For now, I've survived," he says with relief. At the same time, both blind goblin corpses suddenly radiate a soft golden glow, accompanied by countless runes rising from their bodies. And heading straight toward Yu Wu, "What is this?" he says in bewilderment. As if answering Yu Wu's question, the system notification window pops up. "Congratulations on completing your first dungeon hunt. Your reward is the power of the higher dimension. Unlock the Babylon Code." Staring at the ancient characters swirling across his palm, Yu Wu says in shock, "This is the Babylon Code power has been unlocked. This power will be displayed in the form of hieroglyphs, a language familiar to the owner." Additional info: hieroglyphs are characters that convey thoughts through images. Broadly speaking, they refer to characters depicting the concepts of things. Looking at this notification, Yu Wu's eyes flash with mild surprise that it actually understands a participant's preferences so well. "Hieroglyphs are familiar to me. Chinese characters," he chooses out loud. The system immediately confirms and returns the result. Chinese characters registered successfully. Unlike phonetics meant to describe sounds, these characters convey meaning through their shapes. From the two goblins, the overlapping concepts acquired are demon, life, and flesh. Other concepts are too complex and unimportant for the owner's current absorption level. Right then, certain Chinese characters start rising from the corpses of the two goblins, while Yu Wu, having heard the notification, still doesn't get what's going on. "Wait, possession and absorption." He cries out in shock while watching the bodies of the two goblins slowly dissolve before his eyes, thinking, "My ability doesn't just stop at language. I can even extract concepts from things." He wonders internally, and after they vanish, the system provides further explanation. Absorbed 0.2 Demon. Demon is inherently a concept humans cannot possess, recommended to store in the Babylon Code or separate and assigned to other things. As the corpse dissolves, it leaves behind 3 types of Chinese characters in 3 colors: red, green, and purple. Yu Wu, having roughly guessed their utility after hearing the explanation, casually grabs the green character and says, "So now I can keep or apply a concept. Should I try it right away?" Thinking is doing, the little boss takes a gamble and shoves the green character into his body. The moment it slips inside him, the system drops another notification: absorbed 0.4 life. Owner's life increases to 10.4. Ability and overall potential improved. The notification barely ends when Yu Wu himself feels like he has suddenly grown much healthier, his mental state turning buoyant. "Wow, I feel more confident already," Yu Wu says cheerfully. Capitalizing on the momentum, he starts absorbing the red ancient character as well, making his whole body look a size more muscular. Absorbed 0.2 flesh. Owner's physical body increases to 10.2, health improved. By this point, Yu Wu feels lightheaded as if he just got high. Whoa, what is this healthy feeling? And it's not just grip strength or muscles, everything has improved. I've absorbed quite a few concepts from those guys. I've understood, seized, and absorbed them. The goblins' corpses have vanished after having their powers absorbed, leaving behind only these 2 wooden clubs. If concepts can be applied not just to myself, but also to other objects, then maybe it's possible. If it really works, I'll make it out of this dungeon. I can do it. Now die," he says as he starts utilizing the remaining purple character. Time flies. With the power plundered from the goblins, Yu Wu has fought his way straight to the place containing the dungeon core, leaving behind countless green-skinned corpses lying around like dead dogs. "I used the unlocked ability to quickly wipe out all the blind goblins in the dungeon." As he speaks, he casually gives it a light tap, shattering the dungeon core into pieces. The moment he pulls this off, the system obediently pops up a confirmation notice. "Congratulations on passing the special practical test for secondary dimension candidates." Hearing it say that, Yu lets out a breath of relief. "Phew, so I can go home now, right?" the little boss says with an unstoppable grin. However, the universe says, "Nope, no way, this story is ending right here." Immediately afterward, the system reminds him, "Candidate will be teleported to the dormitory." Yu Wu screams loudly before the teleportation light kicks him off somewhere else. Okay, bottom line, Yu Wu gets teleported, but where he lands is not home, but a world he has never seen before, a place called Union Academy. Scene cuts to a room inside the academy. Yu Wu suddenly discovers he's appeared here, so he darts his eyes left and right, surveying everywhere and asking, "What the hell kind of place is this?" In response to his words, the dam system speaks up to explain, "Congratulations on passing the practical test and becoming a probationary cadet. Please tidy up your attire in the dormitory and attend the interview. Please wear the uniform of Union Academy, the pride of our school." The notification barely ends when the system tosses him a set of clothes and a pair of shoes. Seeing himself forced into this, the male lead loses his mind. What is this? An interview? But I already got into college. Now I have to wear a uniform again. Give me back my freshman college days. This is driving me crazy. I can't even deal with this. They drag someone into a place where he almost bites the dust. And now they want an interview. Once I meet whoever's in charge, I'll show them what manners really look like, Yu-woo says as he quickly slips into the uniform and hurries off to check on the interviewer's health. And for some bizarre reason, he seems to know his way around here, walking straight ahead without a single pause. As he walks, he rants on, before flinging open the door in front of him. However, before Yu-woo can even shout out loud. Inside the office, a beautiful girl with long orange hair tied neatly back, complete with a flower pinned in her hair, spots the little boss bursting in and gasps in surprise, "Oh my." Turning to our hero, upon laying eyes on this beauty, all his aggressive momentum vanishes completely. In fact, his whole body freezes up like a wooden statue. Sure enough, no matter how world-shattering your aura is, the moment you meet a pretty girl, all of it shrivels right up. Good lord, why is she so pretty? Is she green-skinned and alien? So gorgeous. Back to the girl. Seeing the male leads flustered, deer-in-the-headlights posture. Ban Yu-woo, I'm Yumina, a professor of combat magic at Union Academy. Nice to meet you. Why yes, hello, Yu-woo stammers awkwardly. Seeing this, Yumina continues, first of all, congratulations on passing the practical test. Welcome back. Yes, thank you, Professor. Yu-woo scratches his head sheepishly. And Yu-woo, did you know your test process caught the attention of every single department's faculty? Oh my god. Can you believe it? You're the first student in 500 years to create a brand new item during that evaluation. Over here, hearing about 500 years, Yu-woo's face starts looking like he's constipated. Like, 500 years or whatever, I still got hauled here blindfolded and almost died, Professor. The little boss screams internally, but Professor Yumina seems oblivious to his expression as she keeps smiling and saying, "It's amazing, really. This is an exceptional case way beyond the special test." Over here, seeing her cheerful attitude, Yu-woo can only sigh. Must be a difference in worlds, so the mindset is different too. I'll get the hell out of this weird environment right after the interview, Yu-woo thinks to himself before shifting his focus to the side. And then this god's eyes widen as he hurriedly asks, "Professor, what's that pillar called?" Hearing the question, the professor turns toward the window. Pillar. Turns out people from secondary dimensions really know nothing about Union or that pillar, huh? That pillar is the very reason Union Academy was founded. We nurture students with exceptional abilities from various dimensions and help them reach the top of the tower. That is Union Academy's aspiration and also the shared desire of all dimensions. The dungeon among dungeons, the origin of all mysteries and dangers in this world, that is the Tower of Babel. Returning to Yu-woo, just hearing this much made his heart start racing like crazy, because that was the very tower his grandfather had always talked about. Good ancestors, a dungeon. That's the building I've heard stories about. What is the meaning of this, Grandpa? Everything you told me about our ancestors is right here. Wait, they're calling it a dungeon among dungeons, meaning a tower occupied by all sorts of weird monsters. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. The family's glory and everything belonging to our ancestors, I'm going to take it all back, Yu-woo said with a smile, right at that moment deciding to enroll in Union Academy. Afterward, thanks to the professor's special favor, he was able to return home, and after holding a family meeting and explaining everything as expected, his grandfather went completely ballistic, shouting, "What, you found the Tower of Babel? Awesome, that's my grandson. Dad, calm down, please calm down." His uncle hurriedly tried to pacify him to keep the old man from kicking the bucket out of sheer excitement. Putting that aside, after explaining everything, Yu-woo was finally able to prepare for admission. And now, down in the Union lower-level dungeon inside the Hobgoblin Cave, Yu-woo was getting ready to dive in. Right then, with his Infinitamo AK-47, Yu-woo started teaching these goblins a lesson on what it means to choose the right modern civilization. And before those goblins could even rush out to attack him, they were met with a hail of bullets, literally blowing them to pieces, while Yu-woo just calmly kept walking forward, sweeping horizontally with nothing able to block his path. Here it comes. Back then, his ability was limited strictly to language, but now he had plundered from the goblins. Demons Devils 3.4, Life 6.8, Physique 3.4, Murderer 0.34, and Marksmanship 0.57. Now everything was completely different. With the Tower of Babel code, he could verbalize, absorb, and manipulate the concepts of everything around him. Every time he destroyed an enemy, he could acquire any concept he could comprehend. And the more he acquired, the stronger he became. And the concept he gained from his very first dungeon, the Blind Goblin Cave, had been infused into this stick, transforming it into a powerful weapon, which was none other than this buddy right here. Yu Wu said as he looked at the spiked club currently handling the goblin that had just tried to ambush him all on its own, landing a smash right on its jaw that left the creature unable to tell its teeth from its lips. This was the Goblin's Club, the first item Ban Yu Wu created by infusing demonic chi into the stick, an item capable of automatically materializing upon its master's command and transforming or operating freely. Seeing how useful his creation was, Yu Wu couldn't help but stroke the little guy, though he had only made it by accident. Thanks to it, he had aced his practical evaluation exam. Afterward, after finishing his affectionate petting, Yu Wu glanced at the scattered body parts around him and muttered, "All right, time to clean up the loot and confirm the code with that." He quickly absorbed the concepts from the corpses: plundering from the goblins, Life 5, Evil 3, Demon 5, Physique 3, Soul 2, Leadership 1, Murder 1.7, and Family 0.05, and looking over these notification lines, one particular line caught Yu Wu's attention. Among the concepts he collected from the monsters, there was something he had never seen before. What on earth was a soul? Hearing this, the manga club eagerly rushed forward in a great hurry. "What's wrong? Do you want it?" Yu Wu asked. And the club nodded vigorously. Seeing this, our guy didn't hesitate to gift this exact line to it. "Of course it's for you. Wait a second. I'll give you more life, evil, and even demons," he said. Yu Wu concentrated his mind, making those hieroglyphic letters float around his hand and compressing them into a sphere. This was everything he had learned so far, taking the trivial concepts he had gathered and infusing them into the stick, he thought to himself as he quickly shoved the sphere right into the manga club. And very quickly, the iron club emitted a brilliant flash of light, as if undergoing an evolution process. The concepts combined in a strangely harmonious way, causing the item to transform as Evil 2.5 and Beast 4 automatically merged, a flawless fusion creating an item far surpassing its previous depth. Hearing this notification, a flash of astonishment crossed Yu Wu's eyes. "A beast? So one of the concepts I separated transformed on its own?" Yu Wu exclaimed. Then that sphere of light quickly cracked into many pieces, revealing a small snake inside. Thanks to the superior fusion process, the Demon Beast 10 was completed. A Demon Beast, combining the characters for Evil and Beast, creates a Demon Beast. That's so magical. "I wonder if I can touch it," Yu Wu said, as he cautiously reached his hand forward with a bit of fear. But luckily, the snake still remembered its master, so it proactively poked its head out and gently rubbed against Yu Wu's arm. "Its personality still the same. I bet it can still turn into a gun or a shield," Yu Wu muttered to himself. "So cute, all right, from now on your name will be Eve. But before heading back, let's check the growth stats based on my experience." As he spoke, his eyes focused on his personal stat screen. Ban Yu Wu, Life 45.1, Physique 32, Soul 324.5, Mana 38.7, Swordsmanship 14.2, Leadership 1, Myriad Poison Eyes 105, Myriad Hearing Ears 100, Myriad Speech Divine Lips 100. Let's see, life is pretty similar to game levels. Physique describes physical status. But why is my soul stat so high? Skills like Myriad Poison Eyes or Myriad Hearing Ears must be related to my language abilities. Whatever I don't understand, I'll just ignore for now. Saying that, Yu Wu turned to the little snake and asked, "What do you think, Eve? Can you fit in with the other classmates now?" Hearing this, Eve hurriedly shook its head back and forth with an expression of utter embarrassment. "It's fine. Growth stats are what matter most, right?" Yu Wu advised, and at the same time, because Yu Wu had cleared the dungeon, the system prompted. "The dungeon core has been destroyed. You can leave this dungeon. Would you like to leave?" "All right, time to head out. Time to attend the Union Academy entrance ceremony," he thought as he pressed the yes button on the screen, and instantly, his body was swept away by magical teleportation. Scene shift to the Union Academy auditorium dedicated to the entrance ceremony. Right now, the atmosphere here is extremely lively with all sorts of races present. And by some miraculous chance, I even spotted an off-brand Adidas logo on a sign next to a smiley face. At the same time, inside the grand hall, those who had just entered hurriedly found themselves a seat, and by some neat coincidence, Yu Wu was teleported right into the center of this grand hall, startling a few people sitting nearby. While our guy observed his surroundings with equal astonishment, "Wow, so many people." But just as he spoke, he started activating Myriad Poison Eyes, an ability that could read everything. Depending on proficiency, it helped the user better understand the temperament and spirit of their target. Right then, in Yu Wu's field of vision, the attribute stats of everyone else rapidly popped up. Like this lava guy whose stats were something like BBC, while some handsome blonde guy had insane stats like SAA. Looking at these exact stats, Yu Wu started trembling inwardly. As expected, unlike someone from a secondary space admitted through a special test like himself, regular admission students clearly looked way stronger, at least 10 times stronger than him. But wait, where is my seat supposed to be? Yu Wu wondered inwardly before turning back after hearing someone calling out to him. Hey, if you're from a secondary space, stop wandering around here and get lost over there. The owner of these words was a huge guy who looked just like an elite boss from a dungeon-crawling game. However, he wasn't someone Yu Wu could mess with right now, so our guy could only wave his hand and say, "Oh, all right, thanks." Seeing him act so cowardly, the group burst into laughter. Still, Yu Wu wasn't angry at all. It was no surprise that regular admission students would be this overconfident, discriminating against him simply because he came from a secondary space. Even in this world, the strong always look down on the weak. Is this a commonality everywhere? Yu Wu thought to himself. And right at that moment, as if noticing him looking lonely, way in the back, a certain blonde guy raised his hand and called out to the protagonist, "Hey, special admission students, sit over here." Hearing the call, the protagonist scurried over. Is this area exclusively for students from secondary spaces? Wow, it looks like a place of exile, Yu Wu thought awkwardly, before he cast his gaze to observe these people's stats. His eyeballs nearly popped right out of his head. Holy crap, are these people really students from a secondary space? All three of their stats were more than enough to wipe the floor with the regular entrance students, and according to Yu Wu's vision, the blonde guy had SAA stats. The white-haired girl was SSS, and finally, the pink-haired girl was a BS. Yet Yu Wu could also observe three other stat lines, question mark, C, and X. Next, after seeing each other's faces clearly, Yu Wu and the blonde guy seemed to recognize one another. Is that Ban? Yeah, hey Light, is this place ours? Awesome, Yu Wu thought to himself, this guy is Light, a handsome guy I met in the dorm before the entrance ceremony. Our first meeting was a bit special. Back then, when they met in the dorm room, Light had greeted the protagonist by pointing the sword in his hand right at his throat and shouting, "Who are you?" Looking at the sword pressed right against his neck, Yu Wu's eyes widened. Hey. Dressing like this, who else could it be? I'm a freshman. I'm your roommate. Yu Wu yelled, making his friend realize a bit too late that his reaction had been a little overly aggressive. Oh, sorry, I just finished my practical evaluation, so I'm still a bit high-strung. You all right? Yeah, Yu Wu replied. While feeling a bit annoyed inside, this handsome guy looked like a prince straight out of a fairy tale, but seemed a bit hot-headed. Anyway, he apologized, so it probably wasn't too bad, he muttered to himself. Before Yu Wu could mention that his test was fighting blind goblins, Light sneered contemptuously. That's what you call a practical evaluation. Even basic trained rookies can easily hunt goblins. The opponent in my practical exam was an entire army of chuns and ogres, he said cheerfully while sharing his achievements, making Yu Wu's blood boil and regretting defending his buddy just a second ago. This guy was completely obnoxious. Putting that aside, the protagonist's expression relaxed. Come to think of it, we're sitting here talking without even taking a bath. It's been so long since I've had someone to talk to. Same here. Putting that aside, the protagonist's expression relaxed. Come to think of it, we're sitting here talking without even taking a bath. It's been so long since I've had someone to talk to. Same here. Right, we can keep talking while taking a bath, he said innocently, while Light over here for some reason had his face turn as red as a ripe tomato. You go take a bath first, Ju-won, huh? Yu Wu asked, turning back, but by then Light was too embarrassed to even face him. I'll go take a bath later, Light said awkwardly, leaving Yu Wu to look at the blonde guy with a very strange gaze. Back to reality, time would wash away this awkwardness. Besides, since this was an area reserved for special selection students, the two of them probably. Thinking about that, Yu Wu turned to greet them. Oh, hello to you too, the pink-haired girl replied. Looking at her innocent, cute demeanor, Yu Wu almost passed out from a sudden drop in blood pressure. So cute, nice to meet you. Our guy repeated, then turned to the white-haired girl. Oh right, you too. Hello. Opposite him, the white-haired girl with her distinctive black eyes also turned and stared fixedly at Ju-won, making him feel a bit hesitant. What is it? Yu Wu asked. That thing wrapped around your arm is interesting, she said calmly, and Yu Wu immediately guessed what she was talking about, so instead of hiding it, he summoned little snake Eve. You mean Eve? That's right, you guys can all see it. Seeing its cute appearance, the faces of all three melted completely. Even the white-haired girl who looked so cold blushed with excitement when she saw the little snake. So cute, this snake is that item from earlier, right? How did it change so much in just a few days? Light asked. Hey, can I touch it? It looks so adorable, the pink-haired girl wished aloud. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl introduced herself. I am Dak Go-yeon, daughter of the martial artist. What's your name? Ah, I am Ban Yu Wu, the protagonist replied, then turned to ask, but what does martial artist mean? Do you have some kind of martial arts? Like a principal, hearing Yu Wu say that, the other three suddenly giggled, leaving him completely clueless, to the point where Dak Go-yeon was shaking so hard she had to cover her mouth tightly. What you understand isn't entirely wrong. Really? Well, since this is a fantasy world anyway, it's not weird to have a martial arts realm, Yu Wu chuckled, talking about the pink-haired girl. She stated her name. Oh well, I'm Rachel, nice to meet you. I'm a Slight, you guys can call me Light. Nice to meet you, Dak Go-yeon, Rachel, Light said with a smile, but right after he finished speaking, Dak Go-yeon instantly turned her face away as if disdainful to talk to this guy, making him roll his eyes, seeing that. Yu Wu could only flash a goofy smile and tell the two of them, looks like the ceremony is about to start. Saying that, he noticed up on the stage the beautiful Professor Yumina sitting there. Oh, it's Professor Yumina, he exclaimed, prompting Light beside him to ask, was it Professor Yumina who counseled Yu Wu? Yeah, is Light the same, just as the words left his mouth before they could say anything else. Suddenly, the lighting inside the hall shifted. Then the roof of the hall slowly parted to both sides, revealing the sky above. The ceiling of the hall was opening up. What's going on? The group said in confusion. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. Everyone gather here. Along with the voice, every student felt a terrifying pressure weigh down heavily on their shoulders, filling the entire group with fear. What is this? What's with this heavy pressure? Yu Wu thought in panic, but afterwards, he clenched his teeth and forced his head up to look. Up above, that voice continued, so now the 2557th entrance ceremony of Union Academy officially begins. This voice was emitted from the projection of a giant eye, an entity so massive it was of a higher tier. Time quickly passed and Professor Yumina was greeting Ju-won's group. Super impressive, right? The headmaster's speech, she said with a smile. But unfortunately, none of the students responded, probably because the aftershocks of that presence were still too massive. However, Yu Wu calmly sipped a cup of tea and nodded. Very impressive is that giant eyeball, the headmaster. Hearing him say that, the group suddenly jumped in surprise and turned to ask, Yu Wu, you saw that eye? You dared look up? Because of the overwhelming aura, almost no one dared look up. It was terrifying, the group said in panic, leaving Yu Wu somewhat bewildered because while he felt some pressure, it wasn't terrifying to that extent. At the same time, Dak Go-yeon stared intently at Yu Wu as if trying to figure out why this weakling could look at such a terrifying entity. An entity that used a special method to completely conceal its true form. How on earth did he? Turning back to Yu Wu, feeling her stare him down made him get a bit of goosebumps. And he hurriedly explained it was just a feeling. It felt like there was a giant eye looking down at us. Over here, setting aside the fact that Yu Wu could look at the headmaster, Professor Yumina got down to business. Anyway, that is indeed the headmaster. Unless you guys achieve some special milestone or cause an incident, you won't have a chance to meet him again. But it looks like Yu Wu will get to meet him privately, she said, turning to our guy with an amused look. Only our protagonist, hearing that he had to go meet such a big boss, felt his skin crawl. Why does it sound like the professor is cursing me? In response, Yumina covered her mouth and chuckled, haha, as your responsible teacher, your achievements are my achievements too. From now on, give it your all. Hearing this, Light's eyes flashed with astonishment as he turned to ask, so Professor Yumina will be in charge of us? Exactly, she said, treating herself to a cup of tea. But this news still left Light stunned. One of the Academy's 9 official professors is going to be in charge of us, he exclaimed inwardly, while Yumina, after setting her teacup down, introduced herself. I haven't officially introduced myself yet. I am Professor Yumina, teaching combat magic, assigned as your homeroom teacher for Class 1-1. Let's work hard together for the next 5 years. I thought usually only teaching assistants were assigned to secondary students, Light asked. Hearing this, Yumina nodded in explanation. That is true. However, this year you guys are an extremely special batch of students, so I will take on this role, she mused to herself. Truly so special that I wonder how only people like you got chosen. Thinking about that, as if remembering something, she turned serious and said, while everyone is here, let me give you a piece of advice. Beware of the obstruction and malice from regular students. Hearing this, Yu Wu was initially surprised, but quickly understood the meaning behind her words. The obstruction and malice the professor mentioned wasn't just academic competition, but physical violence and disputes between students. If issues arose outside the framework of internal competition protected by school rules, even professors couldn't intervene. If you want to grow while competing with other students, you have to be strong enough to brush off obstruction and malice. Otherwise, from now on, the 4 of you will operate as a group. You are one-of-a-kind special students, and you will be comrades climbing to the top of the tower together from now until graduation. Tea and chats aside, the Academy has prepared a small gift for you. Rules and details will be explained after you receive the items, she said, snapping her fingers. Instantly, glowing items appeared before the group, leaving them astounded. And the item turned out to be a pendant. Is this used for student identification? It just looks like an ordinary pendant. Rachel frowned, remembering Professor Yumina's instructions. You can use it to identify yourselves, access all school facilities, and teleport within the Union campus. Speaking of testing the teleportation feature, they muttered, let's see the teleportation spell is. Professor Yumina is so pretty. The moment the words left their mouths, all three of them were flung outside. Professor Yumina is so pretty, Rachel exclaimed, and then they were teleported right back to their original spots. And regarding this spell, the three of them could only remain silent, not knowing what to say to match Yumina. Good grief, the group sighed. You need this ID pendant to enter the tower, so whether you like it or not, you have to keep it safe, Light said as he quickly tucked the pendant into his pocket. Across from him, the pink-haired girl Rachel wondered, but why was only Yuwu held back? Who knows? Light shrugged, maybe because he could sense that terrifying entity. Dak Goyeon voiced her thoughts, as she remembered Professor Yumina's phone conversation with someone right now. No. It's just that we've prepared a tea party. What a pity, out of all the students. He's the only one who could stare straight at the headmaster, Dak Goyeon observed quietly. Seeing Chef Yuwu's location, where he was currently sitting like a lamb in the headmaster's office. What is this? On the very first day, a private meeting with the headmaster. Did I cause trouble? Our guy thought in panic. Seeing his nervous demeanor, the headmaster spoke up. Look straight at me. My true body is not here right now. The voice came from a doll placed on the desk. Hearing this, Yuwu finally dared look at the doll in front of him and asked, Headmaster? No. Chairman, just call me teacher, he corrected. Yes, sir, Yuwu replied hurriedly then. The teacher cut straight to the point to save time for both sides. I should explain why I called you here. Normally, I don't interfere with students' growth. Whether strong or weak has nothing to do with me. Whether you die inside the tower or survive to claim power and glory, I don't care. My sole goal is to witness with my own eyes the person who makes it to the top of the tower. Everything else is meaningless. Hearing this declaration, our protagonist turned somewhat silent, meaningless. Strictly speaking, the tower was left behind by his ancestors. The Ban family was destined to reclaim it with all their might and glory, and he was ready to risk his life to take the tower back. However, facing the headmaster and the other students, what did the tower actually mean to them? Why travel all the way to this dimension just to conquer it? Thinking about this, unable to suppress his own curiosity, Yuwu spoke up and asked, Sir, what exactly is this tower? Hearing the question, the teacher fell silent for a few seconds as if surprised by the query, and then he offered his own answer. The tower is the path leading to the gods and also a trial. A god. Like the gods people usually think of, something like that. Things are getting more and more complicated. Yuwu's mind scrambled with confusion internally, unaware of what he was thinking. While the headmaster continued, therefore, I will not interfere when students encounter difficulties. However, this time will be an exception because I see potential in you. The greatest potential I have ever witnessed. I will arrange things to help you prepare for your journey to climb the tower. As he spoke, the doll's arm rose slightly, shooting a stream of luminous dust that merged directly into the identification necklace Yuwu had received. What is this? He cried out. The teacher quickly explained, I have expanded your exploration privileges beyond the academy grounds. Now you can travel to any dungeon. So hone your skills in your spare time before you conquer the tower. Outside the academy, Yuwu asked back. That's right, well then off you go, Yuwu. Remember to improve your skills before climbing the tower. If you perform exceptionally, I will unlock the next privilege for you. As he spoke, the teacher flicked his wrist, and a portal instantly appeared beneath Yuwu's feet, causing his body to plunge right through it. The next privilege. Yuwu gasped in shock. That's right, solo tower exploration. So I look forward to our next meeting. The words barely finished when Yuwu was officially kicked out of the room, crashing straight into the chest of the beautiful Professor Yumina, waiting behind him. Seeing him appear, she cheerfully asked, Did your meeting with the headmaster go smoothly? Turning back to Yuwu, lifting his face, all he could see were two giant hills blocking his view. So the little boss awkwardly and hurriedly scrambled away from her thighs. The headmaster usually chases people out like that. Strange, isn't she? She said with a shrug, while Yuwu didn't even dare look the professor in the eye anymore. Why yes, he stammered awkwardly. Right from the start, he was looking forward to meeting you, Yuwu. Next, after calming down a bit, Yuwu briefly mentioned his conversation and all those promises, leaving Yumina utterly astounded. "Oh my God, allowing a student to leave the academy," she said in a daze, and seeing her reaction, Yu curiously asked, "Is it that big of a deal?" He said, "I need to quickly improve my lacking skills." In response, Yumina kindly enlightened him. "It's not just a big deal, it's insanely huge. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and teleport to outside cities at will. That means you'll have way more experience and preparation than anyone else. No student has ever been granted this privilege before," she warned, making Yu realize just how heavily favored he was. Haha. "So that's how it is. I thought it meant you were too weak, so go take remedial classes. Thank God." Turning to Yumina, her voice tinged with envy, she said, "You're so lucky, Yu. I'm so jealous. Usually, professors are too busy to go outside at this time." "Is that so?" Yu asked back. "That's right, because Union is an academy, everything puts the students first. So it's pretty inconvenient for the professors. With this privilege, you can explore dungeons, travel to cities in your spare time, go shopping, and eat snacks to your heart's content." "I'm so jealous." The more she spoke, the closer her face crept toward Yu's in a very bizarre posture, sending cold sweat pouring down the young man. Then, finally, Yumina revealed her true motive. "There's this really pretty city you should check out. It's called Ronica, and the spring temple there is really—" Before she could finish, the little boss panicked, fearing this female teacher might devour him, and hastily interrupted, "Professor, let me buy you a gift instead." Time flew by, scene cut to somewhere outside the academy. Right now, Yu was out fulfilling the task Yumina had assigned him. Remembering her prior instructions, "The honeymoon wine brewed by the priest is amazing. It's famous for its sweet fruity aroma, dense bubbles, and lingering aftertaste. Buy me one, no, 2 bottles, okay." The wine-loving professor said with her eyes shining like car headlights as she handed this heavy responsibility to a freshly enrolled student. Thinking about this, Yu could only sigh internally. A professor actually sending a student out to buy booze for her. This world really is full of surprises. But thankfully, at least he already had his inventory. Speaking of which, he opened his storage and surveyed it with an immensely satisfied expression, right before spotting an item inside. Come to think of it, this was the thing Grandpa gave him the day he went home before enrollment. Yu muttered while staring intently at a certain handbag. This was an item prepared by his grandfather, rarity unknown. Scene cut to before enrollment day. Right before Yu left, his grandfather brought a handbag over to him. "Are you all ready, Yu?" "Yes, Grandpa, pretty much. Did you sleep well?" he replied. Hearing his grandson, the old man dropped the bag in his hand onto the ground, making a heavy thud. "Perfect timing. Open this up and take as much as you want." "What is this?" Yu asked curiously. "Just open it and you'll find out," the old man said with a cryptic smile. And sure enough, the moment he unzipped the bag, flashes of golden light burst from inside, nearly blinding the godlike youth. "Whoa, all of it is pure gold. Did I really get this?" Yu asked in a daze at the sheer value of the bag. "Haha. Don't sweat it, Yu. This is our ancestors' entire family fortune saved up for finding the Tower of Babel. Now they're yours, use them however you like." The old man chuckled. Finding himself suddenly rolling in wealth brought tears of emotion to Yu's eyes. "Thanks, Grandpa, these will help a ton. Thank you so much, but isn't this kind of hard to carry around?" he stammered. "Huh, what do you mean?" the old man asked back. "Just looking at it, I can tell it's way too heavy," Yu complained. "You brat," the old man shouted angrily at his grandson for being an addict yet playing coy. Back to reality, after unlocking his inventory, he tossed all his personal belongings into storage. Having an inventory makes things so much more convenient. "Everything fits right in here. Grandpa said gold holds value everywhere, so I'll just grab a few bars. All right, all set. Time to set foot in a new world." As he spoke, Yu turned to look at the modern city before him, just like that. After entering the city, he was slightly amazed by its level of development. Oh, even though it's another dimension, the urban landscape is quite similar. Mentioning this, our protagonist noticed a few people riding flying cars in the sky and instantly fell silent. "Ah, no, it's actually very different." "What is that? It's flying. How does it even do that?" he thought excitedly, before his bizarre appearance caught the attention of a few security guards. "Hey kids, you look unfamiliar. Where are you from?" Hearing the call, Yu turned back, but before he could offer an explanation, the 2 staff members recognized his uniform and hastily changed their attitude. "Oh my God, you're a student of Union Academy." "Greetings, we are the guards in charge of the western border of Ronica Academy City." They spoke while saluting stiffly, while Yu felt rather awkward seeing them so enthusiastic just because he was a Union student. "Hello, I'm Ban Yu, a freshman at Union Academy," the little boss said, scratching his head. Next, the 2 of them turned to ask in confusion, "But how did you get here, Ban Yu? Did the headmaster grant you permission?" "That's right, he said I can explore freely." Yu nodded in reply. "I see. Thanks to the headmaster and the professors, our city has been able to stay peaceful like this. We're always grateful to them, both said with a smile, making Yu Wu start reassessing the academy's true strength. Haha, Union's influence seems pretty terrifying after all. Yu Wu thought to himself. Across from him, the two guards offered to back him up. Since you're a freshman, you probably don't know much about the city and how things work. If you need anything, we're happy to help. Oh, really? Yu Wu said happily upon finding someone to help him out. Of course, it's our job as guards. If you have any questions, just ask us, the group boasted confidently, patting their chests. And for Yu Wu, an uninitiated greenhorn, how could he possibly pass up this opportunity? Instantly, he pointed up at a car flying across the sky and asked, "Well then, I want to buy that. How much does it cost?" Time flew by. Right now, our Yu Wu was holding the keys to a brand new flying motorcycle, soaring all over the grassy fields. Oh man, this is awesome. Yu Wu yelled out loud, flashback to an hour earlier. Upon hearing Yu Wu's question, the two guards' sweat dropped slightly as they reminded him. Ah, if you mean that, you're talking about a flying motorcycle. The base model is already 250,000 Ronica. It's pretty expensive. Hearing that, Yu Wu's face went blank as he asked back, how much is 250,000 Ronica? Turns out it's called a flying motorcycle, huh? Mentioning this, he casually pulled a bar of pure gold from his inventory and asked, "Can I trade this to buy one?" Seeing the little boss casually pull out something so precious, the guard's eyes bulged like a cow's. This is gold. Where on earth did you get a gold bar this big? Is this real? Ah, well, my grandpa gave it to me, Yu Wu smiled and said. Back to reality. By this point, even he was slightly shocked internally. A single gold bar was already worth 7,500,000 Ronica. He really had to thank his grandfather for forcing him to take it to the end. Gold is useful anywhere, you idiot. Make sure you take it, the old man had angrily shouted. But it's heavy and a hassle, Yu Wu had complained. Turns out being a youth with too much money has its troubles too. Over here, as if sensing the rushing wind hitting him, the little snake Eve materialized, making Yu Wu excitedly show off to his pet. Oh, hey there, Eve. What do you think? Just like you, the concepts of love and demon breathed life into this flying motorcycle. From now on, its name is Lilith, so get along well with each other, Lilith. Created by Ban Yu Wu by bestowing the concepts of love and demon, turning it into a living entity with free will just like Eve. Turning back to Eve. Hearing her master speak, the little snake stuck out its forked tongue, leaving it unclear whether it was annoyed or happy. Ignoring that attitude, Yu Wu hadn't forgotten the duty Professor Yumina assigned him. All right, I bought the wine for Professor Yumina and made a younger sibling for Eve. What needs to be done is done, time to head back to school, Yu Wu said with a smile. But shortly after, the godlike youth was groaning against a desk, his head spinning as if suffering from a lack of cerebral blood flow. Oh God, my head, the male lead whimpered like a milk-starved puppy, and right then, Light walked over, angrily slamming a glass of water in front of him and shaking his head. I am very disappointed in you. Yu Wu, I can't believe right after our meeting you walked out without saying a word and then came back totally plastered, Light said while casting an intensely judgmental look at Yu Wu, which only made him weakly reply, Sorry, Professor Yumina forced me so I couldn't refuse. Mentioning that, Yu Wu recalled the image of the female professor grabbing him tightly by the collar, refusing to let him run back. Bottoms up, drink bottoms up again, until his face turned red like an evening sunset. This is the first time I've ever drank alcohol in my life, he said as he hurriedly grabbed the water glass and chugged it all down. Sniff, sniff. Yu Wu smells like flowers, Rachel spoke up. If you had just told me earlier, I wouldn't have had to wait in anxiety, Light said angrily. Over here, the cold girl Dak Goyon noticed the flower pin on Yu Wu's chest and said, So that pin represents you becoming the professor's drinking buddy in exchange for the class representative seat. Hearing that, Yu Wu leaned back and replied, Class rep seat? If you mean class monitor, I guess so. Since Professor Lortel is in charge of the four of us, we just had to accept it, Light chimed in. But right at that moment, Dak Goyon dropped a bombshell that startled both of them. If we have to choose one representative for the four of us, it should be me, because I'm the strongest here. You think so too, right? Dak Goyon said while staring straight at Yu Wu. However, her statement was opposed by Light. That's kind of weird to say, Dak Goyon. Even though we're teammates and equals, I need to clear the air about what you just said. Your arrogant attitude isn't going to help our future tower climbing career. Besides, I don't agree that you're the strongest, Light yelled, pointing right at Yu Wu's face. But facing these challenges, Dak Goyon flashed a scornful smile and shook her head. Haha, you just said we're equal teammates. Ridiculous. Yesterday, you were the exact one who asked the professor if you could climb the tower alone. Where's the equality in that? she said with a shrug, turning Light's face burning red with shame. That? The young man stammered, speechless. At this point, Yu Wu and Rachel both stared at him with probing eyes. All right, you did say that. Seeing their gazes, Light's face turned supremely awkward. No, I just asked out of curiosity. It's not like I didn't want to party with you guys. Back to Yu Wu, ignoring the young man's words, he slumped across his desk beside them and thought, geez, I thought there might be discrimination right from day one, so I planned to make us strategize together. But it looks like our team is already falling apart before it even begins. Personally, I wasn't that keen on the class monitor position either, but now I get why the professor chose me. Light lacks soft skills but has huge pride. As for Doc Go-yeon, she's super authoritarian. Even though she's strong, she'll definitely piss people off. Finally, Rachel is extremely passive. Her personality isn't suited to lead or look after anyone. Haha man, these specially selected students. Thinking this to prevent their unbonded team from shattering completely, Yu Wu had to speak up. Hold on, everyone calm down and listen to me. The class monitor doesn't need to be the strongest. No, scratch that, they shouldn't be the strongest. He offered his opinion. Hearing Yu Wu say that, Doc Go-yeon narrowed her eyes and asked, why? Because if the strongest person is the monitor, they'll just arbitrarily decide everything for the class. Whereas a monitor needs to maintain class unity, which they wouldn't be able to do, right? Anyway, the monitor should be someone in the middle who provides the fairest and best solutions for everyone. That's why I think an easygoing guy like me should be monitor. Easygoing. You, Doc Go-yeon said, nearly bursting into laughter. Fine, the professor has the right to appoint the monitor anyway, so whatever you say goes, Doc Go-yeon smiled. Seeing the most dangerous person agree, Yu Wu let out a massive sigh of relief internally. Thanks a lot, Phew, over here. Doc Go-yeon continued, right from the start, the only person I genuinely wanted to keep around here was you. Man, even though I don't like it, to get what I want, I just have to tolerate this useless dead weight. As she spoke, she glanced sideways at Light and Rachel. Anyway, see you later. With that, the white-haired girl walked away coldly, leaving behind Light, who was shaking with rage as if having a seizure. What's useless dead weight? Light gritted his teeth while Yu Wu rushed to calm him down. Calm down, Light. Next, after temporarily pacifying Light, Yu Wu felt completely drained of all energy. Oh god, this morning felt more like a battlefield than a school. Ego issues are so hard to deal with. Take it easy, Ban Yu Wu, the male lead tiredly reminded himself. But before he could rest for even a few seconds, the busty Rachel stood up and said, Hey, Yu Wu, didn't you bring that cute snake from earlier? I want to try touching it, she said with sparkling eyes. Oh lord, why is this place entirely made of landmines? The main character lamented internally. Just like that, time flew by, and the first lesson for Ban Yu Wu as the class representative of Class 11. A gathering of unique individuals began, though its start wasn't very smooth. Scene cut to a certain arena. For some inexplicable reason, the lava guy flew into a frenzy, stood up, and shouted, Professor, I really want to see how good the special exam admissions actually are. Hearing his scream, everyone turned in unison to look at Yu Wu's group with amused expressions. Evaluating them, the referee dressed in prison stripes nodded and said, For our first lesson, we'll kick things off with a sparring match. What do you guys think? Hearing this, the students grew restless and couldn't hold themselves back. Professor, let me fight them. No, let me back off. Let me go first. Get over here. Are you going to take off that pin or not? Angry and provocative remarks started echoing, leaving both Yu Wu and Light speechless. Next, Light's expression turned worried. So Union Academy sorts classes based on student ability. As expected of Class 1, the special class, they really seem to hate our Class 11. Well, it might also be because what I'm wearing screams, hit me, Yu Wu said awkwardly. While this mob was barking endlessly, the lava guy glared at Yu Wu's badge and thought, that weakling actually dares to wear a pin gifted by the goddess of flowers, Professor Yumina, and right in front of my face, too. Totally unacceptable. The more he thought about it, the more an enraged fire burned in the lava guy's heart, to the point where he roared loud enough to nearly rupture the eardrums of the students sitting next to him. Professor, let me personally test that guy's strength. Please let me fight him. Over here, seeing this, the professor readily agreed. All right, step up, Ban. You'll be fighting Erecto, the dog-like bastard decided on his own, without even checking whether Yu Wu agreed or not. Returning to Professor Yumina, at this moment she was secretly observing Yu Wu's first class. And after witnessing that it was a joint lesson between Class 1 and Class 11, she started smelling something fishy. What is this? Why put my class's students with the special class right on the very first day? And a joint combat class for the first period, no less. How can special students admitted straight from secondary dimensions possibly fight high-level students? They must have planned this intentionally to set this schedule. I don't know who pulled the strings, but I can clearly feel their malice. Back to Yu Wu, he wasn't stupid enough to go brawl with the giant lava guy across from him, so he immediately raised his hand to refuse. Sorry, Professor, but my combat skills are still terrible. I don't think I'll gain anything from this match. Huh, is that so? Then -3 points. The prison-striped professor said nonchalantly, leaving Yu Wu dumbfounded. Step up, Ban, stop making excuses, the teacher said while adjusting his glasses with an intensely condescending attitude. At this point, Yu Wu realized this guy was deliberately targeting him. What the hell? Why is this guy like this? Does he want to drag me out into the arena just to humiliate me in front of everyone? The more he thought about it, the darker the protagonist's face grew. I'm not making excuses, it's the truth. I was admitted through a special ability, not combat skills. If you're curious about the special ability of a special admit, there should be a different assessment method instead of forcing us into a physical brawl, Yu Wu argued with completely persuasive logic. However, seeing Yu Wu continuously refuse, the prison-striped professor gritted his teeth and roared, "Are you teaching the professor how to do his job?" Hearing this, Yu Wu stopped giving him any face and shot right back. Whether professor or student, if you don't know something, you have to learn it. Besides, aren't I the class representative? -5 extra points. The professor barked, causing Yu Wu to sigh. Haha, playing dirty like that, huh? Having thought of a countermeasure, Yu Wu suggested. How about this instead? I'll use this week to prepare and fight next week. Just give me 1 week, I'll enter the tower once, and by the time I come out, my preparation will be practically finished. Yu Wu declared with absolute confidence, causing the entire classroom atmosphere to freeze for a beat. Then a few gazes turned toward Yu Wu as if looking at a complete idiot. What did he just say? Next week's match. Preparation, what is he even talking about? His ability is clearly at rock bottom, yet he thinks he can fight the special class after just 1 week. Back to the prison-striped professor. By now, the gray dog-like bastard was biting his lips in rage. Now he's even ignoring my words and scheduling things according to his own whim. Fine, whatever. Over here, seeing the professor grit his teeth, Yu Wu showed open contempt. Ignore the teacher, so what, he's not even a formal professor anyway, he muttered under his breath, scaring the living daylights out of light right behind him. Returning to the prison-striped professor, after suppressing his anger, he announced, ban Yu Wu and Erecto next Tuesday. You two will officially spar. It will be a public match and the entire academy will watch the live broadcast. Everyone make sure to tune in. He smiled, as if eagerly anticipating Yu Wu's public humiliation next week. So not only does he want to humiliate me, he wants to make a huge spectacle out of it. Yu Wu frowned in thought before the prison-striped professor turned to give him a final warning. And ban Yu Wu, since you asked for preparation time, make sure you show off your skills properly. If you can't pull it off, without waiting for the dog-like bastard to finish, Yu Wu boredly cut him off, obviously. Hey Erecto, right, we've got our official match next week. I'm really looking forward to it, Yu Wu said with a smile. In response, Erecto spat a glob of spit on the ground. HMPH, weakling, he said dismissively, making Yu Wu feel rather embarrassed. Why on earth did he bother putting on a friendly face for this lava guy? Tusk, I wasn't expecting a polite reply anyway, since what I wanted to probe wasn't his attitude. Thinking this, Erecto's stats instantly appeared in Yu Wu's field of vision. Erecto, random bullshit stats in order, B, C vitality 250, physique 300, magic 120. Looking at his exact stats, Yu Wu realized how correct his decision to postpone the match to next week had been, as expected of the special class. His vitality and physique stats are insane. His vitality is 5 times mine and his physique is 10 times, but even so, compared to them. Yu Wu thought as he glanced at Light and Rachel to climb the tower with them. I have to surpass Erecto's level, Yu Wu thought internally, then chuckled. Haha, why do you two look so gloomy? Are you worried about me? Ignoring his words. The cold girl Doc Goyon started warming up in the back. What's this? Nobody stepping up. Unlike the class monitor, brawling is my specialty. Weren't you guys curious about the skills of a specially admitted student? Anyone brave enough to step up. If it's sparring, I'm always ready, Doc Goyon said with absolute confidence, while her stat metrics practically overflowed right out of the hexagonal frame. Returning to the crowd of extras, after hearing the provocation coming from Doc Goyon, they froze for a few seconds. Even the professor in the prison-style outfit was so flustered that he was left speechless. The reason was entirely understandable. Even a weakling like Yu Wu could recognize the immense power radiating from Dak Goyon. It was dead silent. But it made sense. Even his own myriad poison eyes had a hard time fully reading Dak Goyon's complete power, so there was no way the first-year students couldn't feel her overwhelming aura. Yu Wu thought to himself, returning to Dak Goyon after seeing that she had thrown down a challenge and yet no one dared to step up. She said boredly, "What's wrong? If you lack confidence, should I pick for you?" With that, she pointed straight at the lucky lava guy Erecto, right. "Surely you aren't the type of person who only picks weaklings to fight, are you? Come on out, I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Across from her, the lava guy felt his heart skip a beat when he was singled out, probably realizing that Dak Goyon's strength completely surpassed his own. Erecto must have been terrified. His original target was supposed to be him, but now he was being challenged out of nowhere by someone unexpected, and everyone here could feel it. If he accepted Dak Goyon's challenge just to save face, he would be completely finished. He would suffer injuries that would be hard to recover from within a week. Although it wouldn't affect him personally in the slightest, it didn't feel right, prompting the little saintly urge inside Yu Wu to surface and forcing him to step forward and advise, "Wait a minute, Dak Goyon. Sorry, but Erecto has a match with me next week, so if you want to fight him, you'll have to wait your turn." Hearing this, Dak Goyon turned to Yu Wu and asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. Thanks for worrying about me. But this time I'll use my actual strength to prove I'm worthy," our guy declared with confidence. And since this weakling wanted to turn up the difficulty of his test, this cold beauty had no reason to stop him. "Haha, I thought you were only good at wriggling out of things. Who knew you actually had a bit of manly spirit in you? Fine, I'll let you do it your way. So besides Erecto, is there anyone else? Does anyone else dare step up here?" She asked again, yet the crowd stayed completely silent, looking away and not daring to face Dak Goyon directly. "No one." The white-haired girl asked once more. Then, after seeing that this bunch of nobodies were still as quiet as mice, Dak Goyon let out a sigh, and disappointingly said, "You were barking so loudly just a moment ago. But when you meet someone genuinely strong, you tuck your heads in like a bunch of turtles." Hearing her say that, the first-year students gritted their teeth furiously. Yet no matter how angry they were, none of them dared to step forward. Until that handsome blonde guy spoke up. "Who are you calling a turtle hiding in its shell? It's true that weak and stupid people usually gather in groups, acting all high and mighty to protect each other by barking loudly. Quite a sight to watch." Hearing someone dare to stand up and trade verbal blows with Dak Goyon, Yu Wu immediately turned his attention to him. "What's this?" This guy, even though he was in the special class, his level seemed noticeably higher. Yu Wu frowned as he noticed that the blonde guy's entire body seemed to emit an unusual aura, and the people around him were too scared to even get close. Beside him, as if noticing Yu Wu's puzzled expression, his buddy Light chimed in to explain, "That's Ordima, the ruler of the Kedius dimension space." "Huh, Kedius? What on earth is Ordima?" Yu Wu asked blankly, and his ignorant question also surprised Light. "You don't know Yu Wu. Aside from Union, there are 10 other high-tier dimensional spaces, and Ordima comes from the ruling family of Kedius, one of those dimensions." Returning to Yu Wu, upon hearing that this blonde guy had such a terrifying background, he broke out in a cold sweat. So he's the descendant of one of the most powerful families across all these dimensions. Right then, as the group watched, Ordima started walking down toward the arena. "Professor," he ordered coldly, and the professor acted like a total lapdog, immediately understanding and operating something. "Ah, yeah. All right," he muttered hurriedly as he pulled out some electronic device, making Rachel curious. "What is that?" "It's a recording device, probably planning to broadcast it publicly," Light speculated. "So what if they record it?" Yu Wu asked curiously. "They said they're going to share everything on the internet, though I'm not entirely sure what that is." Light shook his head. It seemed Light came from a dimension without modern technology, so he didn't quite understand these things, but with a modern civilization background like Yu Wu's, he instantly grasped the teacher's intention. "I see. So it's like that here too." Seeing that Yu Wu seemed to know about it, Light turned to ask, "Yu Wu, do you know what the internet is?" Replying to the question, Yu Wu connected to the Union Net while explaining, "It's simply an internal network set up by companies or educational institutions to exchange information." Returning to Light, hearing this, he became even more astonished. "Your dimension is so backward you don't even know about Union. How do you know about this?" "Well, in my dimension, this is the general developmental trend for everything. But where is this school's internet anyway?" Yu-woo muttered as he kept swiping on his phone. And the busty girl Rachel hurried over to point it out to him. Right here, there's a live broadcast channel right here. It's our class's ongoing match. Yeah, thanks Rachel, you're really good at searching, he said, quickly tapping on the live broadcast channel. And very quickly, the images of Doc Go-yeon and Ortama appeared on their screen. What? This is a live stream. The professor is trying to humiliate us. But it looks like things aren't going to go the way he hopes, Yu-woo muttered. Returning to the arena, both Doc Go-yeon and Ortama were radiating intense auras. And after glaring at each other for a moment, Ortama spoke up, make your move. In response to his words, Doc Go-yeon flashed a confident smile. If you're the weaker one, I'll let you make the first move, she taunted, reaching her hand out to provoke him. Weaker. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant, Neil, he shouted, thrusting his hand forward, while unleashing a certain kind of ability directly targeting Doc Go-yeon. From everyone's perspective, a wave-like energy could be seen radiating from Ortama's palm. And the moment it spread to Yu-woo's group, he instantly felt a heavy pressure weighing down on his body. What is this? It's different from the language power I possess. It feels like water flowing from high to low. Like how we can't live without air. Like a law of nature. Everything in this space is forcing me to kneel before him. As if this is only natural, could it be a distortion of the laws of nature? Doc Go-yeon guessed aloud. And Light, hearing this beside her, turned to Yu-woo. Did you just figure out the principle behind that ability? Yu-woo replied, but before he could even explain, the busty girl Rachel frantically grabbed onto his body with a terrified look as she stared ahead. Back to Doc Go-yeon, when Ortama's ability hit her, it was like a clay ox sinking into the sea, not even creating a single ripple. And then, a dark blue energy began to surge from her palm. With just a flick of her hand, she completely shattered the pressure, leaving the entire group staring with wide eyes and open mouths. Even Yu-woo couldn't believe his own eyes. Unbelievable. He just increased the pressure. Yet she managed to crush the opponent's pressure just like that. Yu-woo thought to himself. Returning to the blonde Ortama, seeing Doc Go-yeon easily shatter his technique, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Haha, you've got some skills. Across from him, Doc Go-yeon shook her head. And your ability is as ridiculous as the horns on your head. If that's all you've got, you're really disappointing. Not at all, Ortama replied, swinging his arm as if to use another technique. But this movement couldn't escape Doc Go-yeon's eyes. Instantly, she poured strength into her feet and sprinted forward, landing a kick right in the center of his stomach, cutting off his technique before he could even release it. Did you really think I'd just stand there and let you attack a second time? Because a stronger attack works best at close range, right? Doc Go-yeon said in a mocking tone. Opposite her, Ortama managed to block her kick with a layer of energy shield, but having to defend seemed to hurt his inflated pride a bit. I can't believe I have to use both hands for a match like this, he complained annoyedly. Well, brawn over brains, right? Doc Go-yeon's voice suddenly rang out right beside his ear, startling him into swinging his arm backward in a panic. You arrogant jerk, Ortama roared, completely unaware that he had been the one uttering the most arrogant words all along. Returning to Doc Go-yeon before Ortama's attack could land, she ducked to dodge it. Then she used her left arm to bat Ortama's left arm aside while her right hand firmly grabbed his collar. Finally, she executed a sudden knee strike straight to the arrogant guy's chin, and with this series of moves, Doc Go-yeon confirmed her suspicion. As expected, your movements are utterly clumsy. Don't tell me you still need someone to feed you like a baby, Doc Go-yeon mocked. But her attack was blocked in time by Ortama with another energy shield. Yet being overpowered like this made the idiot's blood boil. You damn bitch, he gritted his teeth, gathering power into his fist and throwing a high-speed punch toward Doc Go-yeon. However, his strike only hit empty air as the cold beauty easily sidestepped to evade it. Turning to Light, seeing Doc Go-yeon toy with Ortama like a cat playing with a mouse, he was left completely dumbfounded. It's unbelievable, Ortama, the ruler of Kedius, is actually being overpowered by Doc Go-yeon. Hearing this, Yu-woo, who was standing still and watching the two of them, voiced his own thoughts. It seems that Ortama guy is used to finishing off opponents by suppressing their movements through distorting the laws of nature, but that method doesn't work on Doc Go-yeon, which is why he's ended up in this state. Before he could finish, she pummeled him relentlessly with a flurry of punches to the face, followed by a high kick aimed straight at his chin. If it weren't for those energy shields, he probably would have been lying on the ground a long time ago. Back to Yu-woo, our commentator continued offering his opinion that guy has superior power and physical stats, but he clearly doesn't exercise often, our guy smirked. Leaving Light slightly astonished by his observational skills, he can actually figure out even that. Doc Goyon can fight Orduma hand-to-hand, while Yu Wu can see through both of their abilities. Clearly, they were admitted through the special admission track for secondary space candidates. But what the hell is going on here? Back to the battle, Orduma didn't even have a chance to counterattack as Doc Goyon's punches rained down with divine speed. How dare you be so disrespectful to me? The idiot shouted, completely oblivious to his own situation, and the answer to that was immediate as Doc Goyon's fist kissed his face. Because the energy shield couldn't stop this punch either. Did you only come here to run your mouth, or is your tongue too long and you want me to cut it off for you? Doc Goyon said in a stern voice. Returning to Orduma, furious at being constantly suppressed, the little mutt lost his mind completely as a pattern of interlocking rhombuses forming a circle appeared above his head, accompanied by a violent burst of power as he slammed both hands into the ground, cracking the arena floor into countless pieces. Damn it, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will never forgive you. If you want to die that badly, I'll grant your wish, Orduma yelled like a rabid dog. Returning to Doc Goyon, seeing Orduma barking like that, she kindly offered him some advice. Death isn't a concept a kid like you should throw around so lightly. As she spoke, she began gathering magic power within her, wrapping it around her arm. And then she charged forward directly to teach the blonde guy a lesson. Seeing this, Orduma screamed, "Die!" With that, he thrust his hands forward. And right at the moment when the two of them were about to clash with their ultimate moves, suddenly the voice of female Professor Yumina echoed. "All right, that's enough," she said, clapping her hands once, which immediately stopped the actions of both freshmen. Because right at that moment, the entire arena was flooded with blooming flowers, gazing at the magical scene unfolding before their eyes. Both Orduma and the internet viewers were momentarily dazed, and Yumina, seeing that the two of them had stopped, continued speaking. "Our academy does not encourage students to fight to the death with one another. It would be better if you saved that attitude for climbing the tower. You both understand, right?" After giving her advice, she snapped her fingers once more, dispersing her skill, causing the garden to slowly fade away. Up in the stands, Yu Wu was deep in thought. What is this? Is it an illusion? But even inside that illusion, I can still smell the rich fragrance of flowers. Returning to Orduma, seeing Yumina appear, he knew he couldn't keep fighting, so the idiot could only click his tongue in annoyance and turned to leave, though he didn't know that the professor's intervention had just saved his life. Otherwise, Doc Goyon would have taught him what it meant to taste dirt early. Returning to Doc Goyon, paying no mind to the weakling's attitude, she turned to Yumina. "You're really strong." In response, the female professor simply flashed a bright smile. And Doc Goyon, seeing this, sighed and walked back to her spot. "Oh, welcome back," Yu Wu spoke up. Hearing him, the white-haired girl turned to ask the protagonist for his opinion. "What do you think?" "Pretty cool. Watching it is helpful even just as a spectator," Yu Wu chuckled, as a sheltered rookie witnessing such a fiery battle for the first time. However, before our protagonist could finish his sentence, suddenly Rachel rushed over and clung tightly to his back from behind, leaving the group slightly confused. "Rachel, what's wrong? Do you still find Doc Goyon scary?" He frowned, witnessing his female friend's uncontrollable shivering. "Haha. So cute, it's fine, come on out, haha." Yu Wu smiled, while Rachel stubbornly clung to his back and refused to come out. On the other side, Professor Yumina's annoyed voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "You're going to be punished." Professor Farrell holding a spar on the very first day and not only allowing it, but turning a blind eye when things went too far. "You know this is a serious mistake, right?" "I am sorry," the prison outfit professor stammered. "This isn't something a simple apology can fix, so you better mentally prepare yourself," Yumina said haughtily. After it, she walked toward Yu Wu. "Oh. And as class president, character is most important. Yu Wu, why are you wearing your pin upside down?" she said, as the beautiful female professor gently used her hand to adjust the text on the protagonist's chest in an extremely intimate manner, leaving the students behind dying of envy. Yet, as if oblivious to their gazes, after adjusting the badge for Yu Wu, Yumina turned and left. "Well then, I'll be off, wishing you all a good day." Watching her retreating figure, Yu Wu could only offer an awkward chuckle. "Haha, our professor came here to stop the fight." But she just ended up increasing the resentment. With that, even without turning back to look, Yu Wu could sense countless malicious gazes from the first-year students directed at him. "Why is it only that weakling? I won't let him off," someone gritted their teeth and said. Just like that, time quickly passed, and news of the match between Doc Goyon and Orduma spread among the freshmen. "Hey, did you hear? The new girl from the secondary space fought evenly with Orduma. It wasn't evenly matched, she completely overpowered him." A secondary space. "Is that for real? What on earth is happening? Why are these new freshmen ridiculously pretty? The pink-haired girl is so cute. He agreed. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Ordema is the #1 expectation for the first year. Who dares mess with him? Yeah, agreed. Let's go watch the video Professor Farrell posted on the internet, someone suggested. And then, after watching the battle video, question marks began popping up in these people's heads. What the hell is this insane thing? The silver-haired girl is crazy. Looks like this year's freshmen were chosen just based on their faces. The silver-haired girl is a total beast. I love the silver-haired girl from today on She's My Idol. Me too. A bunch of simps continuously commented. Before they shifted their attention to Yu Wu, but why is this guy bargaining with Professor Farrell? Negotiation master, quite a sharp-tongued guy. Oh my god, it's Professor Yumina, goddess descended. Wait, what is this? Sister, please don't. What is this? Who is this dirtbag? Someone give me info on him. Haha, all the guys had their mental spirits shattered. What's going on? Who is he? A stream of curious comments started appearing, and naturally, our protagonist Yu Wu could also see these comments, yet he felt no joy whatsoever about becoming famous. It feels like the whole world is talking about us, Yu Wu said worriedly. Across from him, Light's brain was starting to smoke from failing to understand these high-tech gadgets. Haha, I don't understand internet slang at all. Turning to Doc Goyon, after reading the comments, her distinctive eyes narrowed slightly. That's strange. Is that guy really the #1 expectation? No way, there's at least one person in that class much stronger than him, Doc Goyon muttered, remembering the sight of a girl dressed like a mage sitting huddled in a corner. Before turning to ask the protagonist, I thought you would have noticed too. Replying to the question, Yu Wu just shrugged. Haha, I was too focused on your match. Turning to Light, by this time he had slumped face down across the table. But Yu Wu, your name is being mentioned all over the community channels too, right? Negotiation master, what does provocative even mean? Well, since they wouldn't dare touch the person who challenged the #1 expectation, they shifted all their criticism onto me. Yu Wu sighed. That's not the only topic of discussion, right? Doc Goyon added, and beside them Light glanced sideways and said, come to think of it, do we normally sit this far apart? He exclaimed in surprise, wondering why Rachel had deliberately chosen to sit at another table for some reason. And right now, her whole body was still trembling nonstop, making the atmosphere of the meal feel rather subdued. It seemed Rachel sensed something from Doc Goyon, or maybe she was just too terrified to get close. I wonder what it's like when they room together. Maybe she's still stressed from last time. Should I use this to help her relax? People always need a little sweetness, thought Dun, prompting Yu Wu to take out a jar of jam from his inventory. This is fairy jam created from Yu Wu's synthesis ability, extracted and concentrated from tens of thousands of kinds of fruit. Special effect. Slight, but helps promote the overall development of stats. Look at this, our guy reminded them, making everyone slightly curious as they stared at the jar. This is. Seeing the curious looks of the two of them, the gun user didn't keep them waiting long. Haha, surprised, right? Hand over your bread, Yu Wu said as he twisted the lid of the jam jar, and the moment the lid was freshly opened, a gentle, sweet aroma diffused into the surroundings. As soon as this scent drifted past Rachel's nose, her eyes instantly widened and she turned her head to look at the group. Right at that moment, Yu Wu had just finished spreading jam across a few slices of bread. Here, try a bite, he said, pushing the plate of bread toward Light and Doc Goyon. Across from him, even though they saw Yu Wu smearing some weird stuff onto the bread, both of them quickly opened their mouths to taste a bit. And right with the very first bite, a flavor explosion erupted in their minds. Even the cold-hearted Doc Goyon couldn't resist its deliciousness. So good, what is this? Both stammered in a daze. Haha, good to eat, right? Yu Wu asked with a satisfied smile. Yu Wu, this isn't just slightly good, it's Light stammered, unable to finish his sentence, while Doc Goyon nodded in agreement. I've tasted all kinds of delicacies in the Central Plains, but this is truly on another level. As they spoke, both chewed with puffed-out cheeks. As for Yu Wu, looking at their starving dog-like postures, he felt slightly awkward. Haha, as long as you think it's good. Finishing that, Yu Wu turned to invite Rachel as well. Rachel, come over and eat together. Over here, the pink-haired girl was already drooling with hunger, unable to hold back the enticing flavor any longer. She swallowed hard with a gulp and hurriedly dragged her chair closer to Yu Wu. Can you make me one, please? She mumbled shyly. Piece of cake, Yu Wu replied. Then, after getting to experience the taste of the jam-spread bread, Rachel felt as though her entire being was melting away. The taste of fruit, the best fruit flavor in the world, she said with utter satisfaction. Yu Wu, did you create this using your ability? Light asked. Can I have some more? Doc Goyon asked longingly. Of course, here, eat as much as you like. Yu Wu said happily. It felt like eating something extremely precious. Dok Goyon licked her fingertips as she spoke. Not really, it's not expensive. Friends should share with each other. Consider it a return gift for your kindness earlier. Even so, this is a bit too much. Alright, I've decided to repay your elixir. I will personally teach you martial arts, Dok Goyon declared, thrusting her face right up close to the protagonists. Afterward, having finished their meal, Dok Goyon dragged Yu Wu along as they teleported into a house styled after ancient Eastern architecture. It seemed Dok Goyon herself was visiting this place for the first time, so she looked around in mild surprise. Let's see, as long as there's enough space to move around, it's fine. I didn't know a place like this even existed. It feels strangely peaceful, she said, excitedly casting her gaze around. Meanwhile, our protagonist quickly figured out why the training room had such a backdrop. This training room must reflect your psychological environment, huh? As expected of Union standards, he exclaimed with a chuckle. Before turning to ask in confusion, but we left right after eating, what on earth are you planning to teach me? Without answering his question, Dok Goyon casually picked up a wooden sword and muttered, "This length is just right." "Don't move around aimlessly," she said while brandishing the wooden sword in her hand, making Yu Wu slightly startled. "First, let's start with this." With that, she shifted into a thrusting stance, holding the sword level in front of her chest, using her right hand to grip the hilt tightly while her left hand gently rested against the base of the hilt. Next, Dok Goyon exerted a slight force with her left hand and instantly shoved her sword forward with explosive power. It pierced straight toward Yu Wu, and right when the blade was about to strike his face, she instantly stopped her movement, sending a wave of wind pressure slamming straight into Yu Wu's face. "That is the thrusting motion," Dok Goyon simply explained. "A movement devoid of any hesitation, an attack generated by a human that felt shockingly miraculous." However, in that brief flash, Ban Yu Wu discovered a new concept. Piercing as in penetration. But why piercing? She was just demonstrating swordsmanship a second ago, Yu Wu thought in a daze internally, seeing his blank expression. Dok Goyon called out, "Hey Yu Wu, are you even listening to me?" Hearing her voice, the male lead snapped back to reality. "Ah, sorry, well then, watch closely. The truth is, a thrusting motion doesn't just have a single form. You can execute a thrusting motion with anything. So I just showed you the basic and core meaning of a thrust, how many times to thrust, where to thrust from, what target you are aiming at when you thrust, and finally, what kind of momentum to thrust with." As she spoke, Dok Goyon began swinging the wooden sword in her hand around, executing various techniques, until she finished with a final thrust aimed straight at Yu Wu once again. Pausing for a beat, the white-haired girl continued explaining, "Although there are countless different applications, these are always the core fundamentals. That was the thrust, don't forget it." Back to Yu Wu, even though he knew Dok Goyon wouldn't hurt him, every time he saw the sword tip flying toward him, he still felt a bit startled. Core fundamentals, Dok Goyon refining a single concept to its absolute extreme felt vastly more powerful compared to combining multiple concepts together. Perhaps for Dok Goyon, that was why she had mastered the thrusting technique. Over here, after finishing her lesson, Dok Goyon handed the sword from her hand to him and offered, "Wanna give it a try?" "Ah, yeah," the male lead said, reaching out to take it. Then rolling up his sleeves a bit, he added, "I'm a bit clumsy, so please bear with me." Hearing this, the female swordsman couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, if you got it perfect right from the start, then all my years of training would be meaningless." The words barely finished when a fierce gust of wind suddenly surged toward Dok Goyon. A wind generated by Yu Wu's thrusting motion, an execution so precise it was barely any less impressive than Dok Goyon's. This left her face completely dazed. What the hell? Could it be that he managed to grasp the concept after just a single observation? She thought in bewildered panic. As for Yu Wu, although he had pulled off a quite high-quality strike, his face was still scrunched up in dissatisfaction. No good. "This still isn't right," Yu Wu grumbled before reminding himself. "Focus. I can't just copy it perfectly. Until now, I've only focused on combining concepts together. I thought they could only get stronger by combining or supplementing each other. However, that's not all. By hunting what I already have, my power can become even stronger. Think about it, there are many Chinese characters that carry the meaning of thrusting. So why choose the character for pierce? It seemed to him that a thrust meant it absolutely had to pierce through the target, because it was a fatal blow. Thinking this as if achieving a sudden epiphany, Yu Wu poured all his mental focus into unleashing another thrust, an attack so fast and powerful it broke the sound barrier, causing a massive explosion in the air. Right after unleashing this strike, the protagonist himself suffered a non-negligible recoil, causing him to sink down onto the ground from exhaustion. Turning to Doc Goyon, seeing Yu Wu practicing so hastily, she stopped him. Stop, you don't need to push yourself right from the start. If you remember what you saw earlier, try it in a larger space and use it against a target you want to deal with. I got it, Yu Wu panted in reply while gasping for breath. At the same time, as if celebrating Yu Wu's comprehension of a new technique, countless notifications popped up around him. You have comprehended and experienced the concept of piercing. You have comprehended and experienced the concept of martial arts. Looking at these panels, Yu Wu couldn't stop grinning internally. Haha, I just swung the sword a few times and my stats went up. Mentioning that, a special notification caught Yu Wu's attention. Additional ability update. Successfully observed and understood the concept of teleportation. Blind Goblin's depth increased to 110, martial arts 36, swordsmanship 20, piercing thrust 16. Looking at this, the youth began to panic slightly internally. My stats really skyrocketed. The newly comprehended piercing thrust concept has already reached 16 points. And even swordsmanship, no matter how many goblins I killed before, it never went up, yet now it spikes straight to 20. My overall combat technique doubled. Is this even logical? The more he thought about it, the more perplexed Yu Wu felt, while Doc Goyon stared at him with an equally shocked expression. Who would have thought I'd be the one getting the short end of the stick? Who would have imagined that right from the start you could break away from the weapon's form and grasp the essence of the technique? Doc Goyon said with a somewhat annoyed tone upon seeing Yu Wu achieve results so quickly. Haha. No way, I just watched and imitated you, Yu Wu said, scratching his head. However, his words only made Doc Goyon even angrier. Seriously? If watching someone meant you could imitate and fully understand it, nobody would bother exhausting themselves with hard training, Doc Goyon snapped. Seeing her angry, the little boss quickly chimed in with flattery. That might be true, but who's to say it isn't because you're a great teacher? I'm not exaggerating. From the very first time I saw your movements, I could deeply feel the profound meaning behind the motion. I'm truly amazed that someone can reach this level. And I got completely drawn into that depth to the point of losing all sense of time, Yu Wu said passionately. Hearing him talk like that, Doc Goyon's face slowly flushed red. HMPH. This guy, he hasn't known me for long, yet he can casually say things like that, she sighed internally before turning to leave. Returning to Yu Wu, with Doc Goyon helping him out, he didn't forget to repay her. Anyway, the lesson was very useful. From now on, let me handle your supply of fairy jam. That's still way far from enough compared to what I just taught you. Doc Goyon complained. What, seriously, then what should I do now? Yu Wu asked in a panic. In response, Doc Goyon suddenly broke into a smile unlike anything Yu Wu had ever seen before. Haha, it's fine. The losses I suffered today I'll claim back tenfold later, you just wait. Well, it's time for class now, let's head out. Right, of course, Yu Wu said blankly. Waiting until Doc Goyon teleported away, the youth muttered under his breath where only he could hear. I never knew she could make an expression like that. Scene cut to a hallway inside Union Academy. Right now, Light and Rachel were strolling casually down the corridor. However, a few students from a certain class seemed to recognize Rachel's identity and reached out to block her path. Hey there, little sis. Where are you headed? The sudden question rang out, leaving Rachel with a slightly stunned expression. In the back, seeing those guys trying to give Rachel a hard time, Light immediately rushed forward to stand in front of the pink-haired girl, causing the blue-haired guy to raise an eyebrow and glare at him. What's this? He asked annoyedly. Light fired right back. She's my classmate. What do you want? Light asked in a cold voice. For some inexplicable reason, a spark of anger flared up in the blue-haired guy's heart. What kind of low-class bug dares to butt in here? Piss off, he bellowed. At the same time, Yu Wu and Doc Goyon teleported to the scene. Phew, hope I'm not late, Yu Wu announced, drawing the attention of the group. Right on time, Doc Goyon added. Meanwhile, upon noticing his friends up ahead, Yu Wu asked in surprise, Oh, what are you guys doing? Why aren't you going into class? Across from them, seeing that the group knew each other, the blue-haired guy clicked his tongue in annoyance while tossing out some typical trash threats. Tisk, you better watch your back, asshole. With that, the three punks turned and walked away, leaving Yu Wu, who had just arrived, completely clueless. Only Rachel stammered nearby, thank you so much. What's wrong with those guys? What happened? Yu Wu asked in confusion as he watched their retreating backs. Time passed. Scene cut to inside the lecture hall. A bald, green-skinned professor was explaining the history of the school. Therefore, the history of Union doesn't begin when the chairman founded the academy, but rather from when the tower appeared in the primal dimension, blah blah. In another corner, the three punks from earlier pointed a camera toward Rachel and sneered, "Ooh, nice," right into the collection. The bald punk spoke in a thoroughly vile tone, while the red-haired dog sitting in the middle glanced at her with contempt. "What's the use of a bug like her trying to climb the tower?" Hearing that, the blue-haired guy smirked and said, "There's another job that suits her much better." Suits her. Someone asked, "If you come to my house to work as a maid, you'll get pampered every day," he said with a suggestive smirk. "What a freakin' lunatic." "Haha, then I'll be the first to bid." They burst out laughing without even bothering to muffle their voices, making Rachel tremble as if on the verge of tears. Naturally, our two friends Yu Wu and Light sitting up front heard this as well, turning their faces pitch black with rage. No matter the scale, humans everywhere are all the same. But seriously, what's wrong with that professor? It's this noisy yet he acts like he doesn't care. Is he ignoring it or can he seriously not hear? Yu Wu wondered internally. Meanwhile, Light couldn't stand watching this unfold any longer, so he stood up to speak. "Professor." Hearing the call, the old man temporarily paused his lecture and asked, "Ah, were you addressing me?" Seeing this, Light spilled the truth. "Yes, the other students are being too loud. I can't focus on your lecture. Is there anything you can do to keep them down?" Hearing this, the green-skinned old professor grunted a few times. "Ah, right. Did you all hear that? No private chatting during class. Focus entirely on my lecture." Duplicate repetition in source text skipped handled as a single block for flow. Over here, seeing Light stand up to attack and fail completely, the three punks started mocking him. "Ooh, look at the model student. Trying to look cool just because he's good-looking. Come to think of it, the reason I couldn't get her number earlier was because of this guy. What's up? Are you two a couple? No way. Then why is he making such a big fuss? That chick's body isn't half bad either, huh? Haha, obviously, agreed, haha." They laughed without a care, driving Rachel to the brink of tears, while Light gritted his teeth and snapped his pen in half out of sheer rage. However, before he could lose his mind, Yu Wu reached out, patted the youth's shoulder, and reassured him, "Stay calm." Hearing that, Light glared sideways at Yu Wu. "You're telling me to endure this, even after hearing those things said to our classmate?" In response, Yu Wu maintained a serene expression and said, "If you don't endure it, what are you gonna do? Start a brawling match? Meaningless actions like that aren't going to help. Causing trouble in class will only make things worse. Just stay calm and watch this." As he spoke, Yu Wu pulled out his phone and showed Light a live stream screen of Union History Class 1 on the internet's YouTube. "What do you mean?" Light asked in confusion. At that moment, Yu Wu flashed a cunning, sly grin and said, "There are many ways to solve problems, Light. To deal with cowards who talk trash behind people's backs, the best way is a taste of their own medicine." Hearing this, Light seemed to guess something and gasped, "Wait, Yu Wu, don't tell me," without replying. Our protagonist immediately manipulated his phone. "Haha, keep laughing and joking, you idiots. All the dirty nonsense you spewed during class is being broadcast live right now." At that moment, following their gaze, a high-angle camera angle was pointing straight at the three punks. Unaware that they were being secretly filmed, they continued barking their contemptuous remarks. "What's the use of a bug like her trying to climb the tower? If you come to my house to work as a maid, you'll get pampered every day, lunatic. Haha." This camera angle was being held in its mouth by the little snake Eve from above. Naturally, after hearing those remarks, netizens flooded the chat with rage. "What the hell, bugs? What class are these lunatics from? They're class 7 freshmen, I think. Are you guys out of your mind? Where's the professor? This year's freshmen are insane. This is way out of line. The blonde girl is awesome. I want to express my utmost respect to the female student who keeps studying hard despite hearing stuff like that. This is why there are scum people call spatial trash. What's wrong with Union lately?" Continuous comments poured in, making Yu Wu burst into laughter. "Ooh, the reaction is exploding. They're getting brutally criticized," Light said in awe. "As expected," Doc Goyon shook her head. Next, she turned to look at Yu Wu and praised him. "You're pretty smart, aren't you? You named it Union History to skillfully steer public opinion." "Haha, no way I'm letting anyone who hurt Rachel off the hook. Gotta make them look thoroughly pathetic," the youth grinned slyly. Very quickly, those guys realized they had become the center of attention online. Hey, what the hell is this? A live broadcast? Damn it, who's filming us? Quickly find the camera," they yelled, frantically scanning their surroundings to spot the lens. In a flash, the blue-haired guy spotted little snake Eve holding the camera from above. "Hey, it's right there," he told his two buddies. However, before they could grab the little snake, Eve instantly vanished from right in front of them, sending all three into a fit of rage. "Huh, it disappeared. Damn snake, was it you? You blonde bastard," the blue-haired guy yelled back angrily. But there was one thing they failed to realize: their brazen behavior right in the middle of class had finally crossed the line for the bald professor. "Students, your classroom attitude is atrocious. The ones making noise just now were you guys, right? State your names and classes, then get outside right now." The professor radiated an immensely dangerous aura, making even the red-haired dog shrink back. "It's not us, Professor. Someone uploaded a video of us onto the internet," he frantically explained. However, the professor basically replied, "I don't give a damn." Before they could offer any further excuses, he booted all three of them flying out the door. "I said outside," he barked angrily before warning the rest. "I'm giving those kids an F for the entire academic year. As for the students sitting here, stop bothering others and focus on the lecture. Back to you, Wu." Seeing the professor act so fiercely, he gave him a mental thumbs up. "Wow, even the substitute professor isn't to be messed with, huh?" "Tusk, even so, just getting an F after making those comments about Rachel is way too lenient," Yu Wu complained, and Light agreed. "That's true, but those guys' student lives are pretty much finished anyway." As for Rachel, seeing the two of them step up to retaliate and help her out, the pink-haired girl wore a contented smile and said, "It's fine, this is enough, I'm okay now. Thank you both for stepping up for me." Looking at her cute face, Yu Wu felt a bit embarrassed and turned his face forward. "Nah, I didn't do much. In terms of force, I'm no match for you guys. My method just happened to work out by coincidence. Don't thank me," he said with modesty. "Even so, because you're the class rep, I feel a lot more at ease, Yu Wu," Light smiled and said. Time passed, scene cut back to the sparring arena. The trio of scumbags sought out Light to exact their revenge. "Hey you, the pretty boy over there." Hearing the call, Light turned his head back slightly. "That's right, I'm talking to you. Get over here, are you deaf or what?" They swaggered aggressively toward Light. "So what? Is there a problem? What do you want this time?" the blonde youth asked in a cold voice, while the expressions of the three punks made it look like they wanted to devour him alive. Across from him, the blue-haired guy raised his voice and demanded an explanation for yesterday. "You low-class bug!" In the back, the red-haired dog gritted his teeth so hard they creaked. "Because of yesterday's damn broadcast, my grades for the start of the semester are totally wrecked. I'm targeted by the upperclassmen now. And my classmates are shunning me. Do you have any idea?" The bald guy yelled with intense grievance, acting as if they were the actual victims, without paying any mind to these words. The moment these punks pulled him into a confrontation, Yu Wu turned his gaze toward the professor leisurely sitting on the side to see how he would react. And right on cue, just as Yu Wu predicted, the guy simply watched with amusement without any intention of stepping in to stop them, looking at three armed students confronting them, yet the teacher didn't even plan to intervene. It seems like neither the professor nor the students here take people from secondary dimensions seriously at all. Makes sense, who cares about the plight of pigs and chickens? Yu Wu thought to himself, while Rachel hurriedly ducked behind his back. Returning to the quarrel, the blue-haired and red-haired punks gripped their weapons tightly and spat toward Light. "What did you just say, you bastard? Say it again," he roared at the top of his lungs, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. And as if worried these guys were deaf, Light reminded them once more, "Looks like you guys still don't get it, so let me repeat myself. If you want me to explain, try asking politely." "You savages," the blonde youth said with a chilling tone. Facing this insult from someone belonging to a secondary dimension, the three brainless punks grew so furious their whole bodies shook as if having a seizure. "What? Savages? A low-class life form from a secondary dimension like you dares talk to us like that? Savage!" he yelled, pressing his sword right against Light's neck. But before this dog-like bastard could say another word, a flash of a sword swiped across, snapping the tip of the blue-haired guy's sword into two amidst the shocked gasps of everyone around. What was that just now? Yu Wu thought to himself internally, and with just a brief glance, he suddenly uncovered a brand new concept. Back to Light, right now, he was holding a glowing, brilliantly bright sword in his hand. "Didn't I already say so? If you ask politely, I'll gladly answer." As he spoke, Light pressed his glowing sword right against the blue-haired guy's neck, scaring him so badly he instantly dropped to his knees on the ground. Returning to Yu Wu, looking at the aura his friend Light was exuding, the little boss was completely dumbfounded. "So weird," the surrounding air suddenly changed. "How is that even possible? Is it because of that sword? What kind of glorious concepts are bleeding out like that?" he wondered internally. Unaware of Yu Wu's thoughts, Light watched the blue-haired guy drop to his knees and continued, "Staying quiet like this is good. Now that we've greeted each other properly, get lost." Across from them, the blue-haired guy's body stiffened, paralyzed by the intense pressure radiating from Light. No way, my legs won't move because of this overwhelming pressure, he thought in a panic. While the remaining two punks didn't seem to fear death yet and kept running their mouths. You bug, how dare you? Ignoring the barking of these weaklings, Light turned to the professor and asked, Professor, how does the academy evaluate a group that suddenly attacks a classmate with a sword during class? Hearing the question, the professor smirked. Why are you asking me? Well, cough. Our academy encourages practical sparring, so from a certain perspective, he tried to waffle and brush it off, but how could he fool Light? But I never agreed to a sparring match. Is that so? He asked coldly. That's right. Even if you didn't agree, you still drew your personal weapon, didn't you? The professor gestured with his hand. I only retaliated because I was provoked. Light shook his head. No. You can't deny you were the one who discharged energy first, the old professor interrogated. But Light had his own logic. Doing that was the only way to avoid damage, or are you saying I should just stand there and take the hit? What did you say? The trash professor roared angrily. Watching him argue directly with this stupid professor, Yu Wu and Rachel couldn't help but worry for their friend. Whoa, Light's situation is looking a bit risky. Back to Light, right now, he was glaring at the professor with murder in his eyes. How am I supposed to deal with their vulgar insults then? Well, sorry, but I didn't see anything. The professor shrugged and said. For such a blatant lie, it finally triggered the absolute breaking point of the blonde youth's fury. Say what? What did the teacher just say? Light growled, while his sword radiated an even more terrifying energy, startling everyone present. Fortunately, at that moment, Doc Go-yeon walked over and flicked his forehead to stop the youth from doing something utterly stupid. You idiot. Doc Go-yeon, you. Light muttered, bringing a hand up to rub his forehead after a flick so painful it brought tears to his eyes. However, before he could question her, Doc Go-yeon fired right back. You're making too much noise. Acting all high and mighty just because you're manipulated by a sword, she said, landing another direct hit right on his forehead. As if understanding the message, Light immediately put his sword away. The moment the sword vanished, Yu Wu felt that strange energy dissipate as well, letting out a massive sigh of relief internally. Meanwhile, the bald, green-skinned professor rubbed his staff in annoyance. Tusk. Low-class creatures from secondary dimensions, so arrogant. Tusk, he muttered angrily before turning around and walking away. This old dog-like barking left both Yu Wu and Rachel completely speechless. That was a bit dangerous just now, huh? Yu Wu muttered, glancing sideways at the pink-haired female friend. Over here, Doc Go-yeon was still lecturing Light. You just got a useful item in your hands and you're already throwing a tantrum like this. Is this your true nature? As expected, Light is the biggest ticking time bomb, Yu Wu thought silently to himself as he watched the scene. Then, while sitting together for a meal, the little boss didn't eat right away. Instead, he played with his food and spoke to Light. You know, I've been thinking a lot. At this rate, we might not get treated nicely in this academy at all, Yu Wu said boredly, making Light feel a bit triggered. What did you say? Light shouted. Seeing that, Yu Wu rolled his eyes and snapped back. What about it? Didn't I try to get along with the professor? I even signed up for an official sparring match because I was provoked. Am I the same as you? Hearing Yu Wu say that, Light's voice turned timid. Well, about that. After seeing your reaction last time, I wanted to improve the situation a bit, he stammered. But Yu Wu's anger hadn't subsided a bit. Yeah, right, the result was just creating a bigger problem. I don't get it, you let the masterminds off the hook and then picked a fight with the professor. I'm sorry, the young man said, his eyes welling up with tears. Over here, Yu Wu was actually more concerned about Light's demeanor when using that sword. Normally, Light wouldn't act so recklessly. It was as if someone had flipped a switch to transform him. So it really was because of that sword. Thinking this to ensure no further trouble arose. Yu Wu narrowed his eyes and asked, Light, tell me the truth. You can control that power you used earlier, right? Hearing the question, Light slammed the table and asserted, Of course. Otherwise, how could I have passed the entrance exam? I was just angry at the professor's lies. Oh, so it was because of a lie. Man, that's a terrible lie, Yu Wu smirked, though his tone carried zero trust, making Light shiver involuntarily. Of course, I understand. So you're confident you can control it, right? Yu Wu asked again. Trust me, I guarantee today's incident won't happen ever again, the blonde youth patted his chest and assured him. However, right after that, Doc Go-yeon blurted the whole truth out. Good thing it didn't cause any trouble. Watching you get manipulated by the sword god was quite a spectacle. You deserve a scolding, Yu Wu advised when he saw Light completely lose his spirit and slump face down onto the table. Returning to Doc Go-yeon, the female swordsman remembered something and turned to speak to the main character. say Yu Wu. I'm starting to understand the advice the professor gave us a few days ago. If things keep going like this, school life is just gonna be way too noisy. If you have any thoughts about our future, spit it out now. I want to hear the class rep's opinion. Hearing Dak Go-yeon ask that, our protagonist felt a brief wave of shock internally. My opinion, after attending classes these past few days, I've realized what the real problem is. The mindset that certain people are born strong or that background dictates nobility, the excessive contempt toward lower dimensions, and the antiquated system treating it all as common sense, etc. What can outsiders like us even do in a place where all of that is treated as normal? Thinking about this, Yu Wu felt his brain tangling up and turned to ask the others, "Hey, do you guys want to gain public sympathy?" "Ah no, what does it take to gain sympathy?" Hearing the question, although the group looked somewhat puzzled, they still tossed out their answers. "Communication," Light said. "Probably strength," Dak Go-yeon replied. Over here, hearing their answers, Yu Wu hurriedly stopped them. No, something you guys already possess. "And that is your looks," Yu Wu said while intently observing this handsome and gorgeous team. Next, he briefly laid out his plan to the others. "So you're saying you want to create a channel broadcasting our daily lives?" Rachel asked in shock. The male lead nodded affirmatively. "Yeah, on the Earth I'm from, that's a common method to gain affection. We'll build an image and broadcast it to the public. Once an image is established in people's minds, it naturally creates a sense of intimacy, right? That can evolve into respect and even admiration toward the subjects," Yu Wu explained while adjusting the camera angle and lighting backdrop. Turning to Light, after a brief explanation, he understood the plan. But the young man had a slight doubt. "Wait, Yu Wu, if this is for respect and admiration, why are we sparring like this?" "It's not fake, we're sparring for real. Take this seriously, Light," Yu Wu warned. At that exact moment, Dak Go-yeon lunged forward with consecutive attacks. Still not taking it fully seriously, Light thought with difficulty, "Suddenly telling me to fight seriously," while throwing a right hook. However, that punch was instantly caught by Dak Go-yeon as she ducked to dodge it. "Yu Wu, don't worry, because during a match, getting hit a few times makes you serious real quick," Dak Go-yeon said, reaching out to grab Light tightly by the collar and executing a shoulder throw. The impact was so powerful it immediately cracked a small crater into the floor, leaving Light's head spinning in a daze. Seeing this, Dak Go-yeon teased, "Oh my, is that really all you've got? Figures, considering you were controlled by an item last time. What's the use of drawing that sword anyway? I bet even if you tried, you wouldn't be strong enough to fight me." Dak Go-yeon mocked contemptuously, making Light grind his teeth in rage internally. Across from them, unable to bear this humiliation any longer, Light roared and charged forward to brawl with Dak Go-yeon once more. Meanwhile, seeing the two of them fighting with such aggressive momentum, Yu Wu cheered them on enthusiastically. "That's right, Light, great job." As he spoke, the youth started searching for the most photogenic angles to record. Turning to Rachel, seeing Yu Wu so excited, she asked with lingering concern, "Hey Yu Wu, is this really gonna make our school life more comfortable? I still don't quite get it." In response, Yu Wu didn't know how to explain it in detail, so he just chuckled a bit. "Well, things won't change overnight, but I guarantee it'll work." Thinking this to enlighten the busty girl, Yu Wu gave an example. "Just imagine if those punks who keep bothering us realize how insanely strong you guys actually are, they won't dare lay a finger on us anymore." "Oh, makes sense," Rachel nodded in realization. "Right, haha, look at them, acting like the floor is made of tofu." The protagonist chuckled as he looked at the battered floor ruined by the fists of these two monsters. "Anyway, we'll only know the results after uploading, so don't worry too much, Rachel. Your beauty is way too noble to stress over stuff like this. Didn't you know pretty people look even prettier when they smile? That applies to you, Rachel. You have a face that people would love anywhere. It's a waste to frown like that all the time. Right? So just put your worries aside and enjoy the moment," the protagonist advised. And as if under a love spell, right after hearing those words, Rachel's mind calmed down and she involuntarily broke into a smile. "It's amazing. Whenever I listen to Yu Wu, I feel like everything's gonna turn out just fine." Returning to the battle, despite fighting fiercely, Light was essentially getting beaten to a pulp by Dak Go-yeon. "Where are you going? I was just warming up," the female swordsman said, cracking her knuckles, while the battered Light cried out to Yu Wu for rescue. "Oh God, Yu Wu, save me. She's not human anymore." Time passed, scene cut to mealtime. Right now, Rachel was crying over her beef noodles loaded with tons of greens. "I can't eat this, it tastes like soap," Rachel whimpered. But for the greater good of building their YouTube channel, Yu Wu gave her a wink and advised, "It's fine, Rachel. Once you eat it enough, you'll get used to it." "But why do we have to film this?" Rachel whined. Just like that, following the class rep's suggestion, Class 11 students began uploading videos recording their daily lives onto the channel, the Rebel Group. And just as Yu Wu had predicted, they received an explosive reaction, especially the video featuring the sparring match between Light and Doc Goyeon. Just looking at the level of destruction was enough to blow people's minds. Whoa, seriously, aren't they from a secondary dimension? They're freshmen, silver-haired chick, I love you. This has got to be fake, right? Hard to believe. He looks so frail, yet he fights pretty well. You call that pretty well? Ha ha ha, are these monsters grouped together or what? People exclaimed in awe. Before moving on to another video where the 4-member team was playing a certain game. What is this? Someone asked in confusion. It's called a board game, a traditional game from the Grandmaster of Negotiation's hometown. Duplicate video reaction block from source text for flow continuity. Duplicate video reaction block from source text for flow continuity. Scene cut to frame featuring Professor Yumina. The moment she appeared, the simps flooded the comments. Ooh, Professor Yumina always looks like an angel. Wish I was in that group. Bet that space smells amazing, haha. What a creep. Looks like a gathering of rich kids. What brand of car is that? Probably Ronica. You can get it at the Flower Temple. Even just looking at it heals my soul. That negotiator guy, I'm so jealous. People sighed longingly. Duplicate frame commentary block from source text for flow continuity. Check out the next one. Go to the next video. The next video is a live stream. For real? Awesome. Wait, but the release date is tomorrow. That's right, early tomorrow morning. Wait, isn't tomorrow tower climbing day? Someone shouted. Based on their screens, it was a pre-scheduled live broadcast. Returning to Yu Wu's group, by this point, even he hadn't expected the video they uploaded to receive such an enthusiastic response. No way, I can't believe it. Why are there so many people? Rachel wondered. Meanwhile, Yu Wu didn't care about the numbers, he only cared about the results. Our channel gained 1,000 subscribers in just one day. We're blowing up. Yu Wu smiled broadly while Light looked rather annoyed. Why is the video of me getting beaten up the most popular one? He complained. At the same time, the beautiful Professor Yumina saw how excited the group was and walked over to praise them. This is amazing. Union is a top-tier dimension overflowing with wonders in a place where things are taken for granted. None of the students ever think about creating content. Yet the channel you guys created has cleverly wormed its way in. Hee, creating entertainment content and connecting with people, I never even thought of that. Hearing her praise, Yu Wu bragged, that first combat video did super well, you know. Hey, take it down, Yu Wu, Light cried out. Brushing that aside, the female professor clapped her hands. Moving on. Today we'll be stepping into the tower. You guys already know, right? Are you all ready? Hearing this, the group nodded confidently. Meanwhile, the protagonist glanced around the group and suddenly panicked. Wait, I just realized. Am I the only one wearing the uniform? Why is everyone else dressed up? In response, the group turned to look at Yu Wu with strange expressions. Since we'll be constantly fighting inside the tower, we just chose clothes that are comfortable for movement. That's right, if we have to fight, this outfit makes me feel the safest. Rachel nodded in agreement. So that's how it is, Yu Wu muttered. Are you sure what you're wearing is okay, Yu Wu? Light asked back. Hearing this, Yu Wu fell into deep internal thought. I get it, living in a peaceful place means I don't have clothes dedicated to fighting. But I chose this life myself, if I have to join a survival battle. Thinking this, he adjusted his tie and said with confidence, for me this is already enough. Returning to the female professor. Seeing that the group was completely ready, she nodded. So you're all set then, let's go. With that, she snapped her fingers, creating a magic circle underneath the group's feet. A flash of light went off, and they were teleported right in front of the Tower of Babel. Right here, countless other students were also waiting to head inside, and upon seeing them appear, the crowd quickly recognized their identities. Aren't those guys from the Rebel Guild? For real, they came too, a brown-haired guy shouted. While Rachel, suddenly finding herself appearing here, looked around in a daze like a lost child. Wait, is this the tower's entrance? The tower opens at dawn, but you have to queue up according to class rank. We're in the second-year line, Yumina explained. However, this statement made Yu Wu's face turn slightly pale. Are we freshmen entering first? Well, you can just think of it as your abilities being high, she shrugged and said. Turning to his friend Light, while hanging around waiting, he spotted the trio of punks who had harassed him earlier, standing inside as well. Oh, it's those guys. I noticed the way they look at us is different from before, the swordsman wondered, seeing those guys looking hesitant and avoiding eye contact. Facing this expression from them, Yu Wu felt immensely satisfied. Well, they subscribed to our channel after all. Over here, the female swordsman Doc Goyeon spoke up. Still, there are some murderous gazes over there, she said while glancing toward the lava guy Erecto, who was glaring straight at Yu Wu with headlight-like eyes. "Hey, Ban Yu Wu," she warned, but without needing her to spell it out, Yu Wu already understood. "I know, let's go." With that, Yu Wu took the lead and walked inside. As he walked, he thought, "Today is tower climbing day and next Tuesday is my match with Erecto. That means I only have 4 days left. Within that time frame, I'll reach a level he can never hope to touch." Turning to Professor Yumina, before the group officially began their tower climbing endeavor, she offered some final words of caution. Finally, for safety's sake, I hope you guys finish your exploration early and return by the weekend. But it's still up to the ones directly participating, right? How long do you think this expedition will take?" Hearing the question, Yu Wu turned to look at the group and said, "We're all on the same page anyway, so I'll answer." "Yeah, sure, obviously," all three nodded. Then Yu Wu turned to Yumina and answered, 3 days and 2 nights. "We'll be back right on time," he said while pulling out a mini robot to handle the live broadcast. Seeing that they had already arranged everything beforehand, Professor Yumina could only wish them luck. "Then take care." Just like that, after bidding farewell to their teacher, the 4-member team along with their robot officially stepped through the gateway. "Ancestors, please watch over me," Yu Wu promised himself in his heart. Flashback to a little earlier, when Yu Wu's group asked Professor Yumina about information regarding filming inside the tower. "You're talking about filming inside the Tower of Babel, right?" she asked again. Yu Wu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I'm trying to record the situation inside the tower, and this guy will be in charge of filming." As he spoke, he pointed at a small, teardrop-shaped robot flying around them, a self-operating item created the same way Yu Wu had made Eve and Lilith. Returning to Professor Yumina, she had assumed Yu Wu's group was recording to study tactics later, so she reminded them, "Do you think recording will have any meaning? The tower's structure changes every second, you know." "Is that so?" Yu Wu asked awkwardly, looking as if he genuinely had no idea. Meanwhile, the swordsman Light, taking the opportunity to check information via his screen, chimed in, "That's right, Juwon. If you read the basic guidebook, it says the interior structure of the tower shifts constantly. Plus, machinery brought from the outside breaks down pretty quickly, right? What does that even mean?" he wondered aloud. The beautiful Professor Yumina explained it more thoroughly, just as the information states. "Each floor is called a room. Once you defeat the monsters in that room or overcome the traps, the space itself will transport the group together to the next room in the tower. This unique structural shift is called transition. The more transitions you experience, the deeper you penetrate into the tower." Hearing her, Yu curiously asked, "Do the rooms always move every time we transition?" "That's right. Once you clear a room, that's it. You can never return to the old room," she smiled and said. Hearing this, Light grew slightly worried and asked next, "Do the types of monsters and traps change too?" In response, the female professor nodded. "Naturally. Every time the rooms shift, the monsters change and get stronger, and traps do the same." Speaking of Dak Goyon, after sipping a cup of tea, she fell into deep thought for a moment and posed a tough question. "What happens if someone dies during the tower climb?" Hearing this, Yu Wu and Light, who had been chatting excitedly, suddenly realized things weren't as simple as they thought. "That's right, now that I think about it. What happens if I die in battle? I almost forgot this important detail," both worriedly thought to themselves. Facing the question, the female professor chuckled softly. "That's a pivotal question. Contrary to your worries, in most areas of the tower, challengers won't actually die even if they die." "Phew, thank God." Both little bosses breathed a sigh of relief internally upon hearing they wouldn't kick the bucket inside the tower. "As for corpses, if you die, you'll be sent back to the tower's entrance." Does that mean we have to start all over from the first floor?" Yu Wu asked in shock. "Not at all. Your student identification ring records your transition history. So when you re-enter next time, you can start right from the location where you were eliminated. That's why the student ID ring is extremely important when climbing the tower. Never ever forget it, remember that," she said, pointing to a necklace on her wrist as the words teleport flashed across it. Returning to the two guys, hearing their teacher explain it, it felt just like playing a roguelike game with a mid-game save feature. "If we can respawn after dying, we can challenge it as many times as we want," Light confidently said. Out of all 4 people, only Dak Goyon paid close attention to the professor's previous words. "Wait, you just said that in most areas of the tower, challengers won't die, right? If that's the case, does that mean there are areas or situations where a challenger can actually die? Does the tower not guarantee absolute safety?" Hearing her ask this, the group turned to look at Professor Yumina, awaiting an answer. "Is that true?" As expected. "You're very sharp, Dak Goyon, that's right. Now I'll explain a few special situations where even you can die. the beautiful female professor said with a dead serious tone. However, the rest of the conversation was concealed by the author. Scene cut back to the group as they passionately fought a swarm of toxic green slime monsters inside the tower. These bizarre monsters are claw scythers, notorious creatures that chew through explorers' gear and steal their weapons. However, that applies to others. To Yu Wu's team, they were nothing more than a puddle of mud, as our buddy Light easily sliced through all three of these slimes with a single swing of his sword. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl Dak Go-yeon snapped her fingers, firing off a few magical energy bullets that blasted their bodies to pieces midair. And while the two of them were passionately engrossed in battle, our Yu Wu was busy experimenting with a lamp hanging on the wall. Though it didn't seem very successful, as expected, it doesn't work. Even though I can clearly sense the concept of fire, I just can't separate it. I can do it in other dungeons, but why isn't it working inside the tower? Finding out the cause will help unlock my abilities. Yu Wu frowned in thought before Dak Go-yeon noticed him deep in contemplation by the torch and walked over to remind him, "Hey, Yu Wu." Hearing the call, Yu Wu snapped back and said, "Ah, sorry, I just zoned out for a moment." "You said you needed time to think. Have you figured it out yet?" she asked, and Yu Wu shook his head. "I tried to see if I could separate the fire, but it doesn't seem to work." Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon showed a hint of regret. "Is that so? What a pity. If you could do that, we could freely make use of the tower's terrain." Hey, can you stop jumping to terrifying conclusions about my abilities?" our guy said awkwardly, and while the two of them were chatting, a green slime slowly crept up close to them. And right as it crawled near Dak Go-yeon's heels, suddenly that mass of green liquid leaped up, spreading across the air as if trying to swallow Dak Go-yeon inside its body. However, before it could even touch the female swordsman, a chain shot forward from the front at supersonic speed, smashing the claw scyther's body into jelly. And this attack naturally came from Yu Wu. Seeing the protagonist use such a weapon, a flash of astonishment crossed Dak Go-yeon's eyes. "Oh, is that what that automated item looks like in combat?" She referred to little snake Eve. "Yeah, exactly." Our guy nodded, then waved his hand to direct Eve to charge in and attack. And because it possessed its own soul, Yu Wu didn't need to give too many orders before Eve was zipping around, smashing all the claw scythers at extreme speed, to the point even Dak Go-yeon had to admit, "Not bad, pretty fast," replying to her. Yu Wu offered an awkward smile. "Actually, I have something even stronger, but it's a bit noisy." Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon glanced in Rachel's direction and said, "Noisy? Can it be noisier than those people?" At that moment, following their gaze, Rachel's appearance had turned extremely ferocious, with her hands transforming into beast claws. And with just a single scratch, the cute girl caused a large hole to appear in the floor, sending dust flying everywhere. Ridiculous. The basic rule in combat is to stay hidden and avoid the enemy's line of sight, yet here they're screaming while fighting in a place like this. Dak Go-yeon shook her head in dismay at Rachel's combat style, while Yu Wu also felt a numb scalp. "Haha, Rachel's fighting style relies purely on instinct, right?" Yeah, Light and Rachel screamed at the top of their lungs, causing Dak Go-yeon behind them to grind her teeth in annoyance. "Seriously, so noisy. Do they have to scream every single time they swing a sword?" she complained. Time quickly passed, and soon the group had completely cleared out this hallway. "Anyway, it looks like room 1 only has claw scythers. Monsters of this size are nothing to us, right?" Light said calmly. However, right at that moment, Dak Go-yeon suddenly sensed a strange aura, and warned, "Don't let your guard down." The moment she finished speaking, energy began to gather. "A stronger monster is about to appear." Hearing her, Light hurriedly gripped his sword and asked, "Could it be a high-tier monster?" "Possibly," Dak Go-yeon guessed. Hearing this, Light turned to signal Yu Wu. "Hey, Yu Wu." "I know, Light, no need to tell me. I'm already looking," our protagonist replied as he began using myriad poison eyes to observe. And very quickly, he detected some strange energy radiating from the stone tablet in front of him. "Hey, Rachel, that stone tablet in front, smash it." Hearing this, Rachel went wild, screaming as she lunged forward to punch the stone tablet with all her might, causing the monster to die prematurely before it could even be born. The punch was so powerful it seemed to make the entire hallway vibrate. "Oh my god, we eliminated a high-tier monster before it even appeared. Did it really drop its empowering magic core just like that?" Light asked blankly, as he had been preparing himself for a huge battle. Ignoring this, Rachel quickly retrieved the magic core that had just dropped. However, the moment she touched this core, Rachel's pink hair suddenly turned dark reddish-brown, and at the same time, Yu Wu spotted a concept floating above her head reading heart. "Hey Rachel, your hair got darker," our guy pointed out, while paying attention to the words above the shy girl's head. Hearth, meaning a furnace in the heart, a concept of burning emotions into fuel for power. Just like a berserker, could her hair color change completely? Thinking back, things make a lot more sense now. Yu Wu thought to himself. Meanwhile, as if noticing his awkward expression, Rachel walked over anxiously, tugging at his sleeve and asking worriedly, hey, did I look scary just now? Replying to her, Yu Wu flashed a thoroughly fake and flattering smile as he praised. Not at all, on the contrary, you looked very dependable, but what if it gets worse? Rachel stammered, helpless. Doc Goyon had to step in and interrupt. I already said it's fine, what are you still worrying about? If you're scared of losing control, don't worry. I'll kill you to prevent any damage, the female swordsman said in a firm voice, scaring Rachel to the verge of tears while the other two looked at her in panic. Don't do that, Doc Goyon. If even one person dies, we'll have to explore all over again from the first room. The protagonist hurriedly reached out to stop her, but Doc Goyon had her own logic. But if this keeps up, maybe only the two of us will be able to keep climbing. Speaking of which, Doc Goyon seemed to ponder for a second before shaking her head. No, I think it'd be even better if only the two of us climbed, she muttered. And now it was Light's turn to tear up in dismay. Hey, wait a minute, what about me? He shouted, feeling like he was being discarded. Why is everyone getting angry out of nowhere? Yu Wu wondered inwardly. Then turning back to look at Rachel's jittery demeanor, knowing she was still anxious about her condition. Our guy gently tapped her shoulder to comfort her. Listen, I'll think about it. I know why you're feeling anxious, so as class president, I'll find a solution, Yu Wu said, flashing a radiant smile. That made Rachel's innocent face light up. Thank you. Yu Wu, she said as she grabbed the protagonist's hand, and opposite them seeing this, Yu Wu's face flushed as he scratched his head and said, it's nothing. Class president has to do this kind of thing while nearby. The two spare wheels Light and Doc Goyon watched them eat dog food and glared angrily at Yu Wu. Turns out you're just as ordinary as any other guy. Your eyes light up the second you see a pretty girl. Doc Goyon scoffed contemptuously. You misunderstood. Wasn't I acting normally right in front of you? Yu Wu hurriedly replied, but hey, aren't you guys relaxing a bit too much? Light reminded them. Next, after clearing this floor, they passed through the teleportation array to head down to the next floor. Teleportation complete. This is the second room, Buddy Light said calmly. Then he sat down, picked a few weeds from the ground, and continued, aside from moss and weeds, I don't see this room being much different from the previous one. Ignoring these remarks, our protagonist was still messing around with the magic core collected from floor 1, the high-tier monster core Rachel had handed him earlier. Focusing slightly, its stats popped up before Yu Wu's eyes. Life 8, Demon Devil 11, Melt 12, Acid 5, Resistance 1. Looking at these skyrocketing stat lines, the protagonist's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. What is this? The time spent in the dungeon was totally wasted. The number of concepts collected in one room equaled what I got from 10 goblin caves. Acid and melt are terminology for material decomposition, probably because we defeated the claw scythers. Now I'll infuse melt into my sword. And acid obviously goes to you, he said, casually tossing the acid sphere to little Snake Eve to devour. Not knowing whether it was because the sphere was too big, Yu Wu kept shoving it in while Eve rolled its eyes, unable to swallow it down just yet. Seeing this, Doc Goyon curiously walked over and asked, this kid is getting strong fast, huh? The sudden voice startled our protagonist. Hey, can you stop sneaking up on me and speaking out of nowhere like that? Our guy said in a fright, if you trained your senses a bit, you wouldn't get startled so easily, Doc Goyon complained. And while this couple was still bickering, the Night Light noticed something and reminded them. You guys, seriously, the monsters in the second room are about to appear. Can you take this a bit more seriously? At that moment, looking ahead, countless magic circles suddenly appeared on the path, as if summoning monsters to come say hello to the party. And before Light could finish his complaint, Doc Goyon fired off another magical energy bullet, blasting away a cloud of black smoke ahead. Just stay serious, be serious, but this second room seems no different from the first, right? Even if a lion is careless, it won't get bitten to death by an ant, right? She shrugged, and right then. Welcoming everyone to the second floor were humanoid black smoke monsters. They were wraiths, evil entities targeting the mana inside humans. Turning to Light, he really couldn't agree with this attitude. If we're this casual, we'll run into trouble sooner or later, so let me make a suggestion. How about we let Ban Yu Wu handle the combat on the second floor? She proposed, startling our protagonist standing behind, and of course, everyone knew how weak Yu Wu was and immediately rejected the idea. What are you suddenly saying? That's way too dangerous. Hearing this, Doc Goyon still smiled as she continued. I think it's a great idea anyway. We have a duel next week. He needs to improve his abilities quickly, right? It makes sense. Right? Doc Goyon said, looking at Yu Wu as if trying to tease him. And facing her words, our guy could only offer a bitter laugh. Haha, you really? No wonder you've been acting so weird. Fine, let me try handling things here by myself, Yu Wu said, rolling his arms to warm up. It seemed our guy was actually excited to have a real fight, while only Light remained worried and advised, "Hey, Yu Wu, that's way too dangerous." If you don't listen to him before the night could finish, our protagonist realized he needed to improve his combat skills, so he raised a hand to stop him. "It's fine. Just like Doc Goyon said, I need to get stronger fast. It's a waste to let you guys use up your energy here. You two will help me progress as fast as possible, right?" "Yeah, if Yu Wu says so, I trust you." Rachel nodded like a little squirrel. "All right, but the second anything gets dangerous, I'm jumping right in." Light agreed. "Well, thanks a lot." Yu Wu smiled before turning back to Doc Goyon. "Listen, Doc Goyon, save your stamina for now. I'm sure you'll be helping me out wholeheartedly later, right?" In response, the female swordsman flashed a very confident smile. "At least I promise you won't die from exhaustion today." Hearing the big boss's backing, Yu Wu lost all his worries. "All right then, Eve, let's go." The protagonist shouted, and in perfect sync, Eve immediately transformed into an AK-47, raining bullets forward, starting to distribute equality to these monsters. And sure enough, before the monsters could take another step, they were blasted to pieces. Meanwhile, Light and Rachel watched the guy's firepower and almost passed out. "What the heck? Is that a signature weapon from Yu Wu's world? I don't know how strong its actual power is, but its monster-clearing speed is astonishingly fast. If only the soldiers in my country were equipped with that kind of weapon," Light wished inwardly. While Doc Goyon silently observed Yu Wu's weapon and evaluated, "Is that chi? No, it continuously fires small iron balls. It can deal with second-rate assassins and even touch first-rate thresholds. It would be useful in the martial world. However, the attack method only follows a straight line, which is fine for long-range combat. But in a cramped space like this, you'll always run into unpredictable accidents. For example, if an enemy attacks your blind spot," Doc Goyon thought to herself, and the moment she finished thinking that, a wraith hiding in a corner waited for Yu Wu to walk past before lunging to ambush him from behind. Seeing this, Light and Rachel panicked and shouted, "Yu Wu!" Hearing the call, our guy Yu Wu calmly turned around. But our protagonist reacted extremely fast, instantly pulling a longsword from his inventory. And with a single slash, he cleanly cut the wraith in half. Before it could ambush him, finishing up, Yu Wu let out a breath. "Ha, that scared me." Behind him, the other two saw that he was safe and let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, what was that, Yu Wu?" Light asked. "This is Yu Wu's longsword with stats. Magic Sword 12, Murder 19, Poison Blood 9, and Melt 12. Are you that good with a sword? I had no idea," Light and Rachel praised. And while they were talking, a horde of wraiths from behind took the opportunity to charge forward like a flood. Returning to Yu Wu, hearing everyone's compliments, he didn't grow arrogant and instead said modestly, "No way, compared to Light and Doc Goyon, I'm still far behind." As he spoke, he gripped his sword tightly to prepare for the rest. Meanwhile, Doc Goyon watched Yu Wu's attitude with an approving nod. Just like that, by combining both guns and swords, our protagonist had no worries about wraiths ambushing him anymore, and before long, this second floor was almost completely cleared by our protagonist, leaving only one embarrassed wraith standing alone. "Since there are no other wraiths left, this must be the last one. After finishing this guy will teleport again, so let's rest for a bit." As he spoke, he ordered his little snake to turn into chains, tying up the wraith tightly to keep it from running away. While the others in the group took advantage of the monster being chained to rest, Doc Goyon bent down to inspect the remnants of the wraith's bodies. Examining them carefully, the blade melted and decomposed them. He already used the ability he got from the previous room. Based on what happened before and his swordsmanship just now, it's clear he has never been to a battlefield. So how can he improve so fast? Doc Goyon wondered inwardly, while Light and Rachel, not thinking as deeply, praised the protagonist. Coming up with a teleportation coordination trick like this, Yu Wu is truly brilliant. Only a seasoned student could think of this, haha. Really? Yu Wu scratched his head awkwardly upon being praised for such a minor thing, yet even Doc Goyon stepped up to acknowledge it. "Well done, that final slash was excellent." "Oh, really? Then thanks," the protagonist replied eagerly. However, she then shook her head and commented, "Aside from you focusing too much on execution speed, it's still much better than an idiot who just flails his sword around." Doc Goyon rubbed her chin and took a subtle jab at Light, making the knight furious. "What? Why am I an idiot? I fought with all my might just now too." Hearing this, Doc Goyon feigned innocence. "I didn't say anyone was an idiot. How did you know?" Slashing through the dark while screaming, "What is that if not an idiot?" she complained, while the knight beside her kept arguing, "I was taught swordsmanship like that, regardless of the darkness or whatever." Returning to Yu Wu, ignoring their bickering, He casually pulled a canned, carbonated drink from his inventory and chuckled. Haha, you guys are really unique. Even though it's break time, aren't you tired at all? The more he spoke, the weaker his voice became as the protagonist noticed the other three staring at him with very strange gazes. Then the female swordsman Dak Goyon's face turned dark. She turned to question him. Hey Yu-woo, what kind of solo feast are you having over there? Beside her, Rachel also turned to look at the protagonist with drawing eyes. I just heard a hiss sound and then a sweet fragrance spread out, replying to them. Yu hurriedly pointed to the drink in his hand and explained this. They sell this outside. The old-timer tried to smooth things over. But it only made things more complicated. That's because you get to go outside, but we don't. Yu, Light said coldly. Calm down. I'm sorry for drinking alone. I wanted to share with you guys, but I don't have much. Plus, this only works when you're exhausted. Drinking it now is useless anyway. Yu quickly tossed the can back into his inventory, and of course what he just said was completely made up. There was no such thing as a carbonated drink that only works when exhausted. Unfortunately, Dak Goyon and the others didn't know the truth, so they believed him completely when exhausted. Alright, then I'll handle the third room, the female swordsman said as she began cracking her knuckles to warm up, while Yu-woo looked confused. Didn't you say I should handle things myself to improve? Why are you changing your mind now? Hearing this, Dak Goyon puffed out her cheeks and ignored him. I've never tasted that drink before, and I can't let you enjoy it all by yourself. Hey, that drink belonged to Yu-woo in the first place. Dak Goyon, Light glanced over to remind her, putting that aside. After resting, Yu-woo finished off the unfortunate wraith to save it from further mental torture by the group. And the moment it bit the dust, a teleportation circle appeared beneath the group's feet to toss them to the next floor. Teleportation starting, Light reminded. Returning to our protagonist. While waiting for the teleportation, he took the opportunity to check his grinding results from the previous floor. Here are his current stats. Ban Yu-woo, Life 129, Body 72.8, Soul 350, Mana 101, Martial Arts 62, Swordsmanship 36, Piercing 26, Leadership 7, Driving 15, Resistance 2, Myriad Poison Eyes 115, Myriad Hearing Ears 105, Myriad Speech Divine Lips 107. Looking at these stats compared to when he first entered the academy, they had truly skyrocketed to a dizzying degree. That's pretty awesome. This level is already around the academy's average. And I just swung my sword a few times here. Even my swordsmanship and recently learned piercing skills have improved. With this efficiency, I should focus on developing swordsmanship. Tuesday's upcoming match seems to depend heavily on my martial skill development. My physical stats in Erectos are over 200 points apart. Honestly, it's hard to catch up to him in just a week no matter how hard I try. But learning martial arts from Dak Goyon taught me that harvesting skills is important. Yet nurturing and developing them is equally important. And as for developing martial arts, if Dak Goyon could teach me more, the protagonist thought, looking at the female swordsman with hopeful eyes. However, Yu-woo immediately gave himself a painful knock on the head. What on earth am I thinking? No matter how strong Dak Goyon is, relying entirely on her is not a good idea. I can't let the relationship get unbalanced. Think carefully. I still have time, he thought, rubbing his forehead while the teleportation magic activated, hurling them toward the third floor. And while he was still deep in thought, suddenly the Nightlight's panicked voice rang out. Hey Yu-woo, what are you doing? Wake up! Hearing the shout, our guy was startled to realize that all three of them were in freefall downward. And looking at the distance between himself and the ground was enough to make Yu-woo turn pale. What is going on here? Why am I free-falling? Oh no, did the ground disappear? Yu-woo thought in a daze while the busty girl Rachel screamed at the top of her lungs, using her hands to cover her skirt. Back to Yu-woo, the situation got even worse when he looked down below, to discover a bed of sharp spikes waiting to turn them into honeycombs the moment they fell, with no time to think much. Yu-woo instantly ordered Little Snake Eve to transform into a chain and lunge forward, wrapping tightly around Rachel's body, saving her life in the nick of time. Just half a meter more and her body would have been pierced through. Up above, Yu-woo used his other hand to grab the chain, feeling somewhat relieved upon saving Rachel just in time. Phew, that was close, he said in panic. Thank you, Yu-woo, Rachel called out from below. Ignoring that, the protagonist cast his gaze around and thought, what the hell kind of teleportation is this? Why is this room so huge? And there's a trap right at the landing spot, too. Could this place be, he thought, connecting it to a certain place in his mind. But before he could say it, the female swordsman's voice rang out, Hey Yu-woo, you better move fast. Hearing the call, Yu-woo looked toward the source of the sound, and saw that somehow Rachel was standing on the ceiling as if it were flat ground. How did you get up there? Yu-woo cried out in surprise, but Rachel didn't explain much and just reminded him, if you keep standing there, you're really going to die. What? Yu Wu asked back, still not understanding what the female swordsman meant, and then, as if answering his question, small windows suddenly appeared from both side walls, launching countless javelins straight toward the protagonist from inside them, forcing him into an extremely tight spot. Damn it, I can't drop Rachel. If it's like this then, thinking this, the protagonist used all his might to forcefully jerk his right arm upward, dragging the chain along with Rachel's body high into the air, while simultaneously summoning his flying motorcycle Lilith to prevent himself from crashing down below. Just like that, with a lightning-fast maneuver, Yu Wu successfully helped them both escape this dangerous predicament. Next, Yu Wu quickly reeled the chain back and caught the pink-haired girl in a princess carry. Gotcha. Are you alright? Sorry for the rough handling, but it was genuinely too dangerous just now. I had no other choice. Hearing this, Rachel's face turned flushed as she stammered, "And no, I'm fine." Hold on tight then, Rachel, it looks like this space is still super dangerous. Yu Wu muttered while scanning his surroundings, noticing right after that another wave of javelins was about to fire out from those pillars again. In a different twist, much like Yu Wu, the nightlight was also being targeted by a barrage of flying axes, but these simple attacks weren't enough to trouble him. With just a few sword swings, Light easily slashed all those axe blades to pieces, while a pair of wings sprouted from his back, allowing his body to hover in the air. What is going on? Professor Yumina clearly said during our meeting that traps don't appear until you pass the 20th floor, right? Yet we're only on the 3rd floor. Isn't this difficulty way too weird? And what on earth did Yu Wu pull out this time? Light thought as he glanced over at Yu Wu, who was currently riding his flying motorcycle with Rachel clinging on, dodging all the javelins aimed at them. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought in a panic, "This is insane. Traps keep activating from everywhere. What kind of layout is this?" In the back, contrasting with Yu Wu's panic state, the shy girl actually felt a bit thrilled joining this joyride. Whether it was from feeling comfortable or not, she suddenly remembered Yu Wu's earlier advice. Hold on tight, Rachel. Thinking of this, she happily wrapped both arms around Yu Wu's waist while pressing her massive chest directly against his back, making the little boss's face turn as red as a boiling pot. Whoa, what are you doing all of a sudden? My back is burning up, Yu Wu panicked internally. At the same time, an arrow flew in and embedded itself straight into the rear of the bike, causing Lilith to yelp in pain and swerve in an S-shape. So dangerous, Yu Wu shouted before a golden blade swept past, slicing away the swarm of spears chasing right behind them. The one who had just intervened was naturally Light. You were driving just fine, why'd you suddenly pull that stunt, Yu Wu? Hearing this, Yu Wu temporarily halted the bike and asked in shock, "Wait, Light, what's up with those wings?" Before answering you, I want to ask, what on earth are you riding? Is that also an item from your world? It's a flying motorcycle, have you never seen one before? Yu Wu asked back. A what cycle? Light blankly replied. Hearing that, Yu Wu didn't even bother asking further since he could clearly tell Light had zero clue about this. Brushing that aside, Yu Wu scanned the area and asked, "Where did Doc Go-Young go?" Hearing this, Light realized he had completely forgotten about the female swordsman. Oh, now that you mention it, I didn't see her anywhere. Could she have fallen into a trap? Light worriedly said, but Yu Wu hurriedly waved his hand. No way, there's no way she'd fall into a trap that easily. She's definitely somewhere keeping watch over everything, Yu Wu speculated. Then as the two moved along, Light continued asking about the plan. So what should we do now? How do we stop these traps? Hearing the question, Yu Wu concentrated for a few seconds and replied, according to the guidebooks, the way to survive is to hold out for a certain amount of time. I don't know the exact duration or how it works. But for now, run over to the other side, Light. I'll try analyzing them, Yu Wu said as he veered to his left. Got it. The knight nodded and agilely flew in that direction. Next, Yu Wu hurriedly gazed at all the windows firing javelins and analyzed the trap activation patterns. They're all targeting Light. Do they prioritize moving targets? Come to think of it, it was the same last time. Back then too, I shouldn't have moved so recklessly. Am I an idiot? The more Yu Wu thought about it, the more he felt like a fool, until Rachel reminded him about the arrow stuck to the back of the bike. Hearing her, Yu Wu angrily yanked the arrow out. Tusk, even this thing can hurt Lilith. I need to get everyone to stop running around like headless chickens right now. But wait, if we stop moving, we can't clear this room either. Thinking about how to leave this room without triggering traps gave Yu Wu another headache. However, right at that moment, the arrow in his hand slowly dissolved into a stream of light, startling him. Wait, what's going on? Did I absorb something again? I think I just read a concept. Why is it suddenly working like this? I couldn't read anything in room 1, so why now? Quickly shaking his head, the youth dismissed his previous thought. Nah, it's probably just a coincidence, but I gotta test it to know for sure. With that, Yu Wu cast his gaze toward a sword beside him and gently touched it. And sure enough, once again, the sword began dissolving right in his palm, allowing him to fully confirm his theory. Unbelievable, Yu Wu whispered in shock. Staring at the two characters swirling across his palm, Yu Wu frowned and thought, the acquired concept is beheading, why not sword instead? Come to think of it, last time he also saw concepts that differed from their outward appearances. Before he could figure out the reason, his friend Rachel panicked. Hey Yu Wu, over there. Hearing her, Yu Wu hurriedly glanced sideways and discovered that, for some inexplicable reason, Light was being swept away by a rushing wave of water. Huh, Light, you idiot, Yu Wu yelled out. Back to the night, he had to pour all his strength into his footing just to keep his body from being swept away. Damn it, I let my guard down. I thought only weapons were dangerous. Who would have expected water to flood out from the traps? There's definitely something in that water. My body is going numb and my vision is blurring. At this rate, I won't be able to handle the next trap. Looking at the barrage of spears aimed right at him, Light had zero confidence he could dodge them all while suffering from these debuffs. Off in the distance, as if sensing the knight's unstable condition, Yu Wu slammed the throttle of his motorcycle and rushed over to rescue him. Watching the protagonists retreating back, Rachel recalled his earlier words. Sorry, Rachel. I'm about to take a gamble, so I can't drag you into this. Wait here for a moment. Thinking of this, she whispered softly, hang in there, Yu Wu. Returning to Yu Wu, while driving, he reached out to touch the water flooding from the trap, and sure enough, he immediately acquired new concepts. From this concept, you gained over 10 points in acid and wave. Just like before, even though I touched water, what I acquired wasn't water, it was waves. Now I finally get it. That's why the concept I absorbed earlier was beheading instead of sword. In another corner, unlike the others struggling to dodge traps, the female swordsman Dak Goyon was freely leaping across the pillars without the slightest difficulty. However, catching sight of her, Yu Wu was currently zooming straight toward Light as if planning something reckless. Yu Wu, what are you doing? She frowned and shouted. Returning to Yu Wu, while riding, he reviewed his thoughts. The state of matter when it appears determines what concept I can obtain. Those hidden weapons earlier were aimed at my neck, so their concept was beheading rather than sword. Thinking this, having found a way to deal with these damn traps, Yu Wu roared at Light ahead. Let me handle this, Light. With that, he accelerated, proactively charging forward to intercept the weapons. As he revved the engine, the protagonist silently prayed in his heart. If the depth of my all-seeing eyes expands further and allows me to see through essence or even beyond, maybe I can read the intent behind the projectiles fired from these traps. Thinking this, Yu Wu activated his all-seeing eyes, making the concepts of all the incoming weapons flash right before his eyes. Down below, the Nightlight, unaware of Yu Wu's intentions, watched his friend barrel straight into the weapons with bulging eyes in disbelief. What? Is he charging straight into the traps? Ignoring the youth, Yu Wu already had a plan as he threw himself into danger. I don't need to absorb all of them. Just mix them all together and destroy their form, that's enough. Thinking this, a ball of conceptual energy formed right in the palm of Yu Wu's hand, pulling all the surrounding concepts straight into his grasp, causing the physical forms of the weapons to slowly dissolve. Seeing this, our protagonist knew his gamble had paid off. All right, he shouted. Over here, the moment Yu Wu brought the bike to stop. The Nightlight rushed over anxiously. Hey Yu Wu, are you all right? Yeah, Light. Good thing you're safe and sound, haha, we really had a close shave there, Yu Wu smiled. So what just happened? Light asked back. By then, Yu Wu pulled out the conceptual sphere to show him and explained, beats me, it seems like everything just fused into this lump. Looks like I harvested something awesome. Seeing this, Light could only bow to Yu Wu in admiration. Looks like you just unlocked a new ability. Wow, charging headfirst into traps, you're an absolute beast. The words barely finished when, before either of them could exchange another word, the sound of rushing wind echoed from afar as another volley of spears flew in. Facing this incoming attack, before Yu Wu or Light could lift a finger, Dak Goyon and Rachel darted forward and swatted all the weapons aside. Once done, Dak Goyon didn't forget to scold them. If you guys don't drop that reckless habit, you're gonna run into serious trouble sooner or later. Haha. Thanks a lot, you guys. I almost bit the dust. Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief while Dak Goyon glanced sideways at Light with a smirk. Almost got severely injured, yet you're still so careless. What did you say? Light gritted his teeth. Once they cleared out the traps, a teleportation circle materialized beneath the group's feet, signaling that they had cleared this godforsaken floor. Oh, looks like that was the final trap. We're teleporting to the next level now, Rachel worriedly said. Meanwhile, the two guys were still bickering. What's with that attitude? Aren't you being a bit too harsh on someone who just barely survived? The night light glared and questioned Doc Goyon, but Doc Goyon shot right back. Well, who told you to let a weak-ass trap hit you in the first place? Showing up right on time just to act all high and mighty, did you plan this from the start? Light gritted his teeth, and in response, the girl offered a cold smile. You're still asking that now? Returning to Yu Wu, watching the two of them bicker endlessly, he couldn't be bothered to intervene anymore. Haha, these two are hilarious. But hey, whenever things get dangerous, we always rush in to save each other. What's there to argue about? If anything, this just proves our team is functioning super well. Yu Wu thought to himself before Doc Goyon ruthlessly shattered his delusion. Of course, I waited for the crucial moment. Because once you owe me a favor, I'm definitely gonna collect it with interest, the female swordsman said smugly, leaving the entire group staring at her blankly. Yu Wu just hoped the sense of camaraderie from earlier wasn't an illusion. Scene cut to the 4th floor. Right now, Yu Wu and his group were surrounded by some ruined architectural space, and after glancing around in all directions to check, Yu Wu spoke up. This place, the ceiling of this room is lower, huh? At least we won't get attacked from above like last time. All right, then that's great, he said, pointing backward. Little Snake Eve in her AK-47 state understood the cue and immediately opened fire, aiming straight at a spider not far away. However, when hit, the spider only let out a few panic screeches while the bullets hitting its body merely sparked electrical flashes, wiping the cheerful expression right off Yu Wu's face. Nearby, the nightlight instantly recognized the monster's identity and warned, "It's a tower spider." Tower spiders are elite, unique monsters that appear on any floor of the tower, regardless of whether it's low or high tier. Seeing his attacks had zero effect, Yu Wu instinctively swallowed hard. They're completely unharmed, they even threw off Eve's aim. In response, Light stepped in front of Yu Wu, raising a hand to stop the little boss from recklessly charging forward, and explained, "Tower spiders have random abilities regardless of floor number. Looks like your weapon isn't strong enough, Yu Wu. Leave this room to us." Turning to Doc Goyon, realizing this wasn't the time for jokes, she nodded. Got it. Back to Yu Wu, seeing his weapon proved completely useless. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tusk, can't believe monsters this tough are already showing up. The little boss gritted his teeth. Watching his struggle, Doc Goyon let out a sigh and reached out to block the others. All right, everyone step back, and you too, Yu Wu. Watch closely, this is what you wanted, energy blast. Doc Goyon shouted, and immediately a wave of energy erupted from her palm, shooting straight toward the tower spiders ahead. With just this single attack, she completely blasted them until they lay flat like dead dogs on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the protagonist flashed a wry smile. Whoa, that's a literal energy blast. It looks way stronger than Eve's bullets. Most of the spiders are down, Doc Goyon said after glancing over to confirm none of them had any fighting strength left. I'll leave the finishing blows to him, haha. Is there any leader as merciful as me? She arrogantly boasted. And since Emil dropped right into his lap like this, Yu Wu had no reason to refuse. Instantly, he pulled his longsword out from his inventory while instructing the two behind him. All right, Light, you take the rear. Rachel, keep watch on the ceiling just in case. Got it, both nodded in unison. Returning to Yu Wu, with his teammates protecting his back, the little boss calmly walked over to these crippled spiders to farm some XP. Interesting, Doc Goyon isn't even my leader. He thought he was about to farm some sweet XP, but nope. The moment he struck, the chilling sound of metal clashing echoed through the quiet space, while Yu Wu's entire body shook violently from the recoil. To put it simply, swinging his sword at this spider felt no different than hacking into a solid block of iron. Damn it, it's way too hard, Yu Wu gritted his teeth. Down below, as if provoked by Yu Wu, the tower spider's eyes suddenly glowed bright like headlights, and it leaped straight up into the air wanting to take a bite out of him. Seeing this, Yu Wu took a long step backward. Even so, there's always a way. With that, our protagonist built up momentum and charged forward, ruthlessly thrusting the sword in his hand straight through the spider's head. Turns out it was just dumb enough to expose its soft spot for Yu Wu to slash. We did it, Rachel cheered happily, while Light breathed a sigh of relief for Yu Wu. Returning to the protagonist, despite successfully taking down a tower spider, he still didn't look happy at all. Still, if slashing doesn't work, it's useless. I can't just keep thrusting and pulling back repeatedly against numbers like this. I have that ultimate thing I looted from the previous room, how did I forget about it? Now's the exact right time. As he spoke, he pulled out the conceptual sphere, spent 20 accumulated points, and fused it directly into his longsword, making the blade flare up with a glow resembling molten steel. Let's test its compatibility with my sword, huh? Right after finishing, a notification popped up in front of Yu Wu. Item evolved due to excellent compatibility, Executioner's Longsword. Slaughter 30, Magic Sword 30, Kill 19, Blood Venom 9, Melting 12. Across from him, after resting for a bit, the remaining tower spiders recovered from Doc Goyon's blast, and sensing the murderous aura radiating from Yu Wu, the whole mob charged forward to jump him. Seeing this, the protagonist confidently gripped his sword tightly, pulling it back to ready his strike. Let's test this out. With that, Yu Wu slashed the sword forward with massive force, and with a single strike, he easily cleaved right through the bodies of the 3 tower spiders that he couldn't even scratch just moments ago. In the back, Light's group watched in shock. What on earth did Yu Wu eat to get this strong? Why is he suddenly... Light stammered in a daze, while Doc Goyon stared intently at Yu Wu as if trying to figure out what trick the main character had pulled off. Returning to our protagonist, his face showed a hint of surprise. Wait, even though the slash was very clean. Something isn't right, it feels really stiff, like I swung the sword harder than necessary. Let's try again, I have to get it right this time. Saying that, Yu Wu continued to swing his sword at the spiders once more. As for Light and Rachel, seeing the large number of spiders, they proactively rushed in to help. There are too many of them, let us give you a hand. Yeah, Light nodded in agreement. And as they charged forward, Doc Goyon also noticed something. He definitely did something to his sword just now. In just that brief moment, he was able to slash through enemies he couldn't cut before. How can someone have such an intuitive and overwhelming ability? Moreover, he's developing skills without relying on his innate abilities. Normally, when someone's sword is enhanced or they acquire a stronger weapon, they swing it wildly like an idiot, but he doesn't even have that flaw. Although not immediately, one day he will grasp the core essence of a slash. While there's no reason for me to interfere in that process, it would be a waste to just leave it be. After surviving the 3 calamities, I proudly considered myself the greatest prodigy in the martial world. But now I'm watching a talent that makes my past look pathetic. This won't do. This man truly has to be mine. Thinking this, an extremely dangerous glint flashed in Doc Goyon's eyes, while our protagonist was still passionately fighting, completely unaware that he had fallen into her sights. But very quickly, our protagonist suddenly felt a chill down his spine, to the point where he stopped his sword swing and looked left and right. Hey Yu Wu, what's wrong? Buddy Light asked. Oh, nothing, I just suddenly felt a chill down my spine. I thought some high-tier monster was about to appear, our guy said anxiously, not noticing Doc Goyon's face darkening behind him. Then he turned to her and said, Hey Doc Goyon, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to shoot your energy blasts anymore? Huh, why should I? You're doing just fine on your own, she replied irritably, and to her words, Yu Wu flashed a sly smile. Oh, is that so? I guess I don't need to give you any drinks then, since I'm doing just fine on my own. What did you say? Doc Goyon said, her eyes widening. Phew, it seems we're finally done with this room. Light sighed in relief. Meanwhile, our protagonist pulled out 2 cans of carbonated drink to tease the female swordsman. I guess I'll just share these with Light and Rachel. You just want to keep all those sweet drinks to yourself, don't you? Doc Goyon said, chasing after him, returning to Light. Suddenly he received some sort of message notification. Huh? A message from the outside. At the same time, it wasn't just him. Yu Wu and Doc Goyon also received a message. Even Rachel did. Seeing this, the 2 temporarily stopped their banter to think. A message from outside? But why now? Did everyone get it? Glancing through the message, a look of worry appeared in Light's eyes. The message is ordering everyone to leave the tower. What? Why so suddenly? And it's a direct message from the headmaster too, which means it applies to the whole school. Right? I don't want to leave at all. This wasn't even a warm-up for me, and I haven't even gotten my sweet drink yet. Unless there's a proper explanation, I won't accept this, Doc Goyon complained in annoyance. But before she could say much more, Rachel in front of them immediately entered combat mode and shouted, Here they come. Hearing this, the group, startled, turned forward and discovered. Without them noticing, a few spatial portals had opened right in front of them, and from inside, countless tower spiders began swarming out. Seeing this scene, they understood everything. Ah, so that's why, so this is why they called us out. Looking at the strange phenomenon appearing before him, Light remembered something and added, This is what we heard about in the meeting, right? Seems like it. Doc Goyon nodded. Haha, no wonder the difficulty was so weird, Yu Wu laughed. Then the female swordsman checked her ID pendant and shook her head. The ID pendant isn't working anymore either. It seems we're completely trapped in this room, so this is what the professor meant by a phenomenon where even students could die. An irregular space, Light said, his voice filled with tension. As right at that moment, a wave of tower spiders was rushing straight toward them. Flashing back to the earlier meeting with Professor Yumina, when she mentioned a situation where even students could die. When freshmen climb the tower, there's a slight possibility of an invasion by space pirates. Hearing this, Yu Wu curiously asked, Space pirates? What do you mean? I will explain them later. The problem is that their abnormal invasion triggers an irregular phenomenon and completely unpredictable event. In normal explorations, you guys can't die, but once an irregular occurs, things are completely different. All the rules inside the tower get distorted, and safe zones become dangerous. The number of monster clones becomes uncontrollable, and the room difficulty skyrockets abnormally. You could call it a hell mode. Besides, a whole bunch of other issues happen all at once. Hearing her say this, the faces of all three turned as purple as pig liver. Just imagining themselves falling into that situation was enough to scare them half to death. Returning to the beautiful female professor, as you can see, the tower does not guarantee absolute safety, so you must remember clearly. If you unfortunately get caught in an irregular phenomenon, remember that it is a truly dangerous situation. Back to the present. Having grasped their situation, the group naturally didn't have the energy to fight an endless wave of monsters. So immediately, Yu Wu started up his ride, taking Rachel along as they fled, while the other two accelerated at top speed and behind them. The spiders chased closely, refusing to let them go. We have no idea how long these spiders will keep spawning, so trying to hold out in a tight space is too risky. Yu Wu frowned, might as well consider it endless, Doc Goyon muttered. And just as the spiders began pouring out of the hallway, Doc Goyon unleashed her energy blasts, firing off internal energy waves to blow the spiders away. Meanwhile, the Nightlight also continuously swung his sword, unleashing blades of chi that cut through the spiders' bodies. While slashing, he shouted, "Doc Goyon, don't stop. Just take care of yourself first," Doc Goyon complained. Following that, the two of them teamed up to completely block the monster wave. However, Yu Wu was a bit worried about their energy consumption. Doc Goyon already killed dozens on the way here, and so did Light. Their stamina is being drained. Plus, Rachel's hair has gotten even darker. She can't even speak properly anymore. If her hair completely changes color, will something terrible happen? These spiders are pretty tough. What should I do? Yu Wu thought in panic. Returning to the female swordsman Doc Goyon, having a brief moment of respite, she turned to the protagonist and said, "The beast girl seems to have completely lost her reason. Who would have thought this would happen? I can't hold out much longer either. If we don't get a break, it's going to be very dangerous," Doc Goyon said while rotating her wrists, as if firing too many energy blasts had made them sore. Opposite her, without a second thought, Yu Wu immediately pulled a carbonated drink from his inventory and handed it to her. "Oh my, this?" Doc Goyon asked. "Just drink it, I'll hold them off. You rest and drink," our guy advised with concern and facing such a gallant gesture. Doc Goyon's face flushed slightly as she took the drink. "Haha, can you really do it?" She teased. "Of course I can, watch closely, let's go." Saying that, Yu Wu pulled out a grenade from nowhere, pulled the pin, and threw it straight into the center of the spider swarm ahead. The grenade then created a massive explosion, sending the tower spider's body parts flying everywhere. "What is that? What kind of power is this?" Light exclaimed in shock. "How is it? Awesome, right? I put a lot of effort into making that." "Take a break, Light," Yu Wu smiled, driving his flying motorcycle forward to snatch up the experience points while moving. Yu Wu also took the opportunity to absorb the concepts from the spiders' bodies, thinking to himself, "Rachel still looks full of energy, but she's a bit unpredictable right now, and the monsters keep increasing. Who knows how much time we have left? Letting Light and Doc Goyon rest is the best choice. In the meantime, I need to take down as many monsters as possible. I have to buy them time to recover," Yu Wu thought to himself, before his attention was caught by a notification screen popping up in front of him. "The poison blood of the executioner's longsword increased by 15. You have understood and comprehended a bit of the slash concept. The depth of slash has reached level 2. Just as the notification appeared, the sword in Yu Wu's hand was suddenly engulfed in an incredibly eerie red aura. "Is the sword turning red?" Yu Wu frowned. Looking at the transformed sword in his hand, our protagonist didn't have the time to study it. "I don't know what concept poison blood is based on, but I'll find out once I test it." Saying that, Yu Wu tightly gripped his sword and swung it forcefully, instantly slicing the two spiders in front of him in half. And right after this strike, Yu Wu noticed a difference from before. "Wait a minute, the trail of the sword is expanding." Thinking about the previous situation, if removing the scabbard enhances the slash, then poison blood expands the attack range and distance by draining my blood. Let's see. I can't use this too often. Every slash feels like I'm donating blood. It's making me crave chocolate. Our guy thought in panic about this treacherous sword. Behind him, Light noticed Yu Wu's sword changing again and asked, "Did you get something interesting again? What is that sword chi?" Ignoring the question, Yu Wu observed for a moment and asked back, "Where is Rachel?" Hearing this, the knight glanced aside and shook his head. She's slaughtering the spiders over there. We shouldn't get close to her right now. Hearing this, Yu Wu looked toward Rachel, who was roaring like a wild beast and smashing every spider that dared approach her to pieces. Seeing this, he sighed and advised, "You two shouldn't rush in, just rest a bit more. No need, Yu Wu. Thanks to you, I've rested enough. You should look around." "The spider swarm has decreased significantly," Light said softly, making Yu Wu startle and look around, realizing the number of monsters had indeed dropped now that you mention it, returning to Dak Goyon. She also looked around and said, "The aura has settled down a lot. Normally when monsters stop attacking, it means the battle is coming to an end, or something much stronger is about to appear." Light stroked his chin, and sure enough, very soon Rachel, who was fiercely fighting on the other side, also noticed something strange and stopped her movements, turning to look in a certain direction where a spatial portal was slowly forming. And from inside, a gigantic spider crawled out, looking at this building-sized monster. Light muttered blankly. Too late. Beside him, our protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. What is going on? Didn't they say giant monsters like this only appear after floor 50? Next to him, the female swordsman, seeing Yu Wu acting so naive, complained, "Aren't you tired of constantly whining when abnormal situations happen? Hearing it so much is making my ears bleed." Then, as if the group's luck wasn't bad enough, the Night Light noticed something else and, terrified, tapped the protagonist's shoulder and said, Hey, Yu Wu, what is it, Light? "Focus on the elite monster in front of us first," Yu Wu hurriedly said. Seeing this, Light said bluntly, "Could it be that there's more than one elite monster in this room?" Hearing this, Yu Wu started in panic and turned around. "What are you talking about?" Saying that, Yu Wu got his answer as another massive super spider caught his eye. And at this point, both Yu Wu and Light's faces turned as pale as corpses. "Oh crap, this is really bad." Two high-tier monsters front and back. Seeing this scene, Light's teeth chattered in fear. "What do we do? Does the Academy's textbook mention anything similar to this?" he said fearfully, and while the group had yet to figure out a response, beside them, as if sensing the intense threat from the giant spiders, Rachel gritted her teeth and proactively charged to attack, leaving Yu Wu and Light speechless. "Oh my god, she's attacking completely out of control," Light complained, "but something is better than nothing." Yu Wu replied, quickly coming up with a countermeasure. "Light, you keep an eye on Rachel. We'll each take down one at the front and back. The one behind is mine and Dak Goyon's. We'll do our best, alright then." "I got it." Saying that, the knight gripped his sword and rushed over to support the shy girl. Returning to Yu Wu, now standing face to face with this spider, he realized how screwed he was. "Well, I said that, and I was so confident when suggesting we split up, but what do I do now? Those spiders earlier could only be handled with slash enhancement and poison blood. But for one this big, I don't even know if my current attacks will work." The more he thought about it, the more Yu Wu felt insecure, and as if sensing his anxious state, the female swordsman stepped forward. "Didn't you just say it was you and me? Knowing you can't win but still refusing to ask for my help. Is that pride or stubbornness?" She whispered softly into Yu Wu's ear, making his face flush slightly. "What?" Yu Wu blurted out. "You like this type, don't you? It's quite a unique taste, but not bad. Now you'll have to pay the price for that sweetness. The price might be a bit high, but don't consider this a debt." Saying that, Dak Goyon slowly drew the sword at her waist. And this was the first time Yu Wu saw her use a weapon. Dak Goyon, a sword. She can fight barehanded, why use a sword? Is she intentionally trying to show me something? Our guy thought expectantly, and whether this girl possessed mind-reading abilities or not. Right after, she turned back and explained, "I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Don't overthink it." Hearing her say this, our protagonist blushed deeply. "Ah, yeah, sorry." Our guy muttered softly, and his embarrassed look made Dak Goyon chuckle. "You're only missing one thing. I'll show you just this once. And if it's you, just one slash will be enough to get the answer." Thinking this, Dak Goyon's body began to surge with an intense aura, and she strictly reminded the protagonist, "Hey Ban Yu Wu, watch closely." As she spoke, she slowly pulled her sword back, and the atmosphere she gave off became more serious than ever. However, right at this moment, Yu Wu suddenly heard a commotion coming from Light's direction. "Hey Rachel. You idiot, don't hunt me, go hunt the monster." Light struggled to say as he desperately tried to use his sword to block the busty girl, who had lost her reason and turned to attack her own teammate. And while the two were struggling, the giant spider behind them seized the opportunity, shooting a massive web right at them. Then during the struggle, only Rachel managed to react in time and jump to the side. while light got plastered right onto the wall by the web. And seeing this damn spider dare to interfere in her fight, Rachel opened her mouth and growled at it threateningly. Witnessing this scene, our protagonist broke out in a cold sweat. Oh god, what a mess. Right after he spoke, Doc Go-yeon's reminder rang out. Hey Yu-woo, where are you looking? Focus on me. Hearing her, Yu-woo turned back. I'm looking, but the spider over there. I told you it's fine. Because there's only one spider left over there now, Doc Go-yeon said calmly, because while Yu-woo had turned around, she had simultaneously swung her sword to attack. And with just a single strike, she cleanly sliced this damn spider in half before it could even react. Around them, the punks who had been taught a lesson by Light were also present, chiming in with mockery. That arrogant low-feeder dares cause a ruckus here. Tear him to pieces, erecto. From another corner, Ordima was also watching from the spectator stands. Right now he was gazing toward Doc Go-yeon with a pensive look, as if harboring some thoughts of his own. Unaware of this, Doc Go-yeon turned to ask her friend Light, who was currently live streaming on his channel, "How's the reaction looking?" Hearing that, Light replied with an awkward grimace. The live viewer count has already topped 10,000, but most of them are cursing out Yu-woo. Seeing this, Rachel chimed in anxiously. Everyone's targeting Yu-woo, that's so unfair. As for Ho-jon, she didn't seem to care much about it at all, thinking, honestly, this isn't surprising in the slightest. At best, the people who actually like us can be counted on one hand, so this reaction shouldn't come as a shock. Therefore, right now, with so many people watching, he has no other choice but to prove himself. After all, to prove he actually has talent, he has to pull it off through his own efforts. Returning to Yu-woo's perspective, Erecto's words made him burst out laughing as he thought, kneel, crawl through my crotch and bark like a dog. Ha ha, no way, I never thought I'd actually hear something like that. It's straight out of a third-rate novel. Yu-woo felt that if he didn't retort to Erecto's stupidity, it would really bother him. Hey, did you carefully prepare that taunt just for me? That line sounded pretty good. But do you actually have the chops to back it up? Erecto responded from across the way with a defiant smirk. Hee hee, I wonder how long you can keep that calm look on your face. Over here, Yu-woo shrugged, turning around as he spoke. Whether I'm calm or not, come and see for yourself. With that, he pulled a sword from his inventory and raised a hand to provoke the foolish stone guy. That action made him grind his teeth so tightly it produced an enraged, grating sound. Inside, he was boiling over, wanting to crush the protagonist immediately. He demanded of the referee nearby, Professor Jun, hurry up and call the start, so I can smash this guy to pieces. Announce the start already. His murderous tone made the nearby professor break out in a cold sweat as he hurriedly complied. Well then, Class 1, Erecto versus Class 11 Ban Yu-woo, begin the match. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the stone man charged forward without hesitation, launching the first attack. He clenched his fist and swung his massive arm like a sledgehammer, straight down toward Yu-woo's small frame. Die, the guy roared, as if trying to send Yu-woo packing to the afterlife in a single blow. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this attack, Yu-woo calmly analyzed, looks like you charged in way too confident. But being this slow, what can you possibly do to me? His slow movement was an advantage. Thinking this, he shifted his foot slightly backward and executed a spin, dodging Erecto's attack. Simultaneously, the sword in his hand struck hard against the guy's face, knocking the idiot's head violently to the side, and causing his massive body to crash down onto the ground. When dealing with a boulder like him, the most effective method was to use the movement technique he had learned. At that moment, Yu-woo recalled the memories of the night following his date with Rachel in the Class 11 training room. Back then, Doc Go-yeon had started instructing the protagonist. Her voice rang out, before mastering this technique, there's too much trial and error. If that's the case, it's nothing more than a half-baked skill. When facing a new opponent or a novel attack, you must rely on your agility. You might feel a bit overwhelmed at first, but stay calm and read the opponent's moves. Therefore, to master it, you must keep practicing so you can deploy that movement method at any moment. With this stick, I'll attack with varying speeds, different forms, and a distinct meaning behind each strike. If you can counterattack even once, consider it a pass. Faced with Ho-jon's sharp tone, Yu-woo had shivered like a timid lamb, even starting to tear up. Returning to reality, Yu-woo carefully observed ahead and analyzed. That stupid rock can't even lay a finger on me. His attacks lack efficiency. He's bound to leave an opening soon. Across from him, Erecto hadn't even recovered his wits yet, baffled as to why he took a hit so easily. Wait, what just happened? He blurted out involuntarily. But right as he scrambled back up, the stone skin on his face suddenly began cracking apart, causing him to clutch his face and shriek in agony. Seeing this, Yu-woo nodded with satisfaction. The effect of that blow looked promising. Before attacking, I channeled wave energy into my sword. Your rock-hard body happens to conduct wave energy remarkably well. That's why it hurts so much. Erecto replied to Yu Wu's explanation with a crazed glare, shouting at the protagonist like a rabid dog. You dare damage my body. Turning back to Yu Wu, looking at this weakling still barking before him, he coldly walked toward him and warned, "Sorry, but could you stop whining and actually attack me? If you don't want to suffer any more than this, just stop right here." For someone as arrogant and foolish as Erecto, how could he possibly swallow Yu Wu's sarcasm? His entire body began trembling uncontrollably with rage. Then, without a shred of warning, he suddenly whipped his giant arm toward Yu Wu, trying to grab him. But with his snail-like speed, how could he ever touch the protagonist? With a graceful little hop, Yu Wu easily dodged the attack. This only drove Erecto further out of his mind. "You, a low-class dog from a pathetic dimension, how dare you look down on me?" At that, Erecto's eyes turned pitch black as ink. From his mouth and the cracks on his head, wisps of white smoke continuously spewed out. Next, employing some unknown skill, his already oversized hand ballooned to several times its original size. "I'll definitely kill you," Erecto roared with a deranged look, raising his hand high and slamming it straight down. His smash was so powerful it shook the entire arena. However, making his arm bigger only made him even slower. This attack posed zero threat to Yu Wu. He even mocked inwardly, "So stupid. At least after taking a hit that heavy, you'd think to try a different attack method. If you keep attacking the exact same way with zero results, I'll have no choice but to counter and put you down fast." Unaware of Yu Wu's thoughts, Erecto had officially gone berserk. He launched a frantic, reckless assault without any strategy, while Yu Wu casually jogged off to the side. He slowly channeled energy into his sword, right before Erecto's massive hand slammed down. Yu Wu's blade swept upward, making contact with the stone arm. With a single swing, he carved countless cuts across the giant limb, causing it to fracture with spiderweb cracks. Meanwhile, Erecto kept screeching like a stuck pig. Elsewhere, Vice Principal Xenon was also observing the fight between Yu Wu and Erecto from his office. Watching this part, he smiled faintly and shook his head. What is this? Such a pointless match. Not just him, but everyone who used to look down on Yu Wu started flooding the chat with question marks as they watched the developments, making light beam with exhilaration. Haha, even seeing it with their own eyes, they probably can't believe it. Beside him, Rachel chimed in enthusiastically, "That's right. Compared to when he first enrolled, Yu Wu has grown unbelievably strong." Back to the group of thugs Light had previously taught a lesson to, they were currently pulling their hair out over the results. Is this for real? Why did Erecto get beaten the moment the match started? And he lost to someone from a low-class world. Are the skills broadcasted on that channel actually real? They muttered with faces full of disbelief. While referee Professor Jun stood speechless at the unfolding spectacle, wondering to himself, what the hell is going on? Just a week ago, he didn't look anywhere near this strong. Just what happened over those few days? Following his gaze, Yu Wu's body was currently enveloped in a fierce golden aura. However, before he could observe any further, he suddenly received a message from the professor's council. Returning to Yu Wu, looking at the pathetic Erecto sprawled on the ground, he asked himself, what now? Attacking someone too badly injured to move is a bad look. Hurry up and get back up to fight. Yet before Yu Wu could ponder further, Professor Jun stepped in, raising a hand to intervene. Enough, stop right there. By decision of the professors monitoring this match, we declare Erecto unable to continue fighting. For the safety of both competitors, the match ends here. His declaration left both Erect and Yu Wu utterly surprised, especially Yu Wu. He started feeling a bad vibe when the professor called time at such a crucial moment. What are they talking about? If I were the one getting beaten to a pulp, they probably wouldn't have done a thing. Yu Wu sneered inwardly, then spoke up. Assistant Professor Jun, wait a second. But before Yu Wu could voice his opinion, Professor Jun immediately cut him off. You have no right to object, Ban Yu Wu. The match is over. Get off the stage. His firm tone made Yu Wu grit his teeth in frustration. Still, he couldn't defy a decision from the professor's council. Therefore, despite his reluctance, Yu Wu had to turn and leave. Walking away, he thought, the match ends without declaring a winner. How annoying, but at least I didn't lose, so I guess it's fine. Right at that moment, Yu Wu was distracted by Professor Jun's panicked voice. Wait, Erecto, stay right there. You can't fight anymore, the match is over. Yu Wu turned back to look and saw Erecto's battered body trembling as he forced himself to stand up. He screamed, who says so? You want me to kneel before someone from another low-class world and suffer humiliation here? That damn bastard, I'll kill you. With that, he triggered his skill to enlarge his right arm and charged forward like a tank, the arena floor cracking with every footstep. While Professor Jun could only stand helplessly in the background, yelling like a weakling, "Stop it, Erecto! Get out of the way, Ban Yu Wu." For Yu Wu, being treated this unfairly had already thoroughly pissed him off. And now, this idiot Erecto didn't know his place and was charging in to attack again. Well then, Yu Wu had no intention of rolling over. Pulling his sword from his inventory, he muttered, "Get out of the way. Why should I move? This guy's trying to kill me." Erecto, surely he heard someone telling him to stop, right? If the opponent is from a lower world, does he think he has to follow the rules? The professors encouraged the match and then ended it whenever they felt like it. And now, a guy acting purely out of bruised ego like an idiot. The way this environment operates is starting to get on my nerves. With that thought, Yu Wu's gaze turned icy cold. He slashed his sword forward swiftly, and instantly, Erecto's stone arm flew off into the distance. This caused Erecto's eyes to bulge wide with shock. But a second later, he clutched his severed right arm and shrieked in agony. Meanwhile, all the students watching from the stands dropped their jaws in utter astonishment. Referee Jun, seeing Erecto whimpering like a puppy, rushed over and tried to reassure him. "It's fine. Calm down, Erecto. Your arm can be reattached. I'm transferring you to the infirmary right now. Don't move." As he spoke, he frantically operated his system interface, apparently contacting the medical team. At that exact moment, Yu Wu suddenly received a notification from his system. System notification: would you like to steal the following traits from Erecto's arm? Vitality, Titan body, Volcano, Monster strength. Glancing at the prompt, cold sweat broke out across Yu Wu's face. What the hell? Is this even allowed? While Yu Wu was questioning that bizarre notification, Jun finished manipulating his system and teleported Erecto along with his severed arms straight to the infirmary. Finished with that, the assistant professor immediately turned to interrogate Yu Wu. "What do you mean by that, Ban Yu Wu? I told you to get out of the way." In response, Yu Wu calmly stowed away his sword and shrugged. "I'm sorry, Assistant Professor Jun, but since things escalated so suddenly right after the match ended, it was hard to react immediately." Across from him, the assistant professor naturally refused to accept such an explanation. He barked like a stray dog, "Is that your excuse?" But right then, before he could say another word, a call interface popped up beside him. From the screen, Vice Principal Xenon's steady voice rang out, "Enough, Assistant Professor Jun. I'll handle any questions regarding this situation." Hearing that, Jun instantly dropped his angry expression and weakly replied, "Yes, I understand." The system screen turned toward Yu Wu, emitting a calm yet stern voice. "Hello, Ban Yu Wu, I am representing the professors. We saw everything. From this point on, I will ask the questions and you will answer. So think carefully and answer honestly." Xenon paused for a moment, his sharp gaze locking onto Yu Wu. Erecto's reckless attack. You surely aren't going to claim you couldn't dodge it, right? With your skill, you could easily have avoided the blow. The power gap between you two was so vast that the Professor's Council decided to end the match. Therefore, give us an acceptable answer. Why didn't you dodge that attack, Ban Yu Wu? Xenon spoke with an icy expression, while Yu Wu felt a twinge of tension inside. Returning to Yu Wu's train of thought in response to Vice Principal Xenon's question, he didn't rush to reply immediately. Instead, he pondered carefully before answering. Even though I've unlocked the application of speech power, I've never really thought deeply about what they call the soul of words. Hearing the question from beyond the screen, Yu Wu could feel immense pressure. Who on earth is this person? Yu Wu asked himself, then spoke up. As everyone guessed, I didn't dodge Erecto's attack. Instead, I chose to counter because I felt that a cadet who dares disregard the professor's authority and acts satisfied doing it deserved to face the consequences. Hearing this, Xenon asked with surprise, "You said the professor's authority?" Yu Wu nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. Furthermore, in an official sparring match where rules must be strictly followed, I wanted to make sure no other cadet dared disrespect the rules or harbor the notion that they can sneak attack an opponent without punishment." Facing the protagonist's explanation, Xenon couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Why?" In response, Yu Wu calmly stated the reality he perceived. Because there are still plenty of cadets and people from other dimensions watching today's match. Erecto intentionally ignored the match end notification and kept pursuing me. In that case, if I had simply dodged passively, it would gradually spread a false notion that when fighting cadets from lower dimensions, rules don't need to be followed. Though the decision was made in a split second, I firmly believe my actions were entirely correct. I acted to protect the Academy's rules. Yu Wu answered with absolute calm, but his sharp reply, neatly using the Academy's honor as a shield, made Vice Principal Xenon smile inwardly. Haha, a smart answer. He knows full well that many people are listening, and he turned an individual dispute into a school-wide matter. I can't refute that logic, but... Thinking this, Xenon raised his dignified voice once more. Cadet Ban Yu Wu, a cadet who disrespects the sparring rules, deserves punishment according to regulations. However, deciding who to punish is up to me and the school, not up to a cadet like you. Am I wrong? Xenon's words caused Yu Wu's expression to sink noticeably. Beside him, Assistant Professor Jun smirked triumphantly as if he'd struck gold. Ha, open your eyes already. No matter how much you run your mouth, your opponent is the vice principal. You're done for, Ban Yu Wu. However, Yu Wu understood the situation clearly. He had no way to fight back against the vice principal's authority, so he chose to concede. The professor is entirely right. If my actions happen to infringe upon the professor's authority, I apologize. Whatever happens, I am ready to accept my punishment. Hearing this, Xenon suddenly chuckled, his tone turning much more relaxed. Haha, punishment you say? No, it's fine. From the start, I never intended to discuss punishment or anything of the sort. I was just curious what you were thinking when you took that action. Pausing for a beat, Xenon's sharp eyes evaluated Yu Wu. He's truly eloquent, and he has an extreme determination to sway constellations to his side. Concluding his thought, Xenon wrapped it up. Anyway, the fault ultimately lies with Erecto. He ignored the Machen notification and kept trying to attack you, so I will officially rule Ban Yu Wu's actions as self-defense. In the stands, Light and Rachel celebrated upon hearing this. Only Assistant Professor Jun stood looking like a complete fool, blurting out, "Professor," but the things before he could finish, Xenon cut him off. Enough, Assistant Professor Jun, you should also put an end to this disgraceful behavior. If you had bothered to stop Erecto in the first place and kept him from losing control, today's incident might not have happened, right? You share responsibility for this. Assistant Professor Jun turned pale, not daring to utter another word. Xenon concluded the matter. Reattaching Erecto's arm isn't a difficult task, so we'll stop here. Cadets watching the match, please return to your seats and focus on the upcoming activities. And Ban Yu Wu, good work. Now you may leave, returning to Yu Wu upon finding himself acquitted so easily. He stood dazed for a few seconds before hastily bowing in gratitude and quickly turning to leave. Yet right then, a whisper brushed against his ear. Xenon's very faint voice, "See you later." This remark left Yu Wu curious, prompting him to glance back at the screen for a moment. Shortly after, he regrouped with his friends. Seeing Yu Wu easily defeat Erecto, Light and Rachel cheered excitedly. There you are, Yu Wu, welcome back. The swordsmanship you pulled off at the end was top tier. Light praised while Rachel sighed with relief. More importantly, I'm glad you weren't hurt. Responding to both of them, Yu Wu nodded. You guys out here, thanks for cheering me on. Fighting those elite monsters in the tower really paid off, didn't it? Yeah. From another side, the female swordsman Dak Go-yeon chimed in. I really enjoyed that match. You've gotten stronger, huh? How does it feel to gain new strength? Is it more useful? Hearing that, Yu Wu scratched his head and thanked her. It's all thanks to you regularly training me with those mysterious drills. But Dak Go-yeon didn't let him finish. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her tone turning serious. Not that. That guy's arm, you absorbed it, didn't you? Dak Go-yeon's words made Yu Wu's expression freeze. He recalled what had happened. Earlier, he had decided to absorb the power from Erecto's arm. Just in case, I'll take a little bit first, Yu Wu had thought before quickly hitting confirm. Immediately after, the system notification returned. Life Force stripped, 22.9, Physique, 27.9, Titan, 14, Volcano, 14, Monster Strength, 14. Giant and Volcano are attributes humans cannot possess. Staring at these notifications, Yu Wu stood stunned for several seconds. Back in reality, Yu Wu confessed to the group. Up until now, I still haven't been able to control living attributes at will, but it seems I can now strip specific body parts by severing them. So somehow, I ended up absorbing power from Erecto's right arm, Yu Wu said with a downcast face. Seeing that expression, the female swordsman Dak Go-yeon coldly reminded him, isn't that a good thing? Why do you look like all your life force just got sucked out of you? Explaining himself, Yu Wu shared his thoughts. Well, at first I was happy to get stronger, but thinking about it, something feels wrong. because when it comes down to it, I literally chopped off a human's arm. Not a monster's feeling happy about cutting off someone else's arm just to gain power. I don't feel like that's normal or comfortable at all. The more he spoke, the lower and deeper his voice sank with profound sorrow, making Rachel, standing nearby, look somewhat worried. However, in response to Yu Wu's words, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon immediately straightened him out. What kind of nonsense are you babbling? Keep your head held high. He's the one who tried to kill you. The price for an arm, you won, he lost. The outcome had already been decided. Regardless of who it is, as long as someone intends to take your life, you don't need to go soft. Understood. Dak Go-yeon's firm words snapped Yu Wu out of it, as if he had just been enlightened. His mind gradually cleared up, then he smiled faintly and nodded. Yeah, you're right, haha. Sorry everyone, I just started overthinking things. Across from him, seeing Yu Wu return to his normal mood, Dak Go-yeon complained, anyway, worrying about stuff like that is totally redundant. So what if I take a stroll around and casually relieve every single kid in that rumored special class of an arm, seize the power, spare their lives, but I'll crush their souls. Hearing her scary intention, Yu Wu could only smile wryly. Haha, you're scaring me. Over here, Light also shook his head in criticism. Yu Wu, don't worry, compared to Dak Go-yeon, you're still much more humane. These words instantly angered Dak Go-yeon, glaring sideways at both of them. Hey, what did you just say? Ignoring the rest of them, a notification screen suddenly appeared in front of Yu Wu. This caused him to cry out, oh man, what is it this time? His exclamation immediately drew the attention of the other three. Right before Yu Wu's eyes was a notice regarding the class taught by Professor Xenon, making Yu Wu break out in a cold sweat. Oh no, it's a mandatory remedial course with no right of veto. Professor Xenon's Babylon Constellation is meant for senior students from the 4th year and above. Inside the screen, Xenon's voice rang out. Methods to attract support from Constellation. Ways to negotiate contracts with a constellation more skillfully. Useful knowledge and preparation to avoid the wrath of constellations. Methods to easily switch constellations, and so on. This course especially welcomes the participation of Class 11. Time quickly passed, and right now Yu Wu's group was slowly walking along. However, the surrounding people were looking at them with less than friendly gazes. Hey, look over there, the lower class group is walking by. Look at how cocky that guy is walking, it's so annoying, so irritating, someone spoke up. However, someone else had a different thought. Really, even though they're lower class, he looks alright. Watching him duel seemed pretty sharp, but why are they walking over here? This is the 4th year floor. Someone wondered, making everyone startled and confused as well. Yeah, that's right, this floor only has Professor Xenon's lecture hall. Returning to Yu Wu, seeing his friends falling silent at these gossip remarks, the main character spoke up to clear the gloomy atmosphere. Did I tell you guys yet? In my world, there's a rumor that the more you're cursed, the longer you live. Responding to his remark was a look as if looking at a 3-year-old child from Dak Go-yeon. Ha, then you must be practically immortal by now, she teased. Meanwhile, their buddy Light scrunched up his face and complained about those people. Cowards, talking behind our backs, do they think we're deaf or what? Speaking of Rachel, she reached out to tug at Yu Wu's sleeve and whispered, are you okay, Yu Wu? After what happened yesterday, I was worried that people might start shunning you. People don't understand your true character and are spreading bad rumors, Rachel said with teary eyes, looking like she was about to cry. To Yu Wu, it seemed Rachel was actually the one who needed comforting. It's alright, Rachel, it's a bit sad, but it's still better than being looked down upon like before, so don't worry too much. Thank you for caring about me. As he spoke, Yu Wu reached out to pat her little head, noticeably improving her mood. However, their joyful moment hadn't lasted even a few seconds before the sound of Dak Go-yeon grinding her teeth echoed. Ha ha ha. The two of you just went on a date over the weekend and already you're this in sync, huh? Her words made Light, standing nearby, feel his hair stand on end, quickly sliding his body to the side. Then Dak Go-yeon glared at Rachel and asked, do you like the outfit Yu Wu gave you that much? If you want to get cozy, go do it somewhere else, you monster. Over here, heaven knows where Rachel found the courage to talk back to Dak Go-yeon. Are you jealous? Her unexpected remark made Yu Wu's eyes go wide with surprise, while Dak Go-yeon puffed up like an angry cat. She began gritting her teeth. Didn't you get beaten up enough during sparring training, you monster? Seeing this, Rachel hurriedly hid behind Yu Wu's back. However, her gaze remained full of determination. It was just tough for poor Yu Wu, who had to step in and advise the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon. Wait a second, calm down, Dak Go-yeon. The next class is about to start, we shouldn't cause a scene. Behind them, seeing Yu Wu take her side, Rachel shot Dak Go-yeon a sideways glance and sneered, you act like you didn't bully me first. Her words made Dak Go-yeon so furious her whole body kept trembling, while Yu Wu looked exhausted and glared at Rachel. You two, time quickly passed. Shifting scenes to in front of a room before stepping inside, Yu Wu asked again, "This is the Babylon Constellation Lecture Hall, right? We're definitely not late, are we?" Over here, Light also looked somewhat worried and said, "Hey Yu Wu, if I recall correctly, there was a class last week too. If lower-class freshmen like us join halfway through, what will the upperclassmen think?" To his question, Yu Wu smiled and replied, "Are you worried about that? Of course, they'll probably think the participants are genius underclassmen, right?" With that, Yu Wu opened the door and stepped inside the lecture hall. And the exact moment they stepped in, all the gazes of the students in the class turned toward the group. This made them feel a certain amount of pressure. Even the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon couldn't help acknowledging the capability of these upperclassmen. As expected, probably because they're seniors, even I can't look down on their abilities. Unlike Dak Go-yeon's composure, Rachel was terrified, tightly gripping Yu Wu's arm. Meanwhile, Yu Wu's face had also turned pale with anxiety. Compared to his friends, he could perceive much more. Good grief, I knew this was a class for exceptional students, but what on earth is this? Countless vague and immeasurable notifications appeared before Yu Wu's eyes, representing the immense power possessed by the upperclassmen. Yu Wu's current strength was not yet enough to gauge their power. The system continued to prompt, "You have successfully comprehended a part of and interpreted a concept held by a transcendent being. Your comprehension of the Book of 100 Poisons reaches 137. Unaware of these inner thoughts, Professor Xenon, upon seeing that the freshmen had arrived, spoke up. "Welcome, Class 11. Glad to have you join my class. Welcome everyone. I am Xenon, your supervising professor. You may sit in any empty seat." As for Yu Wu, he quickly realized this was the exact voice that had spoken to him during the battle with Erecto. Next, waiting for Yu Wu's group to quickly take their seats, the vice president began his lecture. As written clearly in the handout I distributed, the goal of this course is very simple: understanding the origin of the tower and the constellations. Since we have underclassmen joining us today, we will first briefly go over the tower. At a glance, the tower feels like it has no rules or endpoint. But in reality, this tower is similar to a living organism. When climbing the tower, we must overcome trials and approach hidden treasures or secrets within it. You think you received a reward for clearing a stage, but actually it's not like that. You aren't hunting for treasure, rather the tower prepared them so you could receive them. The purpose is to select the most elite individuals with better items, more special treasures, and transcendent miracles. The tower itself is searching for those who strive to understand it. Revealing more secrets to those who understand it is a basic condition for any intelligent creature with higher reasoning capabilities. Returning to Yu Wu, hearing these words from the vice president, he silently sneered to himself. Absolute nonsense. A fragile system overturned by an anomalous intruder through an unorthodox method. Living and thinking, the tower choosing people, isn't this being blown way out of proportion? How could anyone believe this? But at this point, the main character suddenly fell silent for a moment. He began recalling the events that occurred when he climbed the tower and slowly calculated. Wait a minute. The timing when the headmaster's letters were sent out en masse was shortly after an intruder entered the tower. So we assumed the abnormal phenomenon occurring at the spider den in room 4 was caused by the intruder. But thinking about it carefully, the first floor difficulty is quite strange. The thing that instantly killed Louis was definitely an elite monster. If the tower only started acting weird after our group reached the 4th room and the intruder started making trouble, then the hell level difficulty on floors 1, 2, and 3 makes no sense. What on earth is going on here? Could the tower really be similar to a living organism? This deduction is a bit crazy, but if we change the premise. Suppose the tower's difficulty didn't change because of intruders, but due to another reason entirely. Could it be because of that? Let's think about it. That hell level difficulty. Was it really arranged for us by the tower itself, or perhaps it's because I am a descendant of the tower's master, which is why that happened? Was it really arranged for us by the tower itself, or perhaps it's because I am a descendant of the tower's master, which is why that happened? Up front, although Vice President Xenon was still lecturing, his gaze remained fixed on the main character. And upon seeing his fidgety expression, the man suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. Returning to Yu Wu, he was still stroking his chin in deep thought. No need to overthink it. If the tower itself chooses its climbers, as the professor said, there's no better environment than this. At least our class encountered a hard difficulty and a situation different from everyone else. As the saying goes, high risk brings high reward. The reward prepared by the tower must be on an entirely different level. I still can't grasp the concept. What kind of class is this anyway? Opposite him, Vice President Xenon caught Yu Wu's confused gaze and muttered, "Did he figure it out, the barrier layer surrounding it?" Some students couldn't recognize it even after years, yet he spotted that orb on his very first audit day. "Exactly, you're very sharp, Ban Yu Wu." Sure enough, even as a freshman, the students of Class 11 seem fully qualified to audit this lecture. Saying this, he raised his hand into the air and pulled a purple orb floating above the classroom down. Afterwards, he continued, "I have a question for you, Ban Yu Wu. What do you see inside this orb?" The professor's suggestive question made Yu Wu observe the orb closely. However, all the information he received from the system was simply unknown. Seeing this, Yu Wu awkwardly turned to reply, "I don't see anything at all." Hearing that, Xenon smiled and said, "You should concentrate more, check it again." Still nothing, Yu Wu shook his head. "Try to focus again, there must be something you can see. Try to unlock the secrets of this orb," Xenon continued advising. After Yu Wu stared intently into the orb for a while, he began to perceive a few concepts within it: shield, sever, protection, and further beyond. "It seems I still can't grasp it," Yu Wu frowned and said. Meanwhile, knowing that the student had used his full capacity to observe the orb, Professor Xenon didn't push him any further. "I see. Very well, you may close your eyes and rest now." Hearing that, Yu Wu let out a sigh of relief. On the other side, Professor Xenon couldn't hide his astonishment at what Yu Wu had perceived. "To think he discovered 3 properties of the orb, you really are extraordinary. Now I understand why the headmaster pays so much attention to you." Thinking of this, the professor asked the main character again, "Do you understand what this is?" "Not at all." Yu Wu answered frankly. This honest reply even startled the vice president slightly. "You certainly are honest, but it would be better for you to think about it more deeply. I want to emphasize to all of you that in class as well as in life, broadening your mindset and nurturing your imagination is crucial. Expanding your mindset is directly tied to expanding your strength. If you want to use your abilities in a more advanced way, you must develop the power of thought and the effort driven behind it. You must definitely cultivate your thinking capacity. Even if the results aren't immediately visible, you must never stop thinking." The vice president's advice left Yu Wu utterly blank. Never stop thinking? What does that have to do with the orb? Yu Wu thought to himself, then directly asked the professor, "If someone has high perception or imagination, can they control this orb?" The main character's sudden question made Xenon's eyes flash with surprise, but then he nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Someday, if you understand the structure of all things, analyze them, and develop the ability to expand them, this orb will turn you into a pseudo-god." The classroom fell completely silent after Xenon's words. No one reacted enthusiastically. It seemed they were still pondering whether those words were true or not. Seeing the blank expressions on the students' faces, Xenon burst out laughing. "Haha, it might be hard to understand right now, but as your studies progress, you'll gradually figure it out. This is the core material of my lecture, and it is also closely related to the main subject, Constellation War Simulation." Alright, that's all for today's class. For your assignment, try to imagine the possible applications of this. See you next week. Returning to Yu Wu's perspective, the amount of knowledge he gained from this audit was a flat 0. He scratched his head in confusion. This is way too complicated. A god is just a god. What is a pseudo-god? A creature similar to a god. Or is it a false god? And what is the underlying principle of becoming a god? Is it because we're in different school years? This class is way too hard. Yu Wu groaned inwardly. Over there, the students were also gradually leaving the lecture hall. Light turned to the others and said, "Let's go, Yu Wu." Once outside, Yu Wu still didn't understand anything about the lecture, so he asked, "The lecture just now, can anyone explain it to me again?" His question made Light's eyes widen. I thought you'd be the one to naturally summarize it for us." At the same time, a familiar voice echoed near the group. "So the lecture is already over." Hearing that, Yu Wu startled and turned around to yell, "Ortama, what are you doing here?" The response was a look of utter contempt from the blonde noble. "Lowlife scum, shut up, I'm the one asking questions here." He glanced around and asked, "Where is she?" The group was puzzled. Light hazily asked back, "Who? Don't tell me." An image of a certain person suddenly popped into everyone's heads. At the same time, Dak Go-yeon's voice rang out. "Why are you all making such a fuss in one spot?" She walked over, curiously looking at the crowd in front of her, but her eyes quickly caught sight of Ordema. She indifferently remarked, "Oh man, I thought something serious happened." Opposite her, seeing Dak Go-yeon appear, Ordema immediately rushed forward. He looked straight into her eyes and spoke in a serious tone. Dak Go-yeon, is that you?" Hearing that, Dak Go-yeon crossed her arms and casually replied, That's right, so what? Ortama continued, I have business with you. His words annoyed the swordswoman slightly, challenging me to another duel. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Though it's pretty hard to fight inside the academy these days. However, Ortama's next action was truly beyond everyone's imagination. He suddenly dropped to one knee, pulling an extremely gorgeous bouquet of roses out of his inventory. He extended the bouquet toward Dak Goyon and solemnly proclaimed, Dak Goyon, I'd like to ask you out on a date. After speaking, his face even flushed red with embarrassment. Yu Wu's group standing behind stared wide-eyed, breaking into a cold sweat, worrying on Ortama's behalf because he dared say such words to Dak Goyon. And what about Dak Goyon? Her face at that moment was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If she tore Ortama to shreds right then and there, they wouldn't even be surprised. Following that, the outcome didn't need to be said for everyone to guess. Unsurprisingly, the blonde Ortama was flatly rejected by Dak Goyon without a moment of hesitation. Remembering that prior scene, even Yu Wu felt a bit concerned for Ortama. What the heck? Liking a woman who beat you to a pulp, is his taste that hardcore? In response, their buddy Light just silently shook his head and reminded him, Yu Wu, the answer is right inside your own question. No way, Yu Wu yelled angrily. Behind them, seeing the guys argue like that, Dak Goyon chimed in, you guys are no different from each other, so why are you fighting? I'm really curious what his next plan is. Hearing this, all three people in front widened their eyes, turning to the genius swordswoman to ask stammerically, a plan? What plan? Looking at their clueless expressions, Dak Goyon started sweating and whispered, you guys really didn't know. He must have some other motive because I didn't see any romantic affection in his eyes at all. Hearing that, Yu Wu shrugged and replied, no way, it's not what you think, I mean, you look pretty. Yu Wu's careless remark made the white-haired girl's face turn bright red. Her whole body began to tremble with embarrassment, prompting her, really, Yu Wu, why are you suddenly complimenting me? Hearing that, Yu Wu was a bit curious, not understanding why Dak Goyon was reacting this way. Meanwhile, Light turned to remind her, Dak Goyon, don't pay attention to whatever nonsense he blurts out. Of course I know that, you don't need to tell me. Dak Goyon hurriedly defended herself. While the group was chatting among themselves, the beastkin Rachel was quietly lost in thought. She wondered, does Ortama really have another motive? Those looks definitely couldn't be wrong. Recalling the previous scene, after Ortama presented the bouquet of flowers in front of Dak Goyon, she said coldly, I have no interest in you, so stop seeking me out, let's get going. With that, Dak Goyon briskly turned around and walked away, leaving Ortama behind with an extremely sorrowful expression. Shifting focus away from that, back to the training ground. At this moment, Yu Wu received several notification screens in front of him. You have exposed yourself in front of numerous other beings, etching the existence of your presence into their minds. You have comprehended a new concept language, charm and honor. The depth of charm and honor is 10. Looking at these notifications, Yu Wu was inwardly startled. I just posted this week's video to the channel, and I've already acquired a new concept. Then Yu Wu checked the specifics of the two newly acquired concepts. Charm 10, possesses the ability to charm and influence others. Honor 10, power gained from being recognized by other beings. Right after finishing reading, Yu Wu understood the essence of what these two concepts meant. However, he wasn't very thrilled about these new abilities. These look nice, but are they even useful for climbing the tower? Thinking about it, to check just how much these concepts exerted an influence, the main character turned to ask his close friend, Hey, Rachel, do I look any different? The sudden question startled Rachel, making her stammer, well, I think you look quite handsome. Hearing this, it was Yu Wu's turn to get flustered, waving his hands. No, that's not what I meant, but thanks anyway. Not far away, the swordswoman Dak Goyon, seeing them acting all cozy, angrily vented her frustration on Light. After finishing her workout, she dragged Light right in front of the two of them and spoke with glowing red eyes. Hey, you two over there. When you're working, focus on the work. Stop sitting around flirting with each other. Opposite her, seeing her approach, Yu Wu briskly asked, Hey, Dak Goyon, do I look any different? Before the male lead could finish his sentence, an embarrassed Dak Goyon shoved her palm right toward his face and cut him off. Really? Didn't you hear what I just said? Focus on your training. If you keep this up, you'll be training until tomorrow morning. She snapped angrily, leaving Yu Wu too terrified to bring up his appearance again. All right, Rachel, let's keep training. Ah, okay, Rachel nodded and said. Meanwhile, Light sat nearby listening, crying tears of misery as he complained, Let me take a break for a second already. Following that, while Dak Goyon and Light took a break to rest, Yu Wu and Rachel threw themselves straight into training. Every single collision between them began creating shockwaves that rippled out all around. Watching their sparring, Light couldn't help but admit, Yu Wu has gotten a lot stronger. I think it's probably about time we stepped up the training. Replying to this, Dak Go-yeon only gave a soft shake of her head. Not yet. He's gotten stronger, but he's still way behind the two of us. From the very beginning, the only reason he could hold out was because Rachel was holding back. Bringing this up, the female swordsman narrowed her eyes in thought. Anyway, tomorrow is the day we enter the tower. Do you have a way to deal with that monster yet, Yu Wu? If not, it's gonna be just like last time. If we don't find a solution fast, failure is just going to repeat itself. Returning to the protagonist's perspective, while fighting the beast girl, he silently activated his observation skill. Inside his mind, he began quietly formulating a plan. After a week of training with Rachel, I've started to understand her. Her fury is triggered by emotions, and depending on the type of emotion used as fuel, her state changes more and more. When negative and angry emotions are used as fuel, she becomes stronger and much harder to control. But when positive, joyful emotions are used, her rage subsides and she stabilizes. During combat, angry emotions are way too easy to latch onto, making it impossible for her to keep herself under control. But if I swap out the emotional fuel with something positive, there might actually be a change. Thinking this, Yu Wu tilted his head to the side, neatly dodging Rachel's attack. Right after that, he lunged forward, raised his sword in front of his chest, and shoved forward hard, sending Rachel's body flying backward. Then, seizing the opportunity, while Rachel hadn't yet managed to stand back up, Yu Wu told himself, now's the time. I've spent this entire week hanging out with Rachel, gathering bits of her emotions when she was happy, relaxed, and quiet. Not fake emotions, but her actual genuine feelings. It's definitely gonna work. With that thought, Yu Wu pulled out the conceptual emotions he had previously gathered and dashed forward quickly. Just like that, Yu Wu began pushing concepts infused with positive emotions straight into Rachel. Too bad Rachel's beastly instincts were razor sharp. Before the protagonist's hand could even touch her, Rachel whipped her arm out and swatted his hand away to the side. Following that, she let out an angry roar and lunged straight at Yu Wu. Throwing her arms wide, she wrapped them tightly around his waist and tackled him down to the ground. Then, as if completely losing control, Rachel raised her sharp hand high and stabbed it straight down. Watching from the sidelines, Light and Dak Go-yeon hurried over to intervene. However, before they even needed to reach them, the little snake Eve transformed into a chain, shot forward to tightly bind Rachel's attacking arm, and pulled it apart to both sides, leaving her howling helplessly. Finally, after a few seconds, her deep red hair slowly shifted back to pink, signaling that she was finally starting to regain her consciousness. Over on his end, Yu Wu looked startled and remarked, Rachel, did you somehow move faster after getting tied up? Following his gaze, Rachel was panting heavily before weakly replying, I think so too. Next, Yu Wu began retracting his chain and letting out an inward sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. That berserk fit didn't last too long, but having to do this after every single fight we have is way too dangerous. Something changed, but what on earth was the trigger? Yu Wu pondered to himself. While Rachel ahead spoke up, thank you, Yu Wu. Hearing that, the protagonist snapped out of his thoughts and asked curiously, why are you thanking me? We haven't even figured this out yet. Shaking her head vigorously, the beast girl replied, no, thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to fight more comfortably. Just this alone is a huge step forward. I'm so glad you're here, Yu Wu. Hearing this, the protagonist broke into a satisfied smile, while Dak Go-yeon, watching from the side, let out a cold snort. This startled Yu Wu, who hurriedly clarified, Dak Go-yeon, we were just working hard on our training. Yeah, I can see that, Dak Go-yeon said with a nod, while Light laughed to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Haha, good thing nobody got hurt. Shifting back to Dak Go-yeon's perspective, she stood up and began, more importantly, everyone's. Pausing here, the female swordsman's voice suddenly faltered. Then, after thinking for a few seconds, she waved her hand and shook her head. Never mind, it's nothing, let's wrap it up for today. Hearing her say that, Yu Wu looked confused. What is she talking about? It's over just like that. Time quickly passed, cutting to beneath the tower, where Yu Wu's group was fully geared up and ready to enter the tower once again. Curiously enough, this time Light wasn't using his holy sword, opting for a large spear instead. This decision came straight from the female swordsman Dak Go-yeon, leaving Light in a panic. Hey Dak Go-yeon, wouldn't it be better if I used the holy sword, at least when stepping inside the tower? If it were just about me, I wouldn't care, but our fates are tied to all four of us, you know. Responding to him, Dak Go-yeon shot him a confident look. We all agreed to build a solid foundation first instead of rushing into a sprint. This is only our second expedition of the early freshman semester, so don't worry so much. That's right, Yu Wu chimed in with a nod. Before turning to look at Light's trembling frame beside him, thinking inwardly, Light doesn't seem to care much, huh? but the more he uses the holy sword, the more dependent on it he becomes. The nature of the demonic soul is gradually blending into the sanctuary soul. At this point, I'm not even sure if it's truly a holy sword anymore, but either way, it's best to keep it as an absolute last resort. With that thought, we return to Light's perspective. Seeing the absolute determination in Dok Go-yeon's eyes, he could only lower his head and accept it. Fine, I get it. But if I bite the dust in this tower because of this trial, don't go chewing me out, okay? In response, Dok Go-yeon cracked her knuckles threateningly. Nobody's gonna chew you out, we'll just make you suffer even more. Beside him, Yu-woo added his own threat. Who has time to chew you out? Don't forget millions of people are subscribed to watch our video. Hearing this, how could Light possibly miss their intentions? The guy started tearing up. So in the end, you guys are gonna chew me out. Shut your trap, Dok Go-yeon snapped. While the two of them were bickering, Yu-woo took the opportunity to check his status and nodded with satisfaction at his current setup. Good, everything looks set. Got Eve and Titch ready too, right? As he spoke, he summoned little snake Eve and the tiny recording robot, telling them, I'm counting on you too. At the same time, the beast girl Rachel stepped forward and said, Yu-woo, I'll do my best and I'll listen to everything you say. Hearing that, the protagonist turned back and nodded. All right. Trust me, I'm actually really strong when I fight. Yeah, I trust you, Rachel replied with eyes full of absolute faith. For some reason, seeing them acting all lovey-dovey rubbed Dok Go-yeon the wrong way, prompting her to sarcastically mock Yu-woo. I just hope you guys manage to last until at least Saturday afternoon. Whoever dies first has to endure the worst penalty. Hearing her say that, Yu-woo's eyes rolled back in shock as he muttered, You really love pushing people into misery, don't you? Beside him, Light panicked. Wait, hey, do we really not need the holy sword? Ignoring his whining, Dok Go-yeon's expression shifted slightly as she spoke quietly. Hey, Yu-woo, come here for a second. There's something I need to clear up before we head out. Today is the first evaluation day. Honestly, as you know, I'm a bit disappointed. You still haven't fulfilled the promise you made to me. For Yu-woo, he naturally remembered what that promise was. He answered, Of course I haven't, but those two are already starting to change. No need to wait for the results, it'll turn out just like I said. Up ahead, hearing that, Dok Go-yeon could only agree. I certainly hope so. But anyway, regarding the monster's state, there's something I didn't mention to you yesterday. Before that, who said you could eavesdrop? With that, she snapped her fingers and instantly forced the beast girl Rachel, who had been eavesdropping nearby, to slap her hands over her ears. Even so, Dok Go-yeon didn't stop snapping her fingers as she angrily complained. Honestly, her beast state becomes way more wild when she's around you, Yu-woo. Do you even know what submission means? Hearing the question, the protagonist felt a bit curious but turned to answer. Does it mean being dominated? Dok Go-yeon let out a sigh. That's not entirely wrong. From the perspective of someone who has been dominated, it feels a bit uncomfortable. But some people possess powerful leadership qualities. And for those people, that beast state looks a lot like someone who can completely dominate and control it. Hearing this, our protagonist genuinely had no clue what she was talking about and asked back, What on earth do you mean? Up ahead, Dok Go-yeon stepped right up to Yu-woo, locked eyes with him, and warned, You really don't get it. In other words, once that beast goes completely out of control, trying to reach her heart is totally useless. Across from her, blockhead Yu-woo just stared wide-eyed with question marks floating over his head, blinking blankly. Sorry, but I still don't understand a thing. Hearing this, even with her patience, Dok Go-yeon couldn't hold back her frustration anymore and yelled, Geez, take this seriously. Whatever, forget it. If you don't get it, just remember it, she said through gritted teeth while Yu-woo smiled cheerfully. Don't get mad. All right, I don't totally get it, but I'll remember it. Thanks. Brushing that aside, the group gathered right in front of the entrance. Yu-woo placed his hand on the door and turned back to address everyone. All right, so is everyone ready? Responding to him, all three of them nodded simultaneously. Seeing this, Yu-woo confidently announced, Freshman Privilege, Class 11, Second Expedition, officially underway. Saying that, Yu-woo stretched out both hands and shoved the heavy doors wide open. Stepping inside, the scenery looked strangely reminiscent of a maze. The sight was completely different from previous times, leaving the group staring around in astonishment. Casting a glance around, the female swordsman Dok Go-yeon spoke up. I thought it was weird when we started from room 1. I didn't expect it to be this intense. Are we doing a maze this time? Light asked with a worried face while Yu-woo checked his amulet and reminded the group. Based on the number on the amulet, this looks like the 5th floor. Hearing this, Light let out a relieved sigh. Good thing we're starting from the 5th floor. Hey, you're acting way too smug, the white-haired girl nagged, causing Light to bristle up and yell, No, I'm not. Turning back to Yu-woo, he suddenly noticed Rachel acting a bit strange and asked, Rachel, what's wrong? In response, Rachel shared her senses. I smell a monster. Let's catch it, Yu Wu. Faced with this, Yu Wu didn't quite know how to respond. You're sniffing out monsters instead of looking for the path. No sooner had those words left his mouth than the protagonist's expression abruptly changed. Because right in front of them, a distorted, static-laced silhouette flickered into view, looking like a glitched image. Seeing this, Light instinctively gripped his weapon tighter and shouted, "What is that? Is it like the thing we ran into on floor 1? No, this is different," Yu Wu answered. It sounds like cracking and twisting, like it's tearing apart. While the two of them were still trying to figure out what kind of monster was right in front of them, the beast girl Rachel bolted forward like a freight train. Her sharp claws slashed fiercely through the air, instantly slicing the strange, glitched shadow in half. Simultaneously, Yu Wu received a system notification. Glitch 0.1. Demonic Soul 0.2 Light 0.1 Noise 0.1 Malfunction 0.05 Inversion 0.01. Glancing at the prompt, Yu Wu solidified his theory. Just as I thought, this is a glitch phenomenon. When the signal cuts out, both audio and video get distorted, and the inversion of that state creates a weird sense of dread, turning it into a monster. Since it's different from the monsters I've encountered before, there are so many concepts I've never seen. What do malfunction and inversion contribute to this concept? Right now, glitch has inversion in it, so it might be useful. Let's try gathering a bit more. At the same time, while Yu Wu was lost in thought, another glitched monster crept up close to him. Right as it got close, it lunged forward like a sheet, trying to wrap around Yu Wu. But how could it possibly succeed? Standing nearby, Dak Goyon casually snapped her fingers, shooting out a beam of light that blew the glitched monster to smithereens. Finished, she shot him a playful sideways glance. Hey, Yu Wu, focus on dealing with this. Escaping the maze is gonna be a pain. The paths are super complicated, so be careful and don't get separated. For now, let's just follow this path. With that, she dashed forward while Light grumbled, fending off attacks from glitched monsters trailing from behind. Wait, these things just keep spawning, he complained. Over here, Dak Goyon offered a deduction. Is it a mental-type monster? Shifting back to Yu Wu, watching his inversion concept collection speed crawl at a snail's pace made him deeply depressed. Even if it's just a little bit, I'm slowly accumulating inversion. But I need to hit 100 points to use the ability. Is this honestly even worth it? Right as he thought of this, Rachel's shout caught his attention, just as she was about to charge in recklessly to brawl with a glitched monster. Yu Wu used his chains to block her. Hold on, Rachel. You don't need to fight everything, you're gonna go berserk. Rachel, just stay right next to me for now. Hearing this, her face turned slightly pink as she nodded repeatedly. This only deeply irritated Dak Goyon watching from the side. Hey, you two, this isn't the time for flirting, she snapped, casually snapping her fingers to fire off 2 energy blasts that obliterated the monsters ahead. Returning to the protagonist, he reminded himself, for now, ignore the concepts showing up on the walls. Behind him, Rachel scanned the surroundings and backed Yu Wu up. Hey, Yu Wu, they're showing up over there. Got it. Yu Wu nodded and swiftly manipulated his chains to strike down the glitched monsters. Just like that, time ticked away. Yu Wu's group fought and retreated, yet they still couldn't find a way out of the maze, leaving Light completely dejected. Geez, hours have passed. When on earth are we getting out of this maze? Hearing that, Dak Goyon up ahead furrowed her brow. No way, I remember every path we've taken. Even more than her, Yu Wu could sense it too. He stated, this place, even though its shape shifts slightly, it feels like we've walked past here before. Exactly, it's not a normal maze, it changes over time. At this rate, our only option is to try and break it down. If we smash everything, something's bound to show up, Dak Goyon said, channeling power into her fist as she prepared to unleash a devastating blow to shatter all the walls ahead. Her words suddenly sparked an idea in Yu Wu's mind. Wait, come to think of it, I've been way too focused on farming inversion without paying attention. Thinking this, Yu Wu stepped up to stop Dak Goyon. Dak Goyon, hold on a second. Normally, a path doesn't just change easily. That must mean there's something hidden inside the walls. As he spoke, Yu Wu reached out to grope along the wall in front of him. Within seconds, his hand pushed gently against a section of the wall, causing it to sink inward. The system popped up a notification, Illusion 0.5 stolen, concept humans cannot possess. Shifting back to Yu Wu's view, the wall section in front of him slowly faded away, revealing a hidden pathway ahead. I knew it, my guess was right, Yu Wu thought with an inward smile. Seeing this, Light and Rachel turned to look at the protagonist with absolute admiration, asking, how did you do that, Yu Wu? You even managed to crack the maze. Hearing their praise, Yu Wu rubbed his nose proudly, thinking to himself, honestly, I noticed it earlier. I was just too busy farming concepts to mention it. Done thinking, Yu Wu waved a hand dismissively. I hate wasting time. I just wandered around for a couple hours and a piece happened to fall out. Come on, let's go. I'm sick of this maze. With that, Yu Wu briskly walked ahead while behind him, Dak Go-yeon cast her gaze at his back, quietly marveling to herself. He found a magical loophole that even I didn't know about. As expected, he's not just your average genius. Time marched on. At this point, Yu Wu split a giant glitched monster clean in half, making it shriek miserably. Its appearance made the group even more cautious during this expedition. Light spoke up. We ran into an elite monster on our second expedition. Our party is seriously built different compared to the other groups. Hearing that, Rachel agreed, chiming in, looks that way. With that, she noticed Yu Wu looking left and right as if searching for something, so she asked, "Hey, Yu Wu, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" "Ah, no. I'm fine," Yu Wu replied, though internally he was freaking out. Because right at that moment, his mana had hit a hard cap of 199,999 and refused to budge any higher. This threw Yu Wu into a panic. It's not going up at all. I've absorbed so much mana over the last 3 hours. Yet my mana still hasn't broken past 200. This never happened with vitality and physical stats. What on earth is going on? The more he thought about it, the more panicked Yu Wu became. If a single stat gets stuck like this, it's gonna cause major problems. However, since Dak Go-yeon had no idea, she stepped right up and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Her sudden appearance startled Yu Wu into shouting, "Hey, I told you not sneaking up on me out of nowhere." Seeing his panicked state only made the group more convinced. "So you do have a problem, Yu Wu, what's going on?" Hearing this, the protagonist turned to share his issue. "It's just that I literally just beat an elite monster, but my mana didn't increase at all." For some reason, after hearing Yu Wu's problem, Dak Go-yeon smirked and chuckled, leaving Yu Wu feeling awkward. "Why are you laughing? What's so funny?" Dak Go-yeon replied, "You've hit a wall, Yu Wu. You've been absorbing energy like that, sucking dry everything around you, which is why you had such an insane growth rate. But if you keep pouring water into a tank without giving it time to develop, you're gonna reach your limit real fast." Hearing that, Yu Wu's jaw dropped as it clicked. "A tank? Then what am I supposed to do now?" Responding to him, the female swordsman promptly offered a solution. "Right now, blindly hunting monsters trying to force past your limit is the wrong move. A more effective method would probably be," as she spoke. She glanced over at Rachel before pursing her lips and speaking with annoyance. "Some people have it way too good, haha. Not getting stuck at school over the weekend, getting to breathe fresh air, eating good food, and going shopping." Her heavily implied words made Yu Wu realize the catch, prompting him to put his hands together and beg. "Dak Go-yeon, if you're willing to teach me, I'm ready to learn. I'll even consider going out to eat and shopping together, so please help me out." Only upon hearing this did Dak Go-yeon's irritation subside slightly as she agreed. "Fine, you only ever humble yourself when things like this happen. It's gonna take some time, is that okay?" Hearing that, Puppy Rachel nodded eagerly. "If it helps Yu Wu, I don't mind at all." Beside them, Light sighed. "We took down an elite monster, but no teleportation triggered, so we have no other choice." "Thank you guys," the protagonist cried, tears of joy. Following that, the female swordsman slowly laid out her plan. "The best method for you right now is to learn the basics. Starting with the divine manifestation art, the foundational martial art behind manifestation spells. It sounds difficult, but it's just basic martial arts, so it's not that hard." Yet as she reached this point, her voice faltered slightly. As for Yu Wu, he seemed to catch on to something and hurriedly asked, "This time, I'm actually gonna get taught proper martial arts. Should I at least do a master-disciple bowing ceremony or something?" His question left Dak Go-yeon deep in thought for a few seconds before she turned her head to reply. "This is just basic internal cultivation that even kids learn. Forget about all that and get ready." With that, Dak Go-yeon quietly reminded herself, "Unbelievable, an outsider is actually talking about a master-disciple ceremony. I'm playing it cool, but the divine manifestation art isn't the kind of martial art you just hand out easily. Out of sheer respect, it's a secret technique passed down strictly to blood descendants. If my old man finds out about this, he's gonna flip. We only just met recently, and he's from another world. To think I'm passing down an exclusive family secret technique, meant only for bloodline descendants, to an idiot like this. Unless he's gonna be my husband, this is completely unacceptable," Dak Go-yeon thought, her cheeks flushing pink with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the protagonist Yu Wu stood crying a river ahead, feeling like he was about to die of embarrassment. Standing nearby, Light stared at the protagonist's sharply defined muscle contours, his eyes bulging wide as he warned the girl beside him, "Don't look, Rachel." In response, Rachel covered her mouth and whispered, "But Light's looking too." "I'm fine because I'm a guy," Light stammered. "That's a terrible excuse," Rachel retorted. You two shut your traps, Dak Go-yeon yelled to silence the chatterboxes. Only then did Dak Go-yeon resume her instruction. Now, sit down and calm your mind. As she spoke, she slowly reached out a hand forward. A thought crossed her mind. Ever since the first moment I met him until now, this strange feeling has just kept growing. The urge to personally tutor this man myself. He's completely different from anyone I've ever met. His martial arts talent is undeniable and his potential is massive. If someone with his talent and capability gets properly, systematically nurtured, what's gonna happen? Just how fast and how far can he actually go? At the same time, I don't want his potential to get messed up by anyone else. What is it about him that's making me feel this way? Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Dak Go-yeon said, I've explained the basics already. Are you ready, Yu Wu? Hearing that, Yu Wu nodded and asked back, I get it. But before we start, shouldn't you chant an incantation or something? Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon looked puzzled at first before bursting out laughing. Haha. If I told you the incantation, would you even get it? Explaining it with words takes way too long. Just carve it straight into your body and you're good. Alright, let's get started. No sooner had those words left her mouth than Dak Go-yeon began channeling her energy directly into Yu Wu's body to guide him. Flashback to a few minutes prior when Dak Go-yeon was explaining the martial art she planned to teach Yu Wu. The divine manifestation art I'm going to teach you will completely alter the nature of the chi inside your body and its foundation. Hearing that, Yu Wu stopped undressing, thinking to himself, I thought it was just gonna be some simple martial art, but this doesn't look simple at all. Noticing his worried expression, Dak Go-yeon smirked. Don't worry, if you want to get stronger, altering your chi is totally normal. The mana changed by the divine manifestation art will stimulate your body. From there, your body will convert mana into true chi. Once both your physique and magical power get heavily enhanced, you'll get strong in no time. Hearing this, although Yu Wu was still a bit hazy on the details, he just nodded along. Even after the explanation, it's still so confusing. But long story short, I just need to understand that it purifies mana and converts it into true chi, right? Snapping back to reality, Yu Wu's entire body felt like it was sitting inside a blast furnace, making his face twist in discomfort. So hot. The second Dak Go-yeon touched me, it felt like a fireball entered my body. It's continuously absorbing the mana inside me. It's moving all through my system like a newly carved pathway. Just how much longer is my body gonna keep burning? The more he thought about it, the more panicked Yu Wu became. Sensing his state, Dak Go-yeon whispered softly in the protagonist's ear, Yu Wu, calm down, follow the pathway that just formed inside your body and circulate the true chi. That flame is the origin of the divine manifestation art. If you succeed now, you'll be able to walk your very own path. Dak Go-yeon's gentle words seemed to carry a kind of magic, helping Yu Wu's mind settle down. He closed his eyes, slowly sensing the energy moving through his body. The blue flame coursed repeatedly throughout his frame. And just like that, as time ticked on, the intense heat generated by the energy gradually faded until it vanished completely. Opening his eyes, Yu Wu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, I feel so much better now, and I realized directly using mana isn't the best way. At the same time, a congratulatory notification popped up before his eyes. You have learned a new martial art, Divine Manifestation Art. Comprehension level has reached 20. Along with practicing the Divine Manifestation Art, several negative concepts in your body have been purged. Positive supplementary vitality has gradually formed within your body. They will assist in the development of new concepts. Soul Comprehension reached 440, Defense Comprehension reached 7. Staring at these notification lines, Yu Wu couldn't help a mental exclamation. Wow, it worked. This is amazing. Just like Dak Go-yeon said, the concepts inside my body are getting replaced by true chi. The more I practice, the stronger my concepts get. Is this the power of the divine manifestation art? Shifting to Dak Go-yeon, she sensed Yu Wu's shifting energy flow and asked, well, how do you like it? For Yu Wu, he was beyond satisfied, so he turned around and gave her a thumbs up. Awesome, so what reward do you want now? Hearing that, Dak Go-yeon burst out laughing. Hee hee, I'd love one, but wipe your sweat first unless you want to climb the tower by yourself. As she spoke, she chucked a towel straight at Yu Wu's face. While wiping away his sweat, Yu Wu mused over his recent experience. Strange, if I focus my mind while training, I can actually feel the chi circulating inside my body. The more true chi gets established, the stronger my body gets and my senses become way sharper too. A martial art this powerful, yet she just hands it over to me without asking for anything in return. The more he thought about it, the more flustered Yu Wu felt. Before finishing getting dressed and turning back to the group, sorry I took a bit, my bad. In response, Light asked, should we film a video? What are you expecting? I'm not doing it. Whatever, let's just get moving. Yu Wu replied. Over here, the beast girl Rachel still hadn't given up, advising, but viewership numbers are probably gonna be huge. Her words instantly drew agreement from Light. You took the words right out of my mouth. Hearing the two of them chatter, Yu Wu yelled in exasperation, just stop already. Right after, before they'd even walked a few steps, Light suddenly chimed in. Now that I think about it, it's lunchtime. Aren't you guys hungry? Yu Wu answered. Since I wasted a bunch of time, we'll just eat later. Before they could say another word, the female swordsman Dak Go-yeon cut in. No way. We've spent way too long on floor 5. We can't afford to stall any longer before reaching the 6th floor. Her words left the swordsman Light with no words left. Setting up dietary rules like we're in the military. Rachel snarled back. If you've got the energy to whine, use it to find the exit instead. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the group exited the maze and laid eyes on a massive door, leaving them all blankly dumbfounded. You just finished talking and I found it right here. This must be the door leading to the 6th floor, right? Let's see, I'm not entirely sure, Dak Go-yeon said doubtfully. Before Light could step forward to check, Yu Wu reached out a hand to stop him because he sensed something. What is this? I haven't even used my skill yet, but this is. I can faintly sense something just outside this door. Is there something behind it? Thinking this, Yu Wu walked toward the back of the door with a tense expression. His behavior aroused suspicion from the rest of the group, but Dak Go-yeon quickly said, just follow him. Reaching behind the door, Light looked around and remarked, there's nothing here at all. Did we take the wrong path? Unlike them, Yu Wu possessed the divine eyes, allowing him to perceive a lot more. Probably, but through my eyes, this wall is packed with illusions. Right here. With that, Yu Wu pushed forward with his hand, as if genuinely touching something. A crack began spreading endlessly across the air, ultimately shattering like a broken mirror to reveal a reddish-brown space behind it. This left Light and Rachel utterly shaken. What's going on? Did Yu Wu find a secret path? Peering through the opening, Dak Go-yeon shouted, I get it, this is a shortcut. Following their gaze, right behind the gateway was a spiral staircase leading straight upward. At the same time, a system notification popped up for Yu Wu. You have absorbed 50 illusions. Staring at it, Yu Wu went completely blank. What? I absorbed 50 illusion points? I just stumbled onto a hidden path. That's awesome. Thinking this, he turned back to consult the group. I found a shortcut for us. What should we do with it now? Hearing that, the whole group shared the exact same thought. What else could we do? Obviously, we're going inside. With that, the group briskly walked through the gateway. A gentle hand extended a glowing energy orb toward the mouth of the tiny, pure white snake Eve as it raised its head, whispering, eat up and grow big quickly. Eve, and it excitedly opened its mouth wide to eat, letting out a cute little squeak, eek, absorbing 5 phantoms. Yu Wu walked up the stairs one step at a time, looking around as he spoke. It seems the floor layout changes as we climb since there's no distinct transition. And Dak Go-yeon nodded in agreement upon seeing this. Maybe the stairs themselves act as the transition zone before she suddenly turned to Light and snapped irritably, Light, would you just walk straight? While he could only tiptoe step by step, fearfully clutching the weapon in his hands and anxiously explaining. But what if something jumps out right in front of me? The path is way too narrow, and Dak Go-yeon replied firmly and with fierce confidence, then we just fight it. What are you even stressing about? Just as Rachel, walking ahead, suddenly let out a yelp. Ah. She stood there holding the necklace in her hands, looking up with a worried expression. We're already on the 8th floor. The 8th floor. Yu Wu looked caught off guard with wide, blank eyes, sweat beading on both cheeks before pretending to be shocked and exclaiming, why did we totally skip 3 floors? While Dak Go-yeon walked up from behind with a cold, slightly mocking tone as she replied, looks like you managed to find quite a shortcut there, Ban Yu Wu. And he kept rolling his eyes nervously, forcing a smile as he said, even I didn't expect a shortcut this insane. Light still hadn't shaken off his fear, sweat dampening his face as he nervously darted his eyes around and spoke. The handbook already said shortcuts are a huge gamble, but the more floors you skip, the harder the next ones get. Aren't you guys worried at all? But Dak Go-yeon lowered her head slightly, her face expressionless, and smiled as she said, it also said the rewards would be way bigger. I'm honestly looking forward to it. The night buddy made a pathetic face as if he were about to burst into tears. Please don't ever look for a shortcut again. And Yu Wu let out a soft sigh as he kept walking, sweat dripping down his temple while a casual smile lingered on his face. Ha, fine, though inwardly he thought, Light is complaining way more today. He wasn't acting like this during our last raid. Why is he suddenly so terrified? Light gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, sweat beading on his forehead and his eyes filled with anxiety as he muttered, the higher the difficulty, the deadlier it gets, the holy sword. If only I was actually able to use it. While Yu Wu continued to calmly observe his behavior with growing suspicion. His mental state is completely shot, and he's way too dependent on his sword. Dak Go-yeon frowned, finding it annoying as she called out, you're being way too loud. Why don't you just smash that damn sword already? And seeing this, Light welled up with tears as his voice trembled. Don't say stupid stuff like that, just as Rachel suddenly screamed and pointed forward, causing Yu Wu to quickly snap to attention. The pink-haired girl widened her eyes, pointing toward the door glowing with brilliant light at the end of the spiral staircase, and shouting, "That's the exit," while he stood there stunned for a moment before letting out an astonished, "Oh." Yu Wu hurried forward a few steps and was already standing in front of the gate. The student ID card said the 8th floor, so the floor right after the exit has got to be the 9th, right? But she quickly grabbed his arm and didn't forget to warn him, "Be careful, Ban." Rachel frowned, full of vigilance and worry as she stared at the gate ahead. "I can feel hostility coming from behind that door, just like that time." Her voice was filled with deep worry and unease, causing both Light and Doc Goyon lagging behind to hesitate for a moment, back when that freak showed up, that exact same feeling. Then the genius girl reassured them, no need to stress too much, before turning to the knight standing beside her. "Light, when we step into the next floor, make sure you swing your sword, got it?" And he jumped slightly upon hearing his name called before asking back in surprise, "Huh, really?" And she nodded back decisively, "Yep." Light burst out laughing heartily, raising his sword high and shouting with high enthusiasm, "All right, leave it to me, wahahaha," while Doc Goyon stood behind them with her arms crossed, frowning uncomfortably as she muttered, "The way he changes his attitude on a dime is honestly so annoying," and Yu Wu agreed with a nod, "Totally." The four of them stepped through the portal of light, and inside was a vast stone hall that involuntarily sent chills down all their backs, making them speak up in utter shock. This place. Yu Wu had been closely and meticulously observing his surroundings ever since they stepped in. There are no monsters, and the ceiling is super high, right? While Light beside him looked just as puzzled by the scene in front of them. Have we reached a resting zone already? A figure clad in a black cloak was hiding behind a nearby boulder, watching the four of them as they kept moving, and he walked while gently shaking his head in explanation. "Doesn't look like it. None of the resting zones on the 10th floor were ever mentioned to have terrain like this." Suddenly, a massive magic circle burst into violent light, generating a blinding blue radiance as if it were about to tear space apart. Over here, Yu Wu widened his eyes at the sight, sweat beading on his forehead and his face etched with sheer astonishment. Then a massive sphere suddenly materialized right in front of Doc Goyon, hurtling straight toward her and catching both Yu Wu and Light completely off guard. She clenched her teeth in frustration at being unable to do anything. And so a massive collision occurred, sending debris flying everywhere while the ground trembled slightly. Meanwhile, amidst the violent shockwave, the gun user and the pink-haired girl hurriedly pushed themselves up from the dusty rubble. Doc Goyon. A powerful foot stepped down onto the sphere lying motionless on the ground, and Goyon's familiar voice rang out, "What's wrong, Ban Yu Wu?" Over here, the genius girl walked forward with her arms crossed coldly, her sharp gaze fixed straight on him as she asked, "Didn't you say you were the only one in the entire tower who could use this kind of weapon?" Leaving the guy looking slightly startled and flustered as he nodded, yeah." Yu Wu gritted his teeth and turned his head sharply, scanning the surroundings to see if anyone else had shown up here. "So this has gotta be a disposable weapon, that bastard." He quickly spotted a faint, flickering figure standing behind a nearby pillar. "You suddenly starting to cock your gun like that, as if I wouldn't notice." Yu Wu immediately pointed toward the nearby pillar, shouting at the top of his lungs to signal Light over there. He flicked his wrist and the guy instantly bolted forward according to the instruction, behind the 3rd pillar. Got it. The mysterious figure in black hiding behind the stone pillar jumped slightly at the sudden move. He pressed himself tightly against the pillar and thought to himself as Light sprinted toward him at full speed with his sword gripped tightly, "Is he heading right for me? How the hell did he find my position?" With a single swing of his sword, he effortlessly sliced the massive and sturdy stone pillar right in half, leaving the mysterious bastard completely thunderstruck. "My stealth skill shouldn't have been detected by a bunch of freshmen," and Light roared angrily, "Is it you, you asshole?" Gritting his teeth and twisting his body, he barely managed to dodge in time, thinking with utter confusion, "This makes no sense, but whatever." Then he shifted his gaze toward the other 3 standing far away and watching. "I'll deal with this guy first, and then blow the rest of them to smithereens." Yu Wu anxiously turned to Doc Goyon standing beside him, asking with genuine concern, "Doc Goyon, are you okay? If that hit had landed on anyone else, it would have been super dangerous," but she stood there with her arms crossed, replying coldly, "Probably." A strange bluish-white light suddenly flared up, catching him off guard. Yu Wu's face instantly twisted with worry as he pointed down at the sphere resting beneath Doc Goyon's feet the whole time, and it's mutating. "Wait, Doc Goyon, that bullet. And he yelled out in shock as he realized, that's a magic bomb, isn't it? A level 30 magic bomb, and a really powerful one at that. Yu Wu immediately knelt down beside the ticking bomb and gently warned everyone. Everyone stepped back for a second, and Rachel took a few hesitant steps back following his lead, feeling a bit confused. Ban. A quiet notification popped up, successfully subdued magic bomb level 30 by force, and at that moment Yu Wu finally let out a breath as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Phew, it stopped, that bastard. Then he cast his gaze forward where Light's battle against the mysterious guy was raging fiercely. Daring to pull a stunt like that, he's gonna pay. On the other side, the guy seemed to be struggling to parry his attacks. This guy is seriously good. Suddenly realizing something, he darted his eyes to the side, but from this distance. But the moment he looked over, he saw Yu Wu hurling something toward him with all his might. I won't get caught in the blast range anyway. He quickly used his dagger to block an attack from Light, thinking triumphantly, awesome, 3 more seconds until detonation. Turns out he had pulled a manual detonator out of his pouch, smiling smugly. Die. He jerked his head up in shock, realizing that the bomb supposed to be with the other 3 had somehow flown right over his head. He dropped his jaw in utter disbelief at the bomb hovering above him. Wait, why is the bomb here? Light was sharp enough to realize something was wrong. It's about to. While the mysterious cloaked bastard turned as pale as a ghost out of sheer terror, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Wag, it's gonna blow." The bomb shot forward, crashed straight into a massive stone pillar, and then ricocheted off in another direction. Staring at it rushing back toward him alongside Light, he thought in panic, it didn't blow up. A deep, cold voice rang out, making his heart skip a beat. Hey, I have no idea what you're so shocked about. Light narrowed his eyes, wearing an intensely serious expression as he spoke, but you shouldn't be looking away in the middle of a fight. Then he glided right past him, delivering a slash that looked effortless yet was powerful and decisive. The mysterious cloaked guy clutched his bleeding shoulder, panting heavily, huff huff, while Light's voice echoed beside him. That was weird. Clutching his bleeding wound tightly as he sat slumped against the stone pillar, the guy tried to interrogate him while standing right before him. You're human, right? Why are you attacking us? Followed by the sound of approaching footsteps and Yu Wu's voice. How the hell did you even get in here? He bent down to pick up the spherical bomb, continuing, hey, asshole, ever since I spotted you using stealth. With a cold gaze and the pitch-black bomb in hand, Yu Wu spoke with utter confidence. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you hiding explosives inside your bullets too? You rely way too much on your little tricks, and now look at you. His voice rang out to mock him, getting yourself caught in your own cheap neutralization trick, while the guy still clutched his wounded shoulder, gritting his teeth in pain as he snapped, "Gah, are you retarded or what?" Looking absolutely furious, he roared, how is this possible? How can a low-tier rookie have this kind of power? The man in black widened his eyes in absolute panic the moment an orange crosshair locked right onto him and detonated. Out of nowhere, Doc Goyon appeared right in front of him and unleashed an attack that left even Yu Wu astounded as she coldly spoke, before we have a civilized chat. With a piercing glare fixed down at the screaming, writhing man, she continued, I think it's better if I break your arms or legs first so you don't pull any more stupid stunts, when suddenly a voice echoed nearby, no, we have to kill him. Rachel slowly stepped forward and said, we can't let him live, her sudden appearance taking Yu Wu slightly aback. Rachel. The pink-haired girl's eyes were wild with panic, sweat pouring down as she gritted her teeth in sheer terror. If we don't kill him right now, everyone is gonna. The moment she finished speaking, she lunged forward and shrieked, Kaya. Seeing this, he hastily rushed forward to stop Rachel. Wait, Rachel. Her sharp claws stopped just inches away from the face of the mysterious cloaked bastard. Instantly, a long blue chain whipped out and wrapped tightly around Rachel's entire body to hold her back. Then Rachel wailed in fury as she was sealed by the magic chains, Kaya, while Yu Wu grabbed hold of her and shouted anxiously, calm down, Rachel. A terrifying voice echoed all around the four of them, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremor. You have failed, fools. He looked around blankly, feeling a rising sense of unease. What is this pressure? While Light looked around frantically like he had just realized something. No way could this be. Doc Goyon tilted her head in confusion at the sight. A constellation, huh? As the horrific voice continued to ring out while the mysterious guy grabbed his head in agonizing pain, observing the current situation. The mysterious voice echoed again, looks like your role is over, as a strange red energy began radiating around the guy, who panicked and screamed desperately, wait, I can still do more, I can still be useful. While everyone stood frozen at the chaotic scene, the voice kept going as if ignoring the man's pleas, sacrifice yourself to make up for your teammates. leaving both Light and Yu Wu completely bewildered by the sight. What the hell is happening? While the man clutched his body and collapsed in agony, raving madly, "Gah! I told you I can still do it. I can kill them." Suddenly realizing something was terribly wrong, he shouted at the top of his lungs to signal everyone back off. The voice resumed as mysterious blue and red energies intertwined around him. "For Exodus, sacrifice yourselves," while the guy clutched his head and collapsed, wailing repeatedly, "No, no." Yu Wu gritted his teeth, desperately trying to escape the surging wave of power closing in on him. Crap, it's too late. Then a massive explosion erupted from where the mysterious man stood, shattering everything around them into flying debris. The other three barely managed to take cover behind a stone pillar, struggling to stand against the violent winds generated by the blast. Dak Goyon panicked upon realizing Yu Wu hadn't escaped in time, shouting desperately, "Ban Yu Wu." Suddenly a soft chuckle rang out. Ahaha. He was sitting slumped on the ground right at the edge of the horrifying explosion, letting out a massive sigh of relief that was way too close to dying. Yu Wu's face still bore the lingering despair of having just survived a point-blank blast. For a second there, I totally saw the river Styx, and seeing this, Rachel couldn't help but be shocked. "Ban." She ran over and spoke with immense worry. "Ban, are you okay?" While Light stared at his blank, dazed face in pure bewilderment. "How the hell are you still alive and in one piece after that explosion?" Meanwhile, Yu Wu was flashing back to the exact moment of the blast. "Damn it, I can't dodge this. I need a way to block this explosion. There's gotta be a way." He instantly summoned a small magic circle, utilizing the concept of the magic bomb he had absorbed earlier, casting level 30 magic bomb. And finally, Yu Wu used the very bomb he created to neutralize the incoming blast. "Oh, I see." Dak Goyon stood beside him with her arms crossed, nodding in realization. "So you blocked an explosion with another explosion." As he reached out a hand and was gently helped up by Rachel. "If I had been even a second slower, total disaster." And Light gripped the sword in his hand as he asked, "What happened to that guy just now? I don't see him anywhere. He snuck away fast, didn't he?" Yu Wu stood up straight, glancing around as he frowned and replied, "Probably fine. I mean, we're still inside the tower. He must have teleported back down to the first floor by now." When the strange, eerie voice chimed in again, "He is dead." As if afraid the four of them hadn't heard clearly, it emphasized, "He is definitely dead. The tower will consider him as having perished in battle against you." The voice kept echoing in their ears. "It's as if you guys killed him," and he sneered in response. "What kind of bullshit are you spouting? You're the one who forced him to detonate. We only acted in self-defense." Inside the dark cavern with an open hole revealing the night sky outside, the strange voice seemed to pause for a second before continuing. "You sacrificed a precious teammate, yet gained nothing at all. I should have been more cautious the moment the tower started showing favoritism." Hearing that, Light looked a little surprised. "The tower is favoring us," and Yu Wu offered an awkward smile as he spoke. "Hey, stop talking in riddles and just spell it out already." He looked up and scanned around, asking, "Who was that guy just now, and what kind of thing are you?" The voice hesitated for a moment before replying, "I only have one thing to say to you." His next words made Yu Wu's eyes go wide with utter astonishment. "We are Exodus, strictly speaking your enemies. We will meet again." With that, Rachel let out a soft sigh as if a heavy weight had lifted off her shoulders. "Hugh, that pressure is gone," while he gritted his teeth in extreme annoyance. "What is up with these damn constellations?" Four of them gathered together, and Yu Wu complained, "I've never met a single one of them who talks nicely, let alone acts normally." As the pink-haired girl standing nearby rested a chin in her hand thoughtfully, though at least one of them was kind enough to tell us their name. While Dak Goyon kept scanning the surroundings, speaking coldly. "Repeat what they said to me again." Exodus and Light nearby explained to her, "That's the name of the organization, not an individual." He frowned, his expression turning serious. "Exodus is the most notorious space pirate syndicate across all dimensions. That constellation must be backing them up." Yu Wu looked surprised as a realization hit him. "Ah, so the space pirates Professor Yumina mentioned were Exodus." And seeing this, Light welled up with tears, his face contorting into a crying pout. "And now they're out for our blood. What the hell is going on?" But Dak Goyon remained completely calm and collected in the face of this. "Is that really so surprising?" Then she let out a confident smirk and said, "We were gonna run into them while climbing the tower anyway. Isn't it better to get some experience beforehand?" And Yu Wu nodded in agreement. "I agree." While Light frowned in annoyance and grumbled, You two really are a match made in heaven. He immediately grew a bit anxious and said, but don't you guys think something's weird? That constellation just said it too, that the tower is favoring us. At that, Light spiraled into a panicking, tearful mess. The thing we were just guessing about, that constellation just confirmed it for us. Don't the rest of you think that's strange? And Yu Wu stammered, unsure how to calm him down. No, that's not what it means. But when suddenly a system notification popped up next to Rachel, Light looked shocked to see an identical one beside him. Why are we the only ones getting treated so harshly, And Doc Go-yeon standing nearby was no exception either. The three of them stared at the system notification boxes with looks of awe and surprise. Oh man, holy crap, While Yu Wu standing outside felt a growing wave of unease. What are you guys harmonizing for? He suddenly panicked and yelled, don't tell me the principal sent us a message, while Doc Go-yeon kept staring intently at the system notification, speaking seriously, just because we ran into a bizarre anomaly. They want us to log out now. All three of them received the notification at the same time. No, that's not it. If anything, Rachel chimed in with a nod. You got it too right. And Light replied, yeah, I just leveled up. While Yu Wu stood there stunned, still trying to process what was happening. Me too. Go-yeon smiled slightly, unable to hide her joy. This is my first time leveling up since enrollment. Could this be a reward from the tower for surviving the constellation's attack? Looking down at the system window appearing before him, Light said hesitantly, if so, it's a bit of a hassle, but I'll take it. Rachel beamed happily, while my stats just shot through the roof. While Yu Wu looked helplessly at his three companions gathered together and happily inspecting their notification windows. He offered an awkward smile, thinking to himself, let's see, they use stat windows and their base stats were way too high from the start anyway, so me leveling up changes nothing. Yu Wu scratched his head as he paced around the area in deep thought. The tower is ignoring its own master, but why only me? Did it skip my reward just because I don't have a stat window? His eyes suddenly lit up, activating clairvoyance. No. Yu Wu easily peered right through the lingering dust storm from the massive explosion. Of course, that wasn't it. Right at the blast site, an energy orb was hovering lazily just above the ground, half hidden in the dirt and dust right where the guy had vanished earlier. He crouched down and observed it closely. There's still a string of text attached. Yu Wu reached out and touched the glowing orb, thinking, is this meant for me? Instantly, it emitted a blinding surge of energy that completely enveloped his body as his face froze in pure shock. A flurry of ancient text slithered up Yu Wu's arm and wrapped around him. Oh, I knew it. Vitality 79, Physique 46, Mana 39, Soul II, Polymorphism I, Spatial Control 2.5, Stealth 5.7, Holy Imprint 0.1. You have acquired the above stats. He stared at his energy-filled body in astonishment. Vitality 79. How the hell did it jump by that much? And I even got a concept I've never seen before. Reading the lines popping up on his personal system window. Polymorphism I is a supreme concept humans shouldn't be able to possess. Holy Imprint 0.1 trace of a stellar body. When all personal traits vanish, the only thing left is stellar essence, and he fell into deep thought. Polymorphism must be an advanced version of shapeshifting, and Holy Imprint probably has something to do with the constellation. He pouted as he scrolled through the system window. I got all these things I don't even know how to use, completely oblivious to the fact that little snake Eve had crawled up onto his hand out of nowhere, Seeing this, Yu Wu asked casually, you want the polymorphism, Eve? And the snake immediately shook its head vigorously. He smiled softly and brought the sparkling energy orb closer to Eve. Well, anyway, holding on to stuff I can't use is useless. Eve, eat up. And it happily munched on the energy orb with a crunch, nom 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 nom, as pale blue stripes began appearing across its pure white body, making Yu Wu blurt out, holy cow. The other three noticed the commotion on his side and turned over, gaw. Rachel tiptoed over to Yu Wu and asked softly, what's going on, Ban, while he squatted on the ground, stuttering incoherently, it's Eve. At that moment, all that remained on his palm was a large egg radiating a brilliant, mechanical glow, and Yu Wu shouted in absolute terror, it turned into an egg. The subject has mastered a secondary concept. Origin mutation is underway, and the pink-haired girl gasped with worry, oh man. Staring intently at the egg in his hands, she asked, you mentioned something like this happened before, right? And Yu Wu gave a slight nod, yeah, but last time it hatched right after turning into an egg, whereas this time it's not, and Light rubbed his chin in speculation. Probably because it's a second evolution, so it takes longer. Doc Go-yeon crossed her arms and observed the egg in Rachel's hands, speaking coldly, it's probably leveling up too. While the pink-haired girl cradled the egg with both hands, speaking with deep affection, I can feel a warm energy radiating from the egg, and Yu Wu was still frantic, biting his fingernails as he trembled. What should I do? What should I do? While Light stood nearby with a smug smirk. Why do you look so worried? He welled up with tears as he watched Rachel squeeze her eyes shut into a bright, doting smile while Yu Wu muttered gloomily behind them, "We've got no way to calm Rachel down if anything goes wrong now." And hearing that, Light turned pale and gritted his teeth. Damn it. He sighed in helpless resignation. The next room is a resting room, so let's just hope it wakes up before then. And Yu Wu nodded, tears still welling up as if ready to fall, while the spacious room echoed with Rachel's gentle voice. Ah, the transformation is starting. Then the four of them stepped into a room where brilliant light streamed through arched glass windows, casting long shadows down a grand staircase, and the knightly guy holding a sword tilted his head to look at the newcomers before speaking. Oh, so this is. Right in the center of the hall was a picturesque fountain, the famous Room 10 I've only ever heard stories about. Amidst the lush trees planted all around the room, Light's voice rang out, "I heard if you have bad luck, there won't be any food or water in here. Doesn't look like that's the case." Yu Wu led the way forward as he spoke, and the four of them walked along the path beside the fountain. Feels more like we got lucky instead of unlucky. The knightly guy happily climbed up into the branches and plucked a bunch of fresh fruit. These are called Eden fruits. They reduce fatigue and boost potential. You're supposed to eat them during rest periods, and Yu Wu stood right beside him with a smiling gaze. Exactly. Then he happily grabbed one and took a bite. Its fresh, sweet, and crisp flavor instantly spread across his palate, leaving both Yu Wu and Doc Goyon astounded by how delicious it was. Wow. He smiled and pointed at the half-eaten fruit in his hand, praising it. "This is so good, I've never tasted anything this amazing. And you aren't an exception either. This is the sweetest fruit I've ever eaten. I can actually feel my energy boosting a bit." Doc Goyon tilted her head in slight curiosity. "Why don't we just eat everything here before we head out, and take some with us too?" While Rachel sat on a nearby chair enjoying a bunch of grapes happily, and Light smiled helplessly as he replied, "I don't think we can do that. They say each fruit only works once, and if you try to take them out of the floor, they disappear." The white-haired girl lowered her head slightly and gritted her teeth in frustration. What a petty rule, and Light widened his eyes at her and replied, "Tough luck. Rules are rules." While Yu Wu took another bite while intently scanning the surroundings, thinking, what a waste not being able to take these fruits with us. Is there really no way, huh? He noticed new text appearing on the system window before him. Vitality 5, Mana 8, Charm 20. You have acquired the above stats. You have eaten the unique fruit of Eden, the fruit of good and evil clairvoyance. You can now see who has committed what sins. And Yu Wu stared at the text in confusion. What's this now? Then he looked down at the fruit in his hand that he had half eaten, the fruit of good and evil. Huh? I got all this just from eating something that looked like a fig. Yu Wu smiled awkwardly, thinking anyway, how does it even define a sin, when suddenly a hurried voice called out, hey guys. Rachel hurried over holding something. "There's some kind of box over here," and the other three looked over in surprise. A box. Doc Goyon frowned cautiously, crossing her arms as she spoke coldly. "If it's a reward for our progress, even at the bottom rank, the contents are bound to be weird. Everything we've been through is completely abnormal anyway." Yu Wu gave a helpless, forced smile. "Right. We've gone head-to-head with Constellations twice," and Light chimed in with teary eyes, "and it's rare to not see a sub-boss." As Rachel recalled everything the four of them had faced throughout the journey, both Demi-Lorand and the Hapjeong area, leaving Yu Wu unable to hide his despair as he remembered those terrifying monsters too. It's like all the suffering most teams have to endure got dumped on us all at once. We've used up all our bad luck, so there's gotta be some good karma in there. Otherwise, it's totally unfair. Yu Wu's face couldn't hide the despair as he recalled those terrifying monsters too. It's like all the suffering most teams have to endure got dumped on us all at once. We've used up all our bad luck, so there's gotta be some good karma in there. Otherwise, it's totally unfair. He then looked down at the wooden chest at his feet with a surge of excitement. While they actually weren't kidding about the completion reward, hearing this, the pink-haired girl also felt a slight thrill inside, a compensation reward. He gave a slight nod and replied, "That's right, they say every rest area has a treasure chest to compensate for the progress we make there. It's a wooden chest with a gold trim, so it's probably a high-tier chest, low grade, right?" Rachel's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, "How on earth can you tell?" Yu Wu offered a gentle smile and cheerfully explained, "The treasure chests in the rest rooms are judged by the material they're made of. They say the quality of the treasure inside increases in the order of wood, bronze, silver, and then gold." Light excitedly stepped forward to open the wooden chest. "All right, let's open it." But Doc Goyon immediately stepped in to stop him. "Wait." She then continued, "Let Ban Yu-1 open that chest instead." He looked up in utter bewilderment. "Huh?" The white-haired girl pouted and sneered, "If you open it, we're bound to have terrible luck." Rachel, standing nearby, felt a bit uneasy and nodded in agreement. Oh, I agree. Light was so shocked he let out a loud yell. What the heck? Tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out in helpless despair. What on earth did I even do to deserve this? Doc Goyon coldly delivered a harsh reality check. Correction, your luck is rock bottom. I wish you just kept your mouth shut at a time like this. Yu helplessly walked over to open the wooden chest, and Rachel stepped closer as well, curiously peering inside. All right, let's see. His eyes went wide and he stammered, "Oh man," while the pink-haired girl standing beside him also froze and blurted out, "What?" Rachel stared wide-eyed and bewildered when she saw a sparkling, heart-shaped staff inside the chest. "What is this?" While Yu could only stand there completely dumbfounded and speechless. Light stared wide-eyed, sweeping his gaze over the heart-shaped staff in the wooden chest. At a glance, it doesn't seem to have any function at all. Could it be a ritual item? Rachel gently lifted it with both hands to examine it. The design looked so strange. Doc Goyon furrowed her brow and said coldly, "I can sense a powerful energy radiating from it. It's definitely an artifact." Seeing this, Yu smiled slightly. "Rachel, can I hold it for a moment?" He took it and held it high to admire it, thinking with secret delight, just looking at the design, "This is definitely something from my world, something magical girls use." Yu noticed the system interface suddenly displaying stats. Unverified, strength 150, soul 200, magic language 100, magic element 50. He was astonished to realize, are these all stats related to magic? Soul 200. Yu rubbed his chin, staring intently at the staff with a thoughtful look. "Don't tell me this is..." Seeing this, Doc Goyon turned to him and asked softly, "Ban Yu 1, did you figure something out?" He immediately replied, "I think this is a magic training tool for beginners." Rachel's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "A training tool?" Saying that, Yu pointed at it and explained, "Yeah, it seems to have a will inside trying to impart knowledge to the user." Both Light and Rachel pressed their faces close to the staff to get a better look. The knight friend's eyes bulged in astonishment while she dropped her jaw in speechless awe. "It has its own consciousness to educate people, this thing." As soon as he finished speaking, it reacted and swayed back and forth. Light let out a shocked gasp. "Ah, it's real." Rachel was also fascinated by the item, marveling in wonder. "It feels like it actually has a life of its own." Yu smiled and turned to everyone with a proposal. "Guys, I really want this. Can I keep it? Of course, with a fair trade in return." Doc Goyon coldly replied first, "I'm fine with it, but let's study it later. We're still inside a dungeon." Light shook his head as well. "I don't have any objections. Compared to what you've been through, what's this worth?" Rachel nodded decisively. "Of course, Ban should keep it." Only Yu found something a bit odd about the pink-haired girl's words. Why is only Rachel's reasoning so weird? He then reached out to create a magic circle and temporarily put the staff away. "Thanks. I just feel like this thing is going to be incredibly useful to me." The two of them walked through the dense trees and Light grimaced and complained, "Ban, I told you that picking any more of these won't do us any good," while Yu just smiled and shrugged in response. "I know, just follow me for a little bit." A moment later, Light was holding a basket overflowing with various strange fruits and asked, "What are you going to do with all this?" "They'll just disappear as soon as we take them outside." Remember, looking at the harvest with great satisfaction, he replied, "You're right, but..." Then Yu took out a bottle of yellow liquid and placed it on the ground, to the surprise of Doc Goyon and Rachel. "There's no harm in trying, right?" He grabbed his shoulders and rolled them slightly as if warming up to prepare for something. "All right, time to pay for the item now." Seeing this, the white-haired girl stepped forward a bit and asked, "Pay, you mean for that artifact from earlier?" She crossed her arms and coldly stated her guess. "Do you mean you'll pay in cash?" Yu smiled, picked up the fruit basket and created a small magic circle. "Of course not." Then he tossed the empty basket toward Light and said, "Light, catch this and follow me." The guy caught it and tilted his head in confusion. A basket. It seemed Doc Goyon finally realized something as she said in surprise, "That bottle is..." While Rachel also partially understood. Oh. She remembered the pastries and the special jam she had eaten earlier. It was that exact jam from before. Light felt a bit surprised, but still handed Yu another basket overflowing with various fruits. "Don't you guys find this strange?" He then slumped down onto the ground and said, "Like how each person is only allowed to take one portion, or how the fruits disappear if you take them outside." Yu smiled triumphantly, holding the basket full of various fruits as he sat next to the jar containing the yellow liquid. "So what if it's combined with another item, and what kind of effect will it have after use?" He reached toward the newly acquired fruits, created a magic circle, and cast a spell, separating the concept of the fruits of paradise. Yu formed hand signs with 2 fingers and a glowing circle spun around his hand, extracting the pure essences of the fruits. Since no one has ever tried this method with those rules, the fruit pulp He then tossed them into the jar right beside him, so why not give it a try? The jar containing the fused pure essences retrieved by Yu Wu began to glow intensely, and in no time it was filled to the brim. The transcendental fusion between the fruit of paradise and the primary elixir had begun. Watching this scene, Light couldn't help but marvel in awe, gasping, "Oh man," while Rachel was utterly delighted. Wow. Yu Wu smiled cheerfully, holding up the now-filled bottle. The level 30 life elixir has been created. Done. It heals and significantly boosts the user's strength and magic power while bringing countless new possibilities. The effect increases with long-term use, but absorbing too much at once will incur divine punishment. The knight friend shouted in amazement, "How on earth did you do that?" The white-haired girl leaned down to observe and covered her mouth in shock. Ban Yu won. That Rachel leaned down, staring intently at Yu Wu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground holding up the glowing jar. So that jar of jam back then was made the same way too. He chuckled, holding the jar of jam in his hand, and said, "Well, we can't eat it right away though. After all, this room still has its rules. If you want to taste it or see its effect, we have to get outside first." The whole group instantly became super excited and yelled, "Let's go right now." Yu Wu was taken aback by this. Doc Go-yeon turned around with an intrigued smile and asked, "You guys agree too, right?" Lively chatter echoed through the vast garden. Light hemmed and hawed for a moment before replying, "Well, I don't feel tired anymore anyway." "So sure," Rachel calmly nodded. "I'm fine with it too." As soon as she finished speaking, the white-haired girl cheerfully shouted, "All right, let's head out." Yu Wu could only let out a helpless smile and think, these people have completely lost their minds over sweets, especially Doc Go-yeon. The whole group was then teleported to a completely different place, and the knight friend realized, "We've reached room 11. Doc Go-yeon whirled around to Yu Wu and hurriedly asked, "Ban Yu won, what about the elixir?" He quickly opened his inventory. "Wait, just a second." He broke into a radiant smile and gave a confident thumbs up when he saw the glowing, sparkling bottle appear before his eyes. "I knew it. It worked." Doc Go-yeon became wildly excited and yelled, then threw her arms around Yu Wu. "I knew you could do it." Ban Yu won, the success making his face flush bright red. Ooh. The very next second, both of them froze as they realized their over-the-top action. The white-haired girl's face flushed red with embarrassment as she shoved him away. Close, way too close. Light stood on the sidelines watching the scene with a helpless look. He then wore a mischievous smirk and teased Doc Go-yeon. "Doc Go-yeon, did you just hug Ban?" She blushed, looked away, and snapped, Shut up." Rachel, standing nearby, was green with envy and furious, growling as if she wanted to leap in and tear them apart, while Yu Wu rubbed his head and stood up from the recent collision. "I'm the one who's more shocked here, all right." Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared, making odd sounds that caught his attention. Yu Wu shouted in shock, "Here they come, the monsters of room 11. Several monsters from this room were crawling toward him. Crustacean beasts, monsters with extremely hard shells, numerous and widespread just like tower spiders. Yu Wu panicked and bolted while calling out for rescue as the creatures chased furiously behind him. "Guys, they're here. I told you they were coming." He yelled, but before he could finish, a red beam of light pierced straight through the horde of monsters. "Room 11 monsters." A familiar voice echoed, perfect timing. Yu Wu collapsed to his knees, looking back in terror while Doc Go-yeon's voice chimed in beside him. "I was already annoyed about being too full to drink the elixir." She reached out with her hand, taking a combat stance and shouting, "So a digestion helper just walked right to us." Hearing this, Yu Wu was stunned. "You still want to eat more?" Doc Go-yeon then plunged into a fierce battle, kicking up smoke and fire with the monsters. "Let's just keep going until I've digested it all." While Yu Wu dropped his jaw in anxious, terrified thought, "I shouldn't have made that elixir in the first place." A powerful punch slammed straight into the wall. 10 hours later, room 14, along with Doc Go-yeon's forceful voice, why?" She clutched her stomach, leaning against a nearby wall and gritting her teeth. "Why am I still not hungry?" Meanwhile, Yu Wu and Light were sitting flat on the ground, panting heavily and completely exhausted. He cried out as he watched the dust clear, leaving only a monster tied tightly to a nearby stone pillar. "I can't believe I stayed full for half a day." The knight friend let out a hopeless, defeated wail. "I bet we're the only group that skips 3 rooms just to get hungry." He leaned back tiredly and said, "Anyway, I can't walk another step." Yu Wu was in a similar state, sitting motionless on the ground. "Me neither." Only Doc Go-yeon stood with her arms crossed in deep thought. She frowned and stated her thoughts coldly. "I bet room 15 will burn it all off." Hearing that, Yu Wu screamed, "Stop it right there," while Light cried out at the same time, "It's 11 p.m. already." He looked up wearily and said, "Even if we still have energy, we should probably stop here for today." She tilted her head and asked, "Why's that?" Yu Wu then pointed a finger toward someone's silhouette far off in the distance. "Look over there." Over there, Rachel's sharp claws tore through stone slabs like paper, leaving deep gouges on the wall as an angry roar rang out, grrrrr. She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing red with fury, her sharp claws bared, while Yu Wu's voice echoed nearby. Rachel is about to lose control. Dak Goyon seemed quite calm, crossing her arms as she watched Rachel's near-berserk state. Looking at this condition, it wouldn't be strange if she snapped at any moment. Yu Wu smiled gently and pleaded, right, that's why I'm against moving forward. He stood up and turned to tell everyone, we probably don't even need dinner, let's go wash up and rest, and tomorrow we'll start from room 15. The white-haired girl replied coldly, fine. Light also nodded cheerfully beside her, all right. From his pouch, Yu Wu pulled out a small portable bathhouse and a few necessary items. All right, you guys use this to bathe, Dak Goyon asked with a puzzled look, what about you? He smiled cheerfully, pointed at his biceps, and said, I'll bathe later, I want to focus on training my phantom body technique a bit more. Seeing this, she leaned slightly and wore a proud smile. That's the martial art I taught you after all. Your proficiency determines the perfection of the phantom body technique, so keep up the good work. With that, Dak Goyon turned back and grabbed Rachel by the scruff. Let me drag this little beast to take a bath first so she doesn't get in the way, while the pink-haired girl stood there bewildered, clueless about what was happening. Yu Wu turned to Light and pointed at the other two. What are you doing standing here? Go take a bath. The guy's face suddenly flushed red and he barked, what, I'm a guy. The knight friend's face turned beet red, his eyes bulged and sweat poured down as he yelled down the hallway, you want me, a guy, to go bathe with girls? What kind of nonsense are you talking about, Ban? Yu Wu froze, his eyes widening in stunned disbelief. No way, this guy. He recalled the previous scene, screaming in shocked disbelief inside his mind while his face still wore a look of utter astonishment. He still hasn't realized his identity is blown yet. Is he seriously an idiot? Yu Wu turned away, pretending not to know as he waved a hand. Oh right, well then, just strip and bathe right here. Light's face turned even redder than before, trembling as he shouted, what kind of vulgar thing to say? Yu Wu spun back around and said calmly, we're all guys here, why are you freaking out? The knight friend stubbornly clenched his fists and shouted, even so, I can't just strip in front of someone else. Yu Wu crossed his arms, wore an exhausted expression, and sighed as he asked, so what do you want to do then? While Light stood opposite him with a burning red face and non-stop sweating, hesitating for a moment before stammering, just don't look this way. He nodded in response, got it. He started taking off his armor pieces. Hey, if you peek, I'm going to get seriously mad. Yu Wu also took off his outer jacket and replied helplessly, I told you I know. He blinked as if suddenly realizing something. Yu Wu stared in shock at the strange necklace worn by Light, a necklace. Soon enough, the next day arrived, and a loud scream echoed through the room. While everyone was sitting around the campfire happily eating cup ramen, Light suddenly jumped to his feet with a look of shock and panic. Using a spear from now on, how did it end up like this? Dak Goyon calmly spoke up, you fought well without a sword from room 7 all the way to the rest area. I just said that because you seemed used to fighting without one. Yu Wu slurped his ramen and nodded, me too. The knight friend explained desperately, it might look that way, but I really can't do it anymore, while Rachel continued eating her noodles happily despite everyone's discussion. Why not? Light frowned and lowered his head with a serious expression. Room 7 didn't have strong monsters, so it was fine. But we don't know what's ahead. High-tier monsters could show up just like last time. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling heavily pressured. Fighting without my holy sword anymore is too much for me. Something bad is definitely going to happen. Dak Goyon rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought as if calculating something. Then she decided to speak up. All right, since the potential risks have been confirmed, let's settle it. Use your sword. Hearing this, Light instantly brightened up, his face breaking into a wide smile, really. He hugged his sword, rubbing and stroking it. Thank goodness, my holy sword. I'll never abandon you again. Yu Wu pulled Dak Goyon close and whispered, is this really okay, Dak Goyon? She helplessly whispered back, what else can we do? His mental state has clearly reached its limit. We just have to compromise for now. Suddenly, Rachel's head popped up, thrusting herself right into the middle of their conversation. The white-haired girl looked with confusion at her, clutching a fork and growling continuously. She was fed and taken care of, so why is this little beast throwing a tantrum all of a sudden? He gave a helpless smile and replied, beats me, maybe she triggered her defense mechanism because we stood too close. Dak Goyon turned away and muttered sarcastically, from trauma straight to jealousy? I'm starting to worry about this group's future. Rachel furiously slammed herself down onto the ground, making Yu Wu break out in a cold, awkward sweat. Yeah. Looking worried and sheepish, he asked again, Doc Goyon, do you think we're doing the right thing? The white-haired girl gritted her teeth and hissed through her words, why are you asking me that? Whenever the two of you talk, Rachel over there practically goes insane. Kaya. At that moment, massive monsters appeared in large numbers throughout the room. Room 15. A leader raised his weapon high and shouted orders, charge, kill them all. The rest of the creatures took the command and surged forward like a storm. Screech. Countless javelins were hurled toward the four of them, who were now surrounded. Light rushed in from out of nowhere and slashed the javelins to pieces, nowhere to run. Yu Wu turned to look at him brimming with energy, continuously swinging his sword to cut down the monsters so they couldn't retaliate. Huff, erg, ah, while marveling aloud, whoa. Yu Wu then slashed at a monster while speaking, if we hadn't let Light use his sword, we'd be in deep trouble. Doc Goyon concentrated on fighting back and replied coldly, is this really the time to be worrying about someone else? Suddenly, a monster shrieked, making him lose focus and stand there dazed. Screech, it raised its axe high toward Yu Wu and roared, accept your judgment. The white-haired girl screamed his name while waving her hand to cast a spell, Ban Yu 1. The monster was pushed back by her attack, and Yu Wu finally snapped back to reality. A nimble pair of footsteps darted through the crowd of monsters. Rachel, with her incredible strength, batted away the monsters in her path. He stepped back a few paces and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thanks you two. The white-haired girl warned coldly, stay alert, while Rachel stood guard in front with a murderous growl. She then threw herself back into the monster horde to fight like a madwoman, and Yu Wu thought to himself, Rachel is about to snap, and Eve shows no signs of waking up anytime soon. While he was lost in thought, another monster suddenly sneaked up from behind to ambush him. When the opportunity comes, I should try what failed last time. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Yu Wu managed to block the attack with his sword. It let out an angry, terrifying shriek, screech, and roared, I am Quonos of the proud rusty halberd legion. The proud monster yelled, you shall melt into nothingness beneath the tip of my spear. But before he could finish his sentence, he took a full-on slash from Light. So annoying. He darted toward Yu Wu in a flash and swung downward. It pointed at him with utter contempt and said, Scree, looks like you're the weakest one, huh? He gripped his sword tightly and retorted with a smirk, how'd you know? Before the monster could react, red fluid sprayed everywhere. While Doc Goyon remained fairly calm, Yu Wu stared with his jaw dropped in astonishment at the gruesome sight. Light frowned with a murderous look in his eyes and decisively slashed the monster to pieces. Just a low-tier tower trash monster. Light landed gracefully and announced, got one. The knight friend gripped the hilt of his sword, which glowed with a fierce golden light, his eyes darkening with grim seriousness as he growled, there's only. Yu Wu's eyes widened in shock. He reached out and shouted to stop him. Wait, hold on, but Light had already shot forward like a bullet, slashing right into the monsters and yelling, these small fries too. Every time he shouted, he swung his sword decisively, tearing the monsters to shreds. Light lowered his sword after defeating the last monster, rested his hands on his hips, and sighed, thinking to himself, I never expected to run into an orc like the ones back home, right here inside this tower. The knight friend fell into deep thought, but in the end they're still just orcs. A savage race like that is no match for the radiant light of this holy sword. Suddenly, an angry bark interrupted his thoughts. You idiot. Light tilted his head, not understanding what was happening. Doc Goyon looked furious as she snapped. What do you think you're doing, taking down every single one of them without any coordination at all? Yu Wu looked at the last monster slumped on the ground and cried out, oh man, that was the last one. Guard duty is going to start soon. Seeing him standing there motionless, the white-haired girl continued, we agreed to move to the next floor after regrouping, did you forget? Light remained silent for a moment before speaking, stunning them both. What's to worry about? With me and the holy sword, we can easily clear the next floor, sis. He put his hands on his hips and turned to look at Doc Goyon and Yu Wu with a completely calm and confident expression. No need to waste time on enemies of this rank, right? Light chuckled, raising a hand and speaking with a carefree tone. Oh, come to think of time, is it because you guys didn't get any loot? While she stayed silent, clutched her fists into tight balls, and tried to suppress her rising anger, the clueless knight friend continued. All right, next time I'll make sure to leave some for you guys, so don't worry. Doc Goyon frowned and gritted out every single word. What did you just say? Yu Wu seemed to sense the killing intent radiating from her. Eep. Realizing the situation was going south, he stepped in between them to mediate. Wait, everyone calmed down while secretly feeling completely baffled. What on earth has gotten into Light? Yu cast a surprised and strange look at Light, thinking he's saying things he would never normally say. What is going on here? Then he quickly added, guard duty starts soon, so we need to get ready. Just as Yu finished his sentence, a loud noise echoed throughout the room, startling everyone. His entire body began to glow, and his eyes darted around anxiously. Oh no, the environment is starting to change. Doc Go-yeon and Light went through the same thing as Yu, and he frowned warily. What's this? Everything began to shift as black chess pieces gradually appeared. On the other side, white chess pieces continuously materialized. Finally, all four of them were standing in front of a giant chessboard complete with both black and white pieces. Yu focused on observing his surroundings, a chessboard. Doc Go-yeon stepped close to him and spoke. We didn't get teleported anywhere else, the environment itself just changed. Suddenly, Rachel collapsed to the ground, still letting out low growls. Yu whipped around and called out worriedly, Rachel. He hurriedly rushed to her side, kneeling down to check on her. What's wrong? Are you hurt? However, the beastkin girl didn't reply, only struggling as she breathed heavily. Ha ha. Suddenly, she grabbed onto Yu's arm and let out a fierce roar. Lifting her head with one normal eye and one blazing eye, she gritted her teeth and forced out the words word by word. No, can't play anymore. Yu furrowed his brow and cursed inwardly. Damn it, she's losing control. As a look of intense worry flashed across his face and he shouted out, Rachel, we need a break before the next round starts. A heavy pair of footsteps approached, accompanied by a creepy, menacing voice. You humans are the ones who slaughtered my subordinates, huh? It was the appearance of an orc monster wielding a thick wooden staff, boasting aggressively, I am Captain Kuros of the Greater Rusty Cleaver Battalion. His eyes flashed a bright crimson as he declared with absolute confidence, I'll honor my fallen comrades with your very heads. Yu gently supported Rachel as he turned to look at the orc, thinking to himself, comrades, is he talking about the orcs from the 15th floor? Isn't this the 16th floor? He realized this in shock just as a system screen popped up. Don't tell me the floors are linked together. A line of text appeared on the system notification board, 16th floor rule, the weakest soldier charges first, and seeing this, Yu couldn't help but feel astonished. What the hell, a rule? Then the guy pointed right at him and shouted, come on, first up, the weakest human. Waving his hand with total confidence, he taunted, I, Captain Kuros, will teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Yu prepared to step forward. If it's the weakest, that's probably me, when suddenly an arm reached out to block him. Ban, don't worry. Light gripped his sword tightly and stepped forward, his sharp gaze locked and ready for battle. There's no need to follow meaningless conditions like that, leaving Yu stammering in shock. No, wait, hey. From behind the night buddy, a pair of golden wings burst open, an orc daring to impose rules on someone blessed with a holy aura. He pushed off the ground to gather momentum. Light braced himself and lunged forward with blazing eyes, roaring in fury, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths, ignoring Yu's desperate shouts from behind. Hey Light, no, stop. As he rushed toward the monster on momentum, the creature tilted back a few steps and asked, are you the weakest human? The night buddy didn't even bother answering his question, swinging his sword in a rage and yelling, I'll slice you in one hit. The orc narrowed his eyes slightly and replied calmly, not a chance. At that exact moment, a brilliant blue blade flashed through the air. He successfully slashed the monster, but it didn't even leave a scratch. The system notification board popped up immediately, rule violation, followed by another line of text, penalty, all stats have been reduced. A subtle shift took place right beneath the surface, leaving Light completely dumbfounded, unable to process what was happening. What? Staring up at the monster standing there completely unharmed, he thought in utter confusion. Why, I can't move. The orc monster swung his arm out and brutally tore Light's body to shreds. He screamed in agonizing pain, Ga art. Yu dropped his jaw in shock, completely speechless, while the system flashed another notification, contestant Light eliminated. The night buddy's body emitted an eerie blue light before gradually dissolving into nothingness, followed by a loud shout. Light trap rooms, unlike regular rooms, are a type of room governed by special rules and orders. Though harder than normal rooms, if you follow the rules you can pass safely, and the rewards are massive. However, any tower climber who violates the mandatory rules will face severe punishment. Yu watched in disbelief as Light faded away into thin air. Light. He whipped around to stare at the notification board and cursed, damn it, we're screwed, contestant Light, eliminated. Yu fell into deep, anxious thought. The difficulty of the Tower of Babel is always set to match the maximum strength of the entire party, 4 members, level 4 room once the input value is locked in. His mood sank as his worry grew heavier. Even if 1 or 2 people quit, the difficulty stays locked for 4 people. Eliminated, 2 members, level 4 room, meaning the room's difficulty won't adjust to the remaining headcount, so acting when the whole party is fully prepared is crucial. Yu Wu broke out in a cold sweat, staring tensely at the orc monster ahead because Light recklessly rushed in and got eliminated. This expedition is basically a failure, that stupid idiot Light. One of the orc's shoulders was severely injured and bleeding profusely, the result of Light's earlier slash. He reached out a hand stained with the red liquid and let out a deep growl, grr. Then the orc broke into a terrifying grin, krahahaha. What an overwhelmingly strong guy. Even though he wanted my head, he still managed to wound me before dying. He grew increasingly excited, stomping his foot hard against the ground as he roared, I love it, while Yu Wu thought in shock, that guy. An intimidating killing intent radiated from his body as he grew even larger. Come on, bring it on. Captain Kuros here is ready for all of you. And Yu Wu looked nervously at the gigantic monster towering before him. He got bigger. Yu Wu gritted his teeth in anger. Breaking the rules made him stronger, while Dak Goyon, who had remained completely silent by his side the whole time, finally spoke up, seriously. Crossing her arms, she said coldly, I knew that sword was messing with his head, but I never expected it could turn someone into such a complete fool, and he smacked his forehead with a groan of defeat. The brutal truth hurts. Yu Wu frowned as he recalled Light's previous behavior, feeling utterly perplexed. We haven't known each other that long, but he wasn't this reckless and impatient before. I don't get what on earth went wrong. He turned to the white-haired girl and bravely guessed, maybe restricting the use of his sword throughout the expedition caused some kind of backlash. But she gave a slight shake of her head and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am certain of. Crossing her arms with a stern, judgmental glare, Dak Goyon stated coldly, that garbage sword is completely unreliable. He's definitely gonna repeat the exact same mistake at another crucial moment. Once we get out of here, I'm gonna train him strictly. And Yu Wu replied hesitantly with a sweat-drenched face, right. Then he turned his attention back to the massive orc still standing there. All right, let's focus on this guy and figure out how to clear this stage. But she immediately stopped him. No, once a member is eliminated, continuing the expedition is pointless. With that, Dak Goyon stretched out her hand, summoning a sword instead. The orc took heavy steps closer toward the two of them, but she calmly laid out the plan. Let's use this opportunity to break the trap room's rules and see just how steep the price for it really is. Suddenly, the monster let out a loud laugh, krahahaha. Then he pointed confidently at the tiny Dak Goyon. One look is enough to tell you're not the weakest one here. Are you planning to ignore the rules of this place too? Causing her to respond coldly, The white-haired girl turned back with a frown. Yu Wu looked at her expression with lingering confusion. Dak Goyon gritted her teeth tightly without saying a word. Then she shouted loudly, I'll be heading out first, Ban Yu Wu. Try handling this beastly thing by yourself. And he stared in utter astonishment as she drew her sword, while the gigantic orc monster roared and lunged forward like a storm. Dak Goyon lowered her stance, gripped her sword tightly to ready her combat posture, and gave a firm warning, don't forget what I told you before entering the tower, okay? As Yu Wu screamed out to stop her, wait, Dak Goyon. The monster roared in fury, die you foolish human. A sharp cold glint flashed in Dak Goyon's eyes. Her hand rested on the hilt, ready to draw. Right after that, the system window flashed a notification, and the white-haired girl swiftly unsheathed her blade and sliced off the orc's arm. Rule broken, penalty, all stat attributes decreased. Yu Wu dropped his jaw in wide-eyed shock as he watched her body begin to fade away as well. Contestant Dak Goyon, HNG eliminated. The orc monster clutched his severed arm in agony and roared, Qa. Sweat dripping down his face, he stammered in disbelief, that stick-thin human, how dare she chop off my arm. The orc stared in shock as he stepped closer. Yu Wu's hand materialized a sword. Your stats must have gotten quite a boost from those penalties, but it's pretty clear you can't fight anymore right now. Gripping his sword tightly, he looked down at the monster with a cold gaze and spoke in a low voice, since those two sacrificed themselves earlier, I'm definitely gonna kill you and move on. Struggling to speak through gritted teeth, the monster wheezed, huffed grr, so the weakest one finally decides to show his face. Then the orc lowered his head with a faint smile and muttered something, no, looks like that's not it. Out of nowhere, Rachel let out a wild scream and charged forward, taking Yu Wu completely by surprise. Bellowing out, she swung her razor-sharp claws, Kaya. He spun around in a panic, trying to stop her. Ru. Sweat poured down Yu Wu's face like a waterfall, his eyes wide with horror. Rachel. He immediately whirled around and yelled no. At that moment, Yu Wu was struggling to grab hold of Rachel's arms to keep her from lunging forward. The beastkin girl lost all sense of control, growling as she fought to break free. Kaya grr, dealing with such immense strength put him in a tough spot. Ack, stop it, Rachel, if you break the rules too. The monster narrowed his eyes, clutching his arm as he watched them. Then I have no idea what kind of extra power that guy's gonna get. While Rachel's eyes turned blazing red with murderous intent. Kaya. Yu Wu gritted his teeth and strained to hold her back. She isn't even listening. This is really bad. He opened his palm, glowing with a greenish magic aura while mysterious runes orbited his arm, gritting his teeth with a fierce look in his eyes. This is the only choice left, so positive emotions deep inside her. Pushing his hand forward toward Rachel despite being blocked last time, he screamed, neutralize. Yu Wu placed his hand directly on her head as a brilliant light burst forth, enveloping them both. This time it'll work. He asked with anxious gentleness, hey, Rachel. The beastkin girl went limp and collapsed onto the ground. Sweat drenched across her face as she labored for breath. Grr ha grr. Suddenly clutching her chest, she let out a piercing shriek, Kaya, leaving Yu Wu deeply confused and terrified. Rachel, why? While he panicked over her worsening state, the orc in the back stirred slightly. Why is her condition getting even worse, Rachel? The monster let out a soft growl, wincing as if in severe pain. Then he drew a strange, long, dark red weapon. Meanwhile, Yu Wu remained on his knees, desperately pleading with the beastkin girl slumped on the cold ground. Rachel, are you okay? Can you talk? She didn't answer, only gritting her teeth and clenching her fists as she lay flat on the cold stone floor, growling continuously. Suddenly, Rachel reached out and grabbed his shoulder, catching him completely off guard. And then shoved him backward with all her might to help Yu Wu dodge a fatal slash from the monster. He frowned as he was knocked away, sliding across the ground. That Captain Bastard, Ack, and right after that the system flashed a notification. Attack failed, rules nullified. Raising his massive staff with a contemptuous smirk as he looked down at Rachel standing guard in front of Yu Wu, the orc muttered, I was planning to slice both of them at the same time. What a pain. He suddenly realized something in shock. Wait, this woman couldn't possibly. Staring intently at her, clutching her bleeding arm, protecting that guy even while acting purely on instinct. Then he let out a sigh, turned to Yu Wu and said, phew, hey, human man, you're one lucky bastard. Before the monster could finish his sentence, he took a direct hit from Rachel's claws. To think you'd end up with the best companion ever. Without missing a beat, the pink-haired girl swiped and sent his head flying, leaving him completely stunned. Yu Wu tried to stand up, but a sharp pain in his side made him groan. My ribs. If Rachel hadn't blocked for me, I'd have been split in half, but I still got grazed. Thinking with frantic worry, at this rate both me and Rachel are gonna be in mortal danger, he forced himself up, pulled out a potion bottle and called out, Rachel, come here. Before the next teleport hits, we need to treat your wounds. Despite Yu Wu calling her name over and over, she just stood there in silence without uttering a word. Rachel, Rachel. Suddenly, the beastkin girl whipped around and let out a savage growl, grr. With a flick of her hand, she batted him several meters away. Yu Wu stared at Rachel in shock. It seemed she had completely snapped and turned into a feral beast. The neutralization didn't work at all. Looking closer at the blazing furnace, he realized the flames were actually burning even hotter than before. As Yu Wu was distracted by his thoughts, a teleportation magic circle suddenly materialized beneath his feet. What the? Yu Wu yelled in shock while Rachel, sensing the shift around her, looked startled. Why is the teleport starting right now? Footsteps approached, causing both of them to look back. A horde of monsters appeared, letting out eerie screeches. Kaik, Room 17 monsters, masked goblins. Seeing this, Rachel let out a low growl, her eyes turning bloodshot. Grrr. Panic-stricken, he stammered, no. She bellowed with furious, blazing eyes, startling Yu Wu behind her as he anxiously reached out a hand. Rachel. The monsters looked eager to pounce as well. Kaik. Rachel bared her sharp claws and lunged forward. Kaya. He could only stand frozen as she threw herself right into the middle of the monster horde. Yu Wu clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the ground. Damn it. Covered in cold sweat and deathly pale, Yu Wu widened his eyes in horror. I failed. For some reason, I couldn't put out that furnace, and yet I had the nerve to say leave it to me. And even told her to trust me. There are no guarantees at all. It was all just relying on my own half-baked intuition. falling into a deep, agonizing spiral of self-doubt. Why didn't I think this through? I just trusted my own gut and tried to handle Rachel's anxiety all by myself. No, am I just an arrogant idiot? Yuwu's eyes went lifeless, his mood plummeting into the absolute abyss. Well, none of it matters anymore anyway, since Light and Doc Goyon both quit. This expedition is a total failure. Watching the vision of Rachel tearing through the monsters and sending them flying in all directions reflected in his eyes, continuing has no meaning. Dying here and getting sent back down sounds about right. While Yu Wu was lost in his own thoughts, an orc raised a bow and aimed straight at him, but even so, an arrow cut swiftly through the air. Rachel's frantic footsteps suddenly changed direction. Before his astonished eyes, she threw herself in front to block the arrow aimed at Yu Wu. He caught the pink-haired girl with a cry of anxiety, Rachel, while she clutched her bleeding arm and wailed in pain, Kaya, and the monsters kept closing in on the two of them, Ke-eek. The blood-soaked arrow was violently tossed to the ground as Rachel kept fighting. Then Rachel immediately stood back up to shield Yu Wu despite being covered from head to toe in wounds, letting out a massive roar. That finally jolted him awake to protect me. Yu Wu watched in silence as Rachel took on the entire mob of monsters. Remembering how happy she was back then, count on you for this, Ban. I'll listen to whatever Ban says, I trust you, Ban. He gripped the potion bottle tightly in his hand and spoke, even though the expedition failed and everything turned into a total mess. Yu Wu tilted his head back and resolutely swallowed half the potion, instantly prompting a stat notification: acquired Vitality Z, Physique 1, Mystic Technique Z, Charm 1. His healing factor surged rapidly as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, a fierce spark of determination in his eyes. But I can't let it end like this. Kneeling on the ground and watching Rachel relentlessly unleash attacks amidst the monsters, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank God she hasn't given up yet. But that doesn't mean the situation got any better. The beastkin girl slashed with powerful, decisive claws, wiping out the wave of monsters endlessly. I need to bring Rachel back to normal, but I have no idea how. Recklessly messing with the furnace clearly isn't the answer. Yu Wu fell into deep thought, recalling the moment of Rachel's innocent and adorable cuteness, his face filled with hesitation. A Rachel not agitated by the heart furnace looked nothing like her current self. Normally, she was like a clingy little puppy. But right now, she was completely out of control and unaware of herself, continuously roaring and scratching. Yet at this moment, she was acting no different than a fierce beast charging headfirst into certain death. He was suddenly startled, realization dawning on him. Wait a minute, a fierce beast. Yu Wu braced his hands and slowly stood up. Can't a fierce beast be trained? Only those born in wild environments are like that, but Rachel isn't like them. Thinking of Rachel's completely opposite extremes, he bit his lip and thought with hesitation. Her normal state clearly possesses human-like consciousness and reason. Yu Wu placed a hand on his chin in deep concentration. If it's not in her inherent wild nature, why doesn't she understand my words? Could there be a problem with the way I'm approaching her? His eyes widened as if remembering something. Do you know what dependency is? Ban Yu 1. Doesn't that word imply being dominated? Well, that's not wrong either. Yu Wu recalled what Doc Goyon had once told him from the perspective of someone who feels dominated. It sounds unpleasant, but there are also people who find a sense of safety when under strong control. Back then, Rachel was still in her normal state, and she even showed a bit of timidity and fear, which also meant that the little beast seemed desperate to find someone to depend on. A strong person who could completely control and dominate her. Yu Wu stared blankly, unable to comprehend what the white-haired girl was saying. What are you talking about, I mean? She leaned in close to his face, emphasizing every single word. When you can no longer reason with the little beast, it means trying to be gentle with her is completely useless anyway. Yu Wu then sank into an undefined silence, accompanied by an indescribable sense of unease. By this time, feeling his strength return, he slowly stood up. She probably still understands, but my communication was way too weak, so my voice couldn't reach her. Yu Wu looked up at Rachel, who was still fighting the monsters with everything she had. Then I'll use her own method. That's the only way to make her understand. Over on that side, the beastkin girl roared in fury with glowing eyes and sharp fangs. Kaya, making the frontline orc look tiny as it trembled and shrieked in panic. Ki. Right at that moment, Yu Wu rushed forward and used the sword in his hand to block and deflect her sharp, flashing claws. With a burst of strength, he knocked Rachel backward, sending her sliding across the ground, and shouted, Rachel, that's enough. Yu Wu continued speaking to the point where even the monster itself stood frozen, completely clueless about what was happening. This is the last goblin. If we kill it, we'll teleport straight to room 18. He raised his voice even louder in an attempt to wake up the out-of-control Rachel. If we keep going like this, both of us are totally done for. We need to stop right here, heal our injuries, and prepare for the next room first. Losing patience, the orc grabbed its axe and charged forward. Kia. An irritated Yu Wu turned around and kicked it flying far away, yelling, "Stay put and wait there." He immediately spun back around, glaring fiercely as he barked, "I'm being serious here, so shut your trap," causing the orc to tremble in terror and crawl away in tears. A flurry of hurried footsteps caught Yu Wu's attention. When he turned his head, he saw Rachel once again lunging forward with her claws bared. Yu Wu lowered his head and whispered, "All right, Rachel, so you're still not going to listen, huh?" His eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying red hue, and a rope materialized in his hand. "If it has to come to this, I have no choice but to use this." Following that, Yu Wu conjured a very sturdy wooden chair. He instantly whipped out the rope, letting it coil through the air. Rachel. The beastkin girl lunged forward frantically, while Yu Wu firmly gripped the rope in his hand. The loud snap of the whip echoed throughout the entire room. The exact moment the rope struck down fiercely, Rachel was shoved backward by a massive force, retreating step by step. Taking such an unexpected blow left her utterly shocked as she let out a loud roar. As the beastkin girl roared and prepared to charge again, Yu Wu stepped forward, grabbed the chair, and shouted, "We're not done yet." He slammed it down heavily right in front of her. Facing Rachel, who was still growling angrily, Yu Wu raised his voice sternly, "Rachel." He then pointed at her, patted the chair, and gave a command, "Sit down." The beastkin girl grew even angrier and let out a shriek louder than before, "Kaya." Yu Wu pouted as he watched her sitting obediently while baring her fangs and flashing her claws on the chair. He shouted loudly while snapping the rope downward, startling Rachel into pulling her claws back. "Quiet down." Yu Wu stepped closer, opened his palm, smiled softly, and commanded, "Rachel, paw." And she obediently extended her hand in response. He gently patted the beastkin girl's hand and smiled with tender praise, "Good girl, well done." Yu Wu knelt down and gently stroked the head of Rachel as she sat obediently on the chair. "Very good." It seemed that his combination of tough and gentle actions had finally reached her, causing Rachel to gradually return to normal. He watched in astonishment as her hair began to shift back to its original light pink shade. "Wow, her hair is changing color. I never expected it to be this effective." Realizing she was having her head petted, the pink-haired girl lowered her head slightly, her face flushing bright red. "Ban." Yu Wu smiled cheerfully. "Ah, Rachel, you're back." Seeing her return filled his heart with joy, but before he could finish his sentence, Rachel lunged forward. "You're finally awake." She threw her arms around Yu Wu to his utter astonishment. "The only one in this world, my master." A loud thud echoed out, and just like that, the two of them tumbled to the ground in a hug. He rubbed his head in pain. "Ouch, what was that just now?" Yu Wu looked down in shock, stuttering, "What is this?" His own personal notification window popped up right before his eyes. The concept of dependency has been established. Rachel has become an entity bound by submission and exists solely for Ban Yu 1. Seeing this, Yu Wu could only let out a helpless cry. "That sounds insane." At that moment, Rachel fluttered her eyes open after drifting off. She bolted upright in surprise, as Yu Wu, who was busy tying up the orc, turned back with a cheerful smile and asked, "Oh, you're awake." Rachel immediately reached out toward him, tears welling up in her eyes as she asked with guilt-ridden concern, "Ban, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Taken aback by her sudden action, he hurriedly replied, "Hurt, I'm fine. The elixir has already taken effect." The poor orc, tied helplessly to the chair, watched Rachel, crying her eyes out over Yu Wu. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. I actually feel amazing." Her mood then plummeted, despair and sorrow evident in the pink-haired girl's words. "I feel much better now, so." "You saved me again, Ban. In the end, I've become a burden to you yet again." He gently placed a hand on her head, patted it softly, and comforted her. "Don't worry." Yu Wu smiled tenderly, reassuring Rachel, "I promised I'd do my best. I'm sorry for being so late. I didn't understand the message you were trying to convey. If I had realized just a little sooner, I could have resolved your issue much faster." She gently grabbed his hand, shook her head softly, and said, "No, it's okay." Then Rachel pulled Yu Wu's hand against her cheek with a happy smile. "Just the fact that you didn't forget and kept your promise is enough to make me endlessly grateful. Thank you for stopping me, Ban." "Oh, wait." The pink-haired girl suddenly hugged him, making his face burn bright red and sweat pour down like rain, while her voice whispered lovingly, "My master." Yu Wu forced an awkward smile and stammered, "Hey, calling me that is really not okay." Tilting her head innocently, Rachel asked back, What's not okay about it? Flustered, he rushed to explain, calling me master, but she beamed happily and replied, what's wrong with calling you master, Master Tilda, flustered and flailing his arms. You couldn't even form a coherent sentence. Well, you see. He clutched his head and screamed inside his mind, no, that word is definitely not okay. We're classmates, you can't go around saying master-servant stuff like that. Yu jumped and hurriedly cautioned. You're standing way too close, Rachel. If my family ever found out that a girl our age calls me master. Yu imagine being hung upside down from the ceiling while a crowd of people stared at him like they wanted to devour him alive. I wouldn't have the face to look anyone in the eye ever again. They'd be like, we sent this kid abroad and what does he come back with? He's into that kind of stuff, ha ha ha. He shuddered, a chilling sensation running down his spine. There was a 100% chance his family would disown him on the spot. Noticing Yu still hadn't answered, Rachel tilted her head and called out softly, master. With a betrayed face, he stammered, Ray, rest up first and we'll talk later. The pink-haired girl replied cheerfully, all right, causing him to panic and shout, you're standing way too close, Rachel. She gently clung to Yu's arm, her voice dropping a notch. I was born a beastkin. If there's anything that makes me stand out more than other beastkin, it's that. Rachel's gaze lowered, heavy with sadness. My ancestors were exceptionally great, and my father formed a contract with a constellation. Hearing this, Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. A constellation. She continued her story. My father regretted making that contract, but the constellation refused to let go of a bloodline bearing beastly heritage, and through my father, it bestowed a blessing upon me that was no different from a curse. I wouldn't have the face to look anyone in the eye ever again. Yu asked with mild astonishment, so that's the heart furnace, right? Rachel gave a soft nod and replied, yes, although it allows one to attain great power by burning emotions, it also leaves the person completely dominated by those very emotions. She recalled the times she had gone berserk and destroyed things around the house. Ever since I was little, whenever my beastly instincts awakened, the heart furnace would ignite my emotions and spread fury all around me. Because I inherited the power of the tribe, there were hardly anyone who could help me. Rachel's expression remained gloomy and sorrowful because people around me kept getting hurt. I chose to suppress my instincts and hide my emotions, but the more I did that, the more passive I became. Yu fell into deep thought, recalling the previous instances and understood, so that's it, that's why she always seemed so passive. Because once her emotions ignited her burning wild instincts, she would go completely insane, so suppression had simply become a habit. He turned to her and asked, so that's why you enrolled at Union, to meet the constellation that contracted with your family and reverse the heart furnace. Rachel's face flushed slightly as she shook her head and answered, no, both my father and I wanted nothing more to do with constellations. There was a much better method, so I tried to find it. Tilting his head in puzzlement, Yu asked, a better method, what is it? And the pink-haired girl fell silent for a moment. By the quiet, flickering campfire in the gloomy prison cell, she answered with an emotional voice, establishing a master-servant relationship through submission. Following the master's commands, that is an instinct deeply engraved in a beastkin's soul. They completely submit to a self-chosen master, and the master's orders take absolute priority. Rachel lowered her head, hiding her current emotions as she spoke in a timid tone. That's why you were able to control the heart furnace. As long as you want me not to lose control, the heart furnace won't burn my emotions and get triggered. He frowned, his face showing worry, but why my commands and not someone else's? If you just needed any master, you could have chosen anyone besides me. She immediately replied quite casually, beastkins require an absolute condition to submit to a master. Rachel lowered her head further and answered, the master's soul rank must vastly surpass that of the vassal. Only then can true, complete submission occur. Hearing this, Yu thought in astonishment, soul rank. Sitting by the flickering campfire, the beastkin girl's steady voice echoed throughout the room. I don't mean to brag, but my soul rank is quite high. Probably because I've been carrying a constellation's curse since birth. Because of my soul rank, I couldn't accept just anyone as my master. She lowered her head and her tone grew sadder. Even at Union, which gathers many strong people from different dimensions, that didn't change at all. Yu glanced over at Rachel in deep thought. Come to think of it, ever since the first time I awakened my power, the depth of my soul has been over 300. He looked up at the appraised levels hovering above both of their heads. Right now, your soul depth is 200, and mine is around 460. Rachel's soul depth 200, Ban Yu 1 soul depth 460. It fits a beastkin's condition perfectly. Then she continued. But the very first time I met you, I had this feeling. Yu's eyes widened in shock, his cheeks flushing pink as he listened to Rachel's sincere confession. This man, I can look at him as my master and submit to him. That was the first time I ever had a thought like that. Her face was also flushed red by this point as she whispered, I'm so glad you made the right decision at the right time. Thank you so much. He scratched his cheek, chuckled softly, and looked away with bashful embarrassment. Haha, but that decision is a bit heavy, you know. Rachel lunged forward to hug Yu-woo's arm and said, what can I do about it? He looked down at her flushed face as she kept talking. I've always suppressed myself before, but now I don't have to anymore. Now I can smile more, cry more, and be much bolder, all thanks to you. Rachel looked up with sparkling, emotional eyes, then smiled sweetly as she whispered, even though it's heavy, you have to take responsibility for it, master. Yu-woo pressed his lips together, remaining silent in his confusion before finally answering, all right. Then she stood up and walked away. Well then, shall we get going? Leaving him dazed for a moment. Rachel clenched her fists, turned back to give Yu-woo a bright smile, her heart filled with determination. The two of us will climb as high as we possibly can now that I can control the heart furnace at will. He instantly jumped up, threw on his jacket, and called out, wait a second. In Yu-woo's hand was an orb radiating a brilliant light, which he extended toward her. Take this. The pink-haired girl turned back, looking momentarily stunned. This is the wild energy I've gathered up until now, including the one from that orc earlier. It's not much, but I want to give it to you. She looked down hesitatingly at his hand. To give someone like me energy this powerful. Unable to believe her eyes, Rachel looked up and asked, are you really giving this to me? Yu-woo let out a soft sigh, lifted her hand, and said, as long as you're okay with it. Following that, a dazzling light burst forth from the two of them, accompanied by Rachel's joyful voice, I'd be more than happy to. He slowly placed the small orb into her hand. Once she absorbed it, the pink-haired girl raised her hands to admire the result with an expression of pure delight. Wow. She clenched her hands into fists and smiled faintly. Then the room echoed once more with Rachel's eager voice, let's hurry up, move forward and fight. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Yu-woo smiled with a hint of fondness. All right, all right. Time passed without them knowing how long, as the two charged forward with full momentum, but ultimately couldn't hold out and failed on the 19th floor, leaving Rachel on the verge of tears as she whimpered. I just wanted the two of us to have a little more time alone. While Yu-woo broke out in a cold sweat, flustered and hurrying to comfort her, oh man, and Yumina had been waiting for a long time, smiling to welcome the two back as she said, welcome back, you kids worked hard. She immediately thought back to when Doc Go-yeon and Light first came out, dragging him along by force, intending to ask about the two who finished ahead, but before she could finish talking, they had already sprinted off to the training room. Is something going on between those two? Rubbing his brow with a troubled expression, Yu-woo replied, no, those two are probably fine. Take care, Light, though by the way, what kind of things have you heard already? Yumina sat seriously on her chair, smiling gently as she replied, up to the part where you caught the intruder. When I heard about that and watched the footage, I was so surprised. I never expected those attacks to stretch all the way from last week into this one. Who could have possibly predicted that? And he sat across from her with an awkward smile. Haha, yeah, exactly. Clenching her hands slightly in her lap and bowing her head a bit, she spoke softly. Among all the irregular phenomena, encountering an intruder has the highest mortality rate. Everyone came back safe, but honestly it wouldn't have been surprising if someone had lost their life. I'm just so glad everyone made it back safe and sound. And Yu-woo frowned, quickly replying, I just got lucky. Glancing upward slightly to recall the mysterious figure who appeared, he asked with worry, Professor, what do you think the person who attacked us was aiming for? What do you think his goal was? Yumina narrowed her eyes in deduction. He definitely wasn't from the academy, yet he seemed to have the qualifications of a tower climber, which must be because. Her next words carried a chilling, terrifying weight. You guys have become promising rookies, so they want to eliminate you early. And hearing this, Yu-woo couldn't help but be shocked. Promising rookies. Yumina's hand resting on her lap tightened slightly, sweat pouring from her anxiety as well. Those connected to constellations naturally attract attention from other constellations too. You guys are a rather unique case, and refusing to sign with a constellation shows a strong will. Yu-woo froze slightly while she continued calmly, and your potential is immense, which means a lot of constellations either want to recruit you or keep a very close eye on you. Sitting regally on the dark red chair, Yumina cast a sharp gaze across and asked, if that footage is accurate, the attacker was a member of Exodus, right? And he nodded, answering briefly, yes. Her expression grew grave as she continued, Exodus is a notorious space pirate syndicate, and they are the largest group infiltrating the tower, which is because they're backed by a constellation, and the constellation funding them is extremely extreme and famously violent. Hearing that, Yu-woo's face showed a look of horror as he thought to himself, a constellation actually funding a pirate group. while Yumina's voice still echoed, "Since there's a high chance you won't sign a contract with them, your exceptional talent must be a massive thorn in their side." With that, she lowered her head and let out a heavy sigh, "But even so, I couldn't imagine they'd go to such lengths just to eliminate you. I thought the 11th class wouldn't draw attention, at least not until the end of the semester." Yu Wu frowned and fell into deep thought. That guy's trick back then, although it was just a simple scheme, if we hadn't spotted it, someone would have definitely lost their life. He breathed a sigh of relief as he remembered the terrifying scene, the bastard clutching the detonator and then the thick smoke filling the air. We only survived because our base stats were high and our perception was good. A normal group of rookies would have definitely been wiped out. Sitting quietly on the red velvet chair with a chilling aura wrapping around him, Yu Wu thought, "This is seriously infuriating. Just how many people have you bastards killed using this method, Exodus, and there's even a constellation funding these kinds of actions." His hand resting on the chair clenched into a tight fist out of sheer anger. "They were already getting in our way since the last expedition. And because of those constellations, Rutschel had to suffer so much, and this time it's them again." Gritting his teeth with a fiery glare in his eyes, Yu Wu thought, "Seriously, I'm totally sick of it. I want to take down both Exodus and those damn constellations. I can't forgive them." Yumina frowned, her face looking slightly worried and scared. "That expression of yours is a bit terrifying, you know." Realizing he was letting his personal emotions show a bit too much, he hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't mean to," but she shook her head, showing clear empathy and understanding. "No, if I were in your shoes, I'd feel the exact same way." Yumina lowered her head, her gaze tinged with sorrow as her voice dropped lower. "You guys keep getting dragged into all sorts of messes. As your supervising professor, I should have helped you grow without interference. But it's such a pity I couldn't do much," and Yu Wu waved his hands, smiling to comfort her. "No way. Who on earth could ever control what happens inside the tower anyway?" Then he broke the heavy atmosphere, speaking cheerfully. "More importantly, what should we do with the footage inside the tower? I've already finished editing everything." And Yumina narrowed her eyes with fierce determination. "Just upload it. Their plan has already failed. Once the video is made public, they won't dare pull anything for a while. We've got to publicly humiliate those bastards," making Yu Wu chuckle softly. "Haha." With the sky outside growing dim, he stood up and bowed. "Well then, I've said everything I needed to share. I'll take my leave now, Professor," and Yumina nodded in response. "All right, you won." Walking a few steps away, Yu Wu let out a weary sigh. Geez, getting involved with constellations never brings anything good. Pressing her lips together in silence as she listened to his worried look, "You're already sick of it after just 2 experiences. I guess you're never gonna sign a contract with any constellation." Fiddling with her hands in deep thought, Yumina muttered, "Good job, you won. That's a smart choice," but her voice was quiet, yet enough to make Yu Wu stop in his tracks. Among the constellations, there are truly some wonderful ones who genuinely care about the contractors they sign. He turned around, tilting his head with an innocent, confused expression, and seeing that, Yumina got flustered. "Ah." Smiling softly with a slight shake of her head that left Yu Wu even more perplexed. "Ah, never mind, but before you go, I have a small proposal. You won." Inside the training room, a firm voice rang out, "No." Doc Goyon crossed her arms with a deep frown, her expression dead serious and utterly unforgiving. "We're not going anywhere, absolutely not. This worm still needs to be punished further." Smiling helplessly as he looked at Light sprawled out miserably on the floor, Yu Wu thought, pushing him too hard isn't gonna help anyway. Speaking up, Yu Wu said, "The whole room is a complete wreck because of your two's workout session anyway. Plus, we still need to throw a celebration party after everything that happened in the tower. Let's head outside together and get some fresh air." The night buddy wept and trembled, reaching out a hand to look utterly pitiful. Ban, am I really that terrible?" And he replied with a deadpan expression, "Yeah, exactly, you messed up all over the place." Pouting as he pinched the guy's cheek, Yu Wu said, "Honestly, if you hadn't messed things up yesterday, we would have reached the 20th floor. Rutschel and I made it to the 19th floor with just the 2 of us." Light sighed with worry, clutching his forehead in grievance, but it was just a mistake, and Doc Goyon's face darkened as she whipped around, snapping angrily, "A mistake." Clenching her hand into a fist, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly low pitch, "You still have the nerve to call that a mistake. Sounds like you still haven't learned your lesson yet, Light." And the night buddy frantically scrambled behind Yu Wu, crying pitifully, No, it's all my fault. It's entirely my fault." Bursting into tears with streams running down his face as he wailed, "Wah, I'm genuinely sorry everyone. I was way too arrogant yesterday." And Yu Wu quickly stepped in to defend Light. "See, Light's already apologized, so just forgive him already. while Dak Goyon turned away with a sigh. Phew. Then she held up 2 fingers and said, fine, instead of that, I'll take 2 shares, leaving Yu Wu stunned for a moment. 2 shares. The white-haired girl crossed her arms with arrogant pride, her cheeks slightly flushed. You promised back in the tower, didn't you, that I could ask for whatever reward I wanted? Awesome, go ahead and figure out what you want. Yu Wu smiled with confidence. Leave it to me, I'll let you pick whatever you want, making Dak Goyon ask shyly, really? While the pink-haired girl next to them cleared her throat within a hum and Light anxiously asked, I get to go too, right guys? At the grand shopping center in the City of Flowers, Ronica. Dak Goyon frowned as she held up a black frilly dress to test against herself and asked, do these fluffy clothes actually look good on me? While Light laughed nearby, chiming in with a teasing tone, your everyday combat gear is even fluffier than that, and Yu Wu quickly praised her. It suits you great, so don't worry. The white-haired girl smiled shyly. I'm not so sure, but if you say so, and he smiled, offering another suggestion. All right, next let's try this knitted sweater. Completely unaware of the blazing eyes of the pink-haired girl watching them and the nervous anxiety of the night buddy. Rachel was so furious her eyes turned burning red, her trembling hands clenched in outrage as she hissed, how dare he treat my master like some servant, making even Light sweat bullets as he glanced over and whispered, hey Ban, you might want to pay attention to this side too. Dak Goyon smiled inwardly, happily browsing through the racks. Hee, I'm not really used to this style. But since Ban Yu-won picked it out, I love it. It's been so long since I could go shopping this freely. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, making her freeze with a blackened expression, you greedy pig. Dak Goyon turned around furiously and snapped back, what did you say, you beast, what was that? While Rachel instantly seized the opportunity to play the victim and whine, you won, and Yu Wu panicked, seriously, why are you two still fighting even out here? Rachel enthusiastically fed a pastry to Yu Won, begging him to try a bite. Sitting right next to them, Dak Goyon radiated a suffocating killing intent, her face darkened with irritation. Yuan blushed deeply, waving his hands to say he could eat by himself, but the pink-haired girl stubbornly refused to let up. Afterward, the group sat down together to discuss how they had smoothly resolved the issue of Rachel's power outburst during battle. Rachel clung tightly to Yuan, showering him with endless praise for handling everything so perfectly. Dak Goyon sighed, remarking that the outcome was still way better than dealing with someone who completely lost control like a certain somebody. Hearing that, Light grew insecure and wondered to himself if he was now the most useless person, the weak link of the group. Dak Goyon turned to ask Light directly if he had any explanations for his abnormal behavior yesterday. Falling into a brooding silence with his head bowed, Light resolved that from now on, he would try his best to fight without relying on that holy sword ever again. Yuan quietly observed his friend, thinking to himself that they couldn't just let him wallow in self-pity forever. Instantly, Dak Goyon used telepathic messaging to scold Yuan, telling him to find a way to make Light open up and share his problems. Sipping loudly from his coffee cup, Yuan hesitated, figuring that such personal matters couldn't just be forced out of him. Dak Goyon stared hard at Yuan, reminding him that roommates should look out for each other. The girl even casually added that Yuan should use his good looks to seduce Light, just like he did with Rachel. Hearing that, Yuan choked on his drink right on the spot, unable to believe his friend could make such a crazy suggestion. Frantically wiping his mouth, he insisted he hadn't seduced anyone and told Dak Goyon to stop talking nonsense. Yuan explained he just wanted to get along with Rachel, never expecting things to get misunderstood like this. Dak Goyon glared at him, reminding Yuan that he was the one who stubbornly dragged both of them into the group in the first place. Yuan sighed and agreed to find a way to help Light, right as he received a new notification on his device. It was an announcement for a large-scale practical training trip to another dimension next week. The objective was to stop monster waves in lower-level dimensions, part of the training to become a divinity. Hearing that, Light's expression turned extremely harsh at the mention of lower-level dimensions. Yuan advised Light not to think too negatively, since this was just basic knowledge required for advancement. Light still remained defiant, claiming that people from higher-level dimensions were always arrogant, acting like lower worlds couldn't survive without them. Yuan quietly observed his friend's expression, sensing a deep, hidden hatred. He guessed something terrible must have happened in the place Light used to live. Shrugging that matter aside, Yuan let the group know he had one more important announcement to make. He decided that starting this week, he would join Professor Yumina's combat magic class, shocking everyone present. Everyone reacted violently to his sudden announcement, while Yuan just wanted to focus on solo training for a while. A few days later in the training room, Yuan pulled out his newly acquired magic staff to prepare for practice. He tried to start a polite conversation, inviting the staff to freely share its knowledge. But the only reply was silence, and Yuan began losing patience, threatening to smash it to pieces if it kept acting so stubborn. He complained that it had been 3 days and it still hadn't bothered to pass on a single piece of magic language concept. Thinking about how class time was fast approaching without having learned anything yet, Yuan felt he couldn't afford to lose face. He pulled out a large hammer, coldly declaring he would destroy the staff to absorb the knowledge straight from the debris. Yuan raised the hammer high, delivering a decisive strike as if ready to finish off this arrogant item on the spot. Terrified, the staff screamed out, hastily begging him to stop. It scolded Yuan for being so rude as to use violent force to trespass into its inner mind without asking permission. Yuan calmly asked back if it was talking about the Babylonian code skill he used to see right through it. The staff kept nagging about how magic was a noble path, not meant for roughnecks like him. Yuan didn't bother listening to the lecture, barking at it to drop the ridiculous standards and hand over the knowledge right now. In the end, the staff had to submit to Yuan's roughness, agreeing to pass everything on to him. Instantly, the system notified Yuan that he had successfully absorbed 1,100 units of magic language, while his clairvoyance stats skyrocketed to 165. The magic staff cried and whined, unable to believe it was being so cruelly robbed of all its power by such a brute. Not stopping there, Yuan absorbed another 50 units of elemental magic, pushing his soul depth stat to an impressive 510. Yuan was stunned by the massive amount of knowledge he had just received, clearly feeling the power surging through his body. By now, he had completely mastered translating magic language and manipulating natural elements like fire, water, wind, and earth with utter precision. Yuan wore a satisfied smile, finally confident enough to attend the professor's class without any worries. Looking down at the small staff in his hand, he silently admitted that this item was far more powerful than its girly appearance suggested. Seeing it still sobbing, Yuan sarcastically asked if it was surprised to see him still conscious and in one piece after absorbing such a huge wave of power. The staff wailed in frustration, wondering why fate cruelly forced it to serve someone lacking any proper wizard demeanor like him. It insisted it wasn't just some ordinary weapon spirit like Yuan had mistakenly assumed all this time. Yuan startled it by cutting him off, fearing it was about to launch into some cheesy, tragic backstory just to gain sympathy. But the staff's next words completely froze Yuan in his tracks. It declared that it used to be an actual human. Amidst the quiet space of the training room, the staff's defiant cry claiming its human identity echoed out, leaving Yuan with a mountain of unanswered questions. After hearing the story, Yuan sarcastically remarked that tropes about betrayal and sealing sounded as cliché as cheap pulp novels. The staff sullen blew its top in rage, yelling in protest that it used to be a flesh and blood human, living and breathing, not some fictional character. Yuan still remained skeptical, wondering why those memories suddenly rushed back right at this moment. Selen explained that when Yuan absorbed its power, he inadvertently shattered the core seal that had locked away its memories and abilities for so long. Even so, everything hadn't fully recovered yet, so it still couldn't remember everything, while Yuan just rested his chin on his hand and listened with a weary expression. Checking his info panel, he jumped in surprise upon seeing the staff's soul stat reach 200. An unimaginable number for an item picked up in a low-tier area. Yuan realized this stat was on par with Ruchel, someone born in an entirely different league, and he started to feel like something was off. The staff suddenly leaked a pitch-black killing intent, swearing to take back all its power to exact revenge, while Yuan told it to calm down since the tension was getting a bit thick. It shrieked, demanding to hunt down the traitors immediately, leaving Yuan standing there with a hesitant grimace. All of a sudden, the staff began glowing and shifting shapes right in the palm of Yuan's hand. The cheesy pink heart-shaped shell shattered into pieces under the pressure of the new energy source. A badass polearm appeared, leaving Yuan astonished by this spectacular makeover. Selen kept babbling about tearing its enemies to shreds, making Yuan immediately think of edgy teenagers trying too hard to look dangerous. Its new name was Selen's Tier, with both mana and soul stats reaching the 350 threshold, making it exponentially stronger than before. A close-up of the new weapon with a glowing purple crystal embedded in the center, as Selen claimed this was still its current limit since it still couldn't recall the names of its past enemies. Yuan teased it by asking if it couldn't get any stronger or if this was the end of the line, casually jabbing at it by calling it a newbie, which made Selen explode in fury and start screaming. Feeling its pride wounded, it warned him not to look down on it or use it for petty chores, because its level taught way more than just basic magic, leaving Yuan speechless at how fast it flipped its attitude. Seeing that it might actually be useful, Yuan decided to strike a deal. He promised to help it recover its memories power and get revenge, in exchange for it properly assisting him with everything. The spear fell silent for a moment, as if weighing Yuan's offer. The next morning at the academy, Yuan was ambushed by Rachel and Rachel calling out his name from afar. Rachel clung tightly to Yu Wu's arm, begging to tag along and promising to be a good girl without causing trouble. The blonde boy Rachel also whimpered as he clung to the other arm, claiming he felt unbearably uneasy without the holy sword nearby. Yuan shouted an absolute refusal, quickly calling Doc Goyon over to deal with these two annoying pests. Doc Goyon appeared with an authoritative expression, cracking her knuckles and declaring that she thought these two were crossing the line. With cold efficiency, she dragged them both away by the scruff of their necks, ignoring their desperate cries calling out Yuan's name, leaving Yuan shivering a bit as he watched. Finally, enjoying some peace and quiet, Yuan slumped onto the sofa and began preparing for his rule-breaking plan. He used developer mode to peer into the structure of the teleportation magic embedded within his student ID card. Yuan started analyzing the source code, focusing on isolating the variable tied to spatial coordinates. Smirking smugly, he realized his current knowledge combined with Selen's power was utterly op, helping him easily decode and modify even the most difficult spell formulas. Yuan directly inserted the prepared coordinates into the system and initiated the teleportation command. A brilliant magic circle flared up beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, Yuan was ready for his spatial jump. The room was left with only a faint wisp of white smoke as Yuan vanished completely. Yuan materialized right in the middle of the hallway, to the utter shock of Era, the elf girl sitting there in a daze as he cheered over his successful system hack. He got so carried away celebrating that he didn't realize he had just pulled a crazy stunt right in front of someone else, while Era remained frozen, unable to process what just happened. Slowly standing up, she approached Yuan with a deeply suspicious gaze. The elf girl bluntly asked if he had just teleported right here, her sharp eyes piercing straight into his soul. Yuan innocently admitted he had just tweaked the coordinates on his student ID card, flashing a bright smile as if it were no big deal. Era looked like she wanted to faint on the spot, bombarding him with questions on how he managed to decode that massive code using normal mana, making sweat start pouring down Yuan's face in large drops. Suddenly grabbing him tightly by the collar, she startled him, proving that this kid's strength was no joke. Era gritted her teeth, demanding to know how he dared meddle with source code personally designed by the headmaster, her expression looking terrifyingly fierce. Shrinking back, Yuan wondered what he did wrong to make her snap like this, while also trying to figure out where he had seen this elf girl before since she looked so familiar. Yuan jumped in fright, turning as pale as a ghost when someone spoke up right behind him, letting out a startled scream. Whirling around, he found Professor Yumina standing there with a smile, praising him for finding his way straight to class even though she forgot to mention the address. Yumina admitted she was planning to look for him just now, but it turned out to be unnecessary since he was already here, leaving Yuan to just offer a sheepish grin and scratch the back of his head. Noticing Era standing there as well, the professor friendly invited her to join the class too for fun. The blue-haired elf girl who was aggressively cornering Yuan just a moment ago now obediently bowed politely and followed the professor. Yuan froze for a few seconds, sweat still streaming down as he hadn't fully recovered from her intense interrogation. He let out a sigh of relief, thanking the professor for showing up just in time to save him, while muttering that Era was scary as hell, practically on par with Doc Goyon. Yumina suddenly turned back to drop a cryptic remark about not wanting to get dragged into any more female lead events, leaving Yuan with a blank stare as he had no idea what she was talking about, standing there dazed as her figure faded away. Yuan was led into a new magic class with a grand, arena-like architectural setting. Professor Yumina cheerfully introduced the new transfer student from the 11th class, but Yuan just wanted to get it over with quickly. The students below started whispering, eyeing him with unfriendly glares because they saw him walking and chatting intimately with the professor. Glancing around the room, Yuan noticed the headcount was a mere 9 people. He observed that very few people actually practiced magic outside of their innate abilities. His gaze stopped on a blue-haired girl sitting completely separated from the crowd, whose name seemed to be Air. Suddenly, Yuan felt a strange wave of pressure radiating from that girl. It was as if an invisible wall separated her from everyone else, a completely different league altogether. Yuan suddenly recalled what Doc Goyen had once mentioned about someone even stronger than those in the Ortima family. The girl named Air also glanced back, her sharp gaze scanning the newcomer as if evaluating their strength. A blonde female student named Misty raised her hand, wanting to question the professor about this sudden appearance. Misty wondered how someone with magical aptitude like Yuan could manage to stay invisible from this class for so long. Yumina explained that Yuan had recently found an artifact which helped awaken his magical talent. By the way, the professor also took the opportunity to plug her YouTube channel, Rebellion, to the whole class. Yuan froze at the teacher's dramatics, while the students below started responding with enthusiastic cheers. The male students whispered among themselves, finding it hard to believe that an artifact could awaken magical talent. Yumina affirmed that being born with magical talent is extremely rare, so it was normal to find this hard to believe. Misty still wasn't convinced, challenging Yuan to demonstrate a bit of skill for the whole class to see. She even emphasized that he had to pull it off without relying on that artifact of his. Knowing Yuan had just started learning, Yumina still looked at him with an inquiring gaze. Yuan casually nodded in agreement, showing no signs of worry over Misty's tricky request. Yumina grew a bit panicked since he had only been exposed to magic for a single week. He stepped up in front of Misty and reminded her that he wasn't ready for anything too advanced just yet. Yuan walked out to the middle of the courtyard, mentally calculating which basic trick to whip up to get this over with. He started by gathering currents of air, using the wind element as his core. After that, Yuan manipulated the flow of energy to spin continuously, shaping it into a whirlwind. Finally, he tossed in the fire attribute, causing the surrounding students to start turning pale. Crimson Tornado, a massive fireball began to form between his hands. Instantly, a gigantic pillar of fire erupted fiercely, radiating terrifying heat throughout the classroom. The entire class scrambled in panic at the sheer power and impossibly fast casting speed of this technique. Misty was stunned to realize Yuan didn't even need to chant an incantation to trigger the magic. This was clearly an advanced, will-controlled magic type that a beginner could never pull off. A nearby student screamed out from the heat, while Air sat silently watching the wreckage. The blue-haired girl didn't show any emotion whatsoever at the impressive display that just unfolded. Yumina hurriedly spoke up, demanding Yuan stop before he ended up charring the entire spectator stand. The professor applauded in admiration, praising the incredible power despite the complete lack of an incantation. She asked the class if they finally believed he was a true genius, while the others remained in utter shock. Misty bowed her head, feeling frustrated upon realizing her own magic probably couldn't even match someone who had only studied for a week. Yuan casually walked back to his seat, as if he had just done something completely ordinary. Air let out a cold, contemptuous snort, looking thoroughly unimpressed by what she had just witnessed. She flatly stated that this stuff was honestly really boring. Yumina hastily cut off the introductions to start the lecture, leaving Yuan with a thoughtful gaze directed at the strange blue-haired girl. Right as the class ended and before Yuan could leave, a hand firmly grabbed his clothes from behind. It was none other than Air, who refused to let it go and demanded Yuan answer the lingering question from earlier. Witnessing this, the surrounding students, especially Misty, dropped their jaws in shock since it was rare for Air to initiate a conversation with anyone. All eyes turned toward the two of them with curiosity, wondering what was going on between the blue-haired genius and the new student. Air pressed him, asking if it was true that Yuan had personally analyzed and interfered with all of the principal's code systems. Her gaze was dead serious, asserting that altering teleportation coordinates was an unimaginable feat for a regular student. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Professor Yumina suddenly appeared from behind the two of them. The teacher told Air to step aside so she could take Yuan to a special, pre-scheduled consultation. Air froze upon realizing a shocking truth. Yuan actually didn't have any authorized privileges since such perks were strictly reserved for official professors. Leaving Air still standing there in a daze, Yumina quietly led Yuan away from the classroom. A glowing portal opened up, marking the beginning of the encounter between Yuan and the most powerful figures in the tower. Air was left completely shell-shocked upon learning that Ban Yuan had never been granted permission to edit student IDs, as that was a privilege exclusive to real professors. Professor Yumina smiled and asked Era if that answer satisfied her, while Era remained in shock knowing Yuan had done it entirely through personal ability. Yumina told Yuan to follow her, and he quickly replied as both of them stepped into a brilliantly glowing light portal. In the quiet space of the academy, Yumina cut straight to the point regarding Yuan's audacity in modifying the student ID functions. Yuan asked with a hint of worry whether that was a taboo, and the professor explained that student cards were actually fragments of tower power refined by the principal. Hearing her say the principal wouldn't care as long as he didn't break it, Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Yumina emphasized that a normal student fundamentally couldn't meddle with that system, leaving Yuan to only flash a feigned look of surprise in response. He recalled Era's determined, interrogative look from earlier and couldn't help feeling the pressure. Yuan scratched his head with an awkward laugh, finding it strange that someone he had never met before would suddenly approach him so aggressively. Yumina beamed with a bright smile, admitting she had early on guessed Yuan's aptitude would be an incredible match for magic. She praised him for pulling off something huge right after just awakening his magic. Yuan worriedly asked if he was going to be dragged away because of this, but Yumina assured him the principal wasn't idle enough to summon someone over a mere ID card. Yet right after that, she dropped the news that Yuan was about to meet the principal, leaving him stunned. He wondered why the head of the academy wanted to see him, while Yumina just calmly prepared to send him off. Before he could even process it, Yuan was shoved straight into a teleportation vortex, only managing to hear the professor's wish of good luck before free-falling. Yuan grumbled complaints that he totally could have just walked there instead of getting tossed around like this. He face-planted right in the middle of the principal's office in the most pathetic posture imaginable. While Yuan was still holding his face in a daze, a low voice rang out to welcome him. The principal remarked that he seemed to have gotten pretty cozy with Professor Yumina. This time, he appeared in the form of a small butler puppet, sitting regally on the desk and warning Yuan not to get dragged into her cult-like faction. Yuan stood up, questioning why the principal wouldn't keep meetings like this under wraps. He worried about safety, but the puppet merely replied that it would only become a problem if he went around shouting it from the rooftops. The butler puppet changed the subject, asking Yuan if he had any plans for choosing his major in his second year. The sudden question made Yuan stall, realizing he still had way too many immediate crises to worry about to think about the distant future. Ever since enrolling, he had been running in circles dealing with martial arts training, tower climbing, and grueling workouts. Flashes of his training crossed Yuan's mind, from awakening his magic to finally achieving true mana control. He clearly felt how much he had progressed compared to the first day he stepped foot here, with his Babylonian codes steadily improving. Yuan stared intently at the puppet, understanding that all of this was thanks to the support of those around him. Yuan's gaze turned resolute as he declared he would choose a path that allowed him to keep fighting side by side with his Class 11 teammates. The principal looked slightly surprised, reminding him that the academy possessed countless geniuses and brilliant professors who could push him much further. Yuan asserted that he knew himself best, and the best way for him to grow stronger was to keep walking alongside his current friends. The principal countered by asking if he meant his mentor. Yuan smiled, believing that no matter what major he picked, Professor Yumina would always carve out time to guide him. The butler puppet asked if Yuan intended to become a burden to her, startling him into a blank stare. Yuan hurried to explain that it was precisely because Yumina held such high expectations for him that he wanted to work this hard. The puppet nodded in understanding, admitting that the professor certainly poured a lot of heart into this student. Yuan still didn't get the real intent behind the principal's question, so he stood there bewildered and asked for clarification. The principal waved a hand, telling him to drop it and move on to a much more important issue. He began revealing that the location for the upcoming special activity had been tampered with by an immensely powerful family. Yuan grew momentarily anxious hearing about a major faction meddling with school activities. The name uttered left Yuan dumbfounded. It was none other than the powerful and deeply scheming Orduma family. The principal explained that the academy was riddled with sponsors, and failing to let them meddle to a certain degree would lead to unpredictable fallout, brushing off Yuan's complaints about the master's authority. The principal explained that he could offer absolute protection for activities inside the academy, but outside trips were a different story. To maintain massive funding pools, he was forced to make concessions to sponsors during extracurricular events, leaving Yuan to respond with a cynical, bitter chuckle. Yuan started feeling annoyed, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to get to the bottom of the old man's real motives. He bluntly asked if the principal was selling out the students even while knowing full well what the Ordima family was plotting on this trip. The butler puppet asserted that if he really wanted to sell Yuan out, he wouldn't have bothered sitting here to tell him about it. Yuan angrily retorted that whether it was turning a blind eye or selling them out, the outcome was the same, especially since trouble was already brewing before he even knew the details of the upcoming activity. He demanded a clearer explanation of what Ordima was plotting so he could prepare accordingly. However, the principal refused to say more, deeming that revealing this much already crossed the limit and was purely out of his expectations for him. Yuan let out a weary sigh, heavily frustrated but forced to accept it as the old man declared he would stay silent from here on. He jumped to his feet to leave, suddenly remembering something important, but the principal immediately reminded him never to leak the secrets of this room. Yuan promised to keep their business quiet but asked if discussing potential dangers with teammates was permitted, to which the old man agreed. Just as Yuan turned to walk away, the principal called him back because he still had one more thing to impart. A strange light suddenly enveloped Yuan while the principal's voice echoed mysteriously about another truth he needed to know. The absolute pretender stated he had been observing Yuan for 2 weeks. As for our guy, he just stood there with a blank stare, totally lost. His Majesty promised to gift him a small token, since Yuan's potential far exceeded initial expectations. Right as he finished speaking, a strip of energy resembling a zipper suddenly materialized midair. The zipper ripped open, revealing a gigantic, powerful eye inside. Yuan immediately recognized this as the very same eye from the entrance ceremony, as the absolute pretender began executing his will. The pressure from the supreme being made Yuan break out in cold sweat, leaving him standing frozen to take the brunt of it. The gaze of the absolute pretender felt as though it wanted to turn Yuan into an immutable entity that nothing could shake. The system notified him that Yuan had absorbed the concept of durability, sending his physical stats skyrocketing straight to 285. Not stopping there, his materialization technique was also breaking past its limits thanks to Master's will. Mysterious energy began purifying his body, adjusting his physical stats down to 250 to achieve the purest state. All negative distractions vanished, replaced by an abundant surge of vitality, pushing Yuan's materialization stat to a transcendent 401. The mana surrounding Yuan underwent a total qualitative change, and he could feel power surging through every single cell. The absolute pretender seemed quite impressed with the results, while Yuan was still reeling in shock from the insane stat jump. Master explained that he merely wanted to help him resist Ortima's ability by burning it directly into his body. It was a terrifying power capable of imposing its will upon this entire world. Master noted that most people would have surrendered to that power, but the current Yuan was already capable of putting up a decent resistance. This outcome exceeded Master's expectations, and Yuan bowed in gratitude before preparing to leave and continue his journey. He thought to himself that reaching this point today was entirely thanks to having good friends, as Master smiled and opened a path for him to return. The next morning marked the start of the special activity, and Yuan acted like an anxious young father, reminding the group to double-check their personal gear. Hanja laughed, teasing that he was overreacting and looked just like a parent taking kids on a field trip, while Light noted everyone seemed quite relaxed. Doc Goyen felt at ease having Yuan around, and the group leisurely walked through the academy campus. Light constantly kept his battle-ready mindset, while nearby students began whispering amongst themselves at the sight of Team Rebellion. The female students chirped excitedly, praising how they looked even better in person than on video, as fame arrived faster than expected. The crowd grew curious about what kind of content they would upload to their media channel next, though Yuan heard it all while maintaining a calm expression. Yuan quietly thought that setting up the media channel had been a brilliant idea, a sentiment shared by both Zhe and Light. He recalled his early days of enrollment when every step he took was met with hostile and contemptuous glares, a far cry from the present. Now the backing of regular students had completely transformed Class 11's standing, turning them from outcasts into figures of status. Professor Xenon stood from afar, waving to call the group over to get ready for departure. She checked if everyone had eaten breakfast and prepped properly, with Yuan confirming they were all set on behalf of the group. The professor giggled, saying that since they were heading out today, the whole squad needed to dress up a bit more stylishly. And just like that, each of them ended up with a bright red rose stuck to their heads, leaving the group frozen with darkened expressions because the styling was too absurd to handle. The professor cheerfully praised how pretty it looked, while surrounding students also broke out in cold sweat at her unique aesthetic taste. Yuan scratched his head, calling it way too conspicuous, while Hanja was extremely annoyed at having to walk around wearing a flower. Zhe tried to take it off, but the professor strictly warned her never to remove the rose. Turns out this was a protective charm she custom-made specifically for the group ahead of the upcoming activity, meaning they had to keep it on them at all times. Hearing this, Yuan and Zhe reluctantly accepted it, figuring safety came first after all. Zhe muttered complaints about looking like a walking flower vase, while Professor Xenon chuckled inwardly, having anticipated this reaction. Suddenly, the professor snapped her fingers and announced she had designed them to change shape at will. The moment she finished, the rose on Zhe's head transformed into an exquisite hair tie, leaving her eyes rounded in surprise. Doc Goyen also marveled at the magical transformation, and the group instantly grew much more excited. Light and Yuan had theirs turned into very cool-looking earrings, making the stroll much more comfortable. Zhe angrily snapped at why she didn't do that from the start instead of annoying her for the past while, leaving Professor Xenon to just cover her mouth and chuckle it off. At the assembly hall, a butler stood on the platform announcing whether everyone had gathered, with Yuan and his group also present. The special activity officially kicked off, and class after class received orders to board the dimension ship in exact order. Light wondered why they weren't heading to the docks instead of boarding right here, but Professor Xenon explained that for large-scale operations, the ship picks students up right at the assembly hall. Only the principal and Professor Xenon held the authority to summon this gigantic vessel, leaving Doc Goyen to look up in awestruck wonder. The dimension ship slowly descended, blocking out the sky above the academy as Yuan expressed awe that it had been since the entrance ceremony since he last saw such a grandiose sight. All preparations were complete, and Yuan broke into a confident smile, ready to plunge into promising new challenges alongside his teammates as Season 1 officially drew to a close right here.